Guys, this video will have two different voices, but I hope you like it. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hype the video, and if we get 1,000 likes, I'll bring another part for you.
The story begins in a world where beasts and humans coexist. In this world, owning a powerful creature means everything, as they can control the wind and rain, and destroy both the sky and the earth. At the top of this world is a young man named Leang. Because the beast that favors him is the lunar butterfly, a rare type of beast that only exists in legends, he can not only turn back time but also reverse karma and live forever. What is even more striking are the marks on his eyes, which shine with a dazzling light. The blessing of the lunar gods, love and grace can be seen in his eyes. He is someone sought after and admired by countless people in the world, the Lunar King. In a city, a voice says that he is truly amazing. The protagonist is then fiddling with his computer, thinking that with a legendary beast and a unique appearance, he feels at the top of the world and has millions of followers. What's more amazing? He decides not to think about it, as there is something even more impressive. He himself is the Lunar King. This young man is Leang. A few hours ago, he transmigrated from the 21st century on Earth to the world of beast tamers and received fragments of the original owner's memory. The Lunar King accidentally fell out of bed while sleeping and was eliminated. It would have been good if he had transmigrated into such a beginning. The protagonist asks to open the status window. The system shows the beast tamer, the companion beast, and the contractor. He looks at it irritably, as the beast is not legendary. Liang places his chin on the table and begins thinking about the possibilities of what he could achieve, and wonders if this isn't too much. However, he is not joking, as he truly believes he is very strong and is convinced that the sparkling butterfly is the incarnation of the divine beast, which will reveal its original form when he is in a desperate situation. The Lunar King says that as long as he believes, it will come. People find this so beautiful that, even in the face of the 8-star beast tamer, Emperor Kang Yu, he was not afraid. The protagonist places his hand on his face and thinks that if he hadn't looked at the illustration of the beast he possesses, he would have truly believed this. He decides to forget about it for now and see the beast first. He realizes that it is a sparkling butterfly, is impressed, and finds it very cute. He continues watching and thinking about what to do, not mentioning the battle 3 years later. But at present, he can't even defeat the elites of the academy. Without any tricks, it will be impossible to surpass Emperor Kang Yu in 3 years. And, speaking of tricks, maybe there is something, as there are mysterious pieces of information in the original owner's memories. The strange thing is that the original owner seemed to extremely reject something called the Lunar Book. Liang opens the book and asks if these are the illustrations. He observes the low-level creatures: young moon fox, blooming flower, moon spirit bird, and moon shadow rat. The Lunar King thinks that as long as the beast touches the icon in reality, the icon will be activated, and thus, by collecting enough beasts, he will be able to roll others, like in card games. He observes the supreme level creature and, seeing the lunar butterfly without an illustration, thinks that this is why the original owner rejected the book so much. He denied having the lunar butterfly. The protagonist laughs and says that he is not surprised. He closes his eyes and says that this is the Academy of Lunar Beast Tamers, and these beasts are everywhere, so it's easy to find and collect them. First, he will gather 10 attempts. Maybe he'll get the butterfly itself. He thinks it is still early to prepare for the battle in 3 years, and the top priority is to hide from everyone's gaze and become stronger. In the advanced dormitory of the Lunar Beast Tamers Academy, a voice tells the rabbit to be good and eat some grass. The redhead comments that she always feeds these low-level creatures and wonders what she will do when they get attached to her. Bai replies not to worry and says she wouldn't sign a contract with a low-level moonlight rabbit. Jing says she should worry, as she belongs to the Academy's elite, and if she carries the scent of a useless beast, she won't be able to make a contract with powerful beasts. She adds that the king never touches ordinary beasts, let alone mid- and high-level ones, and doesn't even look at supreme-level ones. The rabbit jumps, they watch, and Jing comments that it must be because the lunar butterfly hates the scent of these inferior creatures. The rabbit runs, and they are confused. They look back and are surprised to see the Lunar King. Jing notices the crescent-shaped eyes full of pressure. With a single look, it makes people feel like they must submit. Liang observes and wonders if it's a catwoman. He walks, thinking that it's not supposed to be the king's role to interact too much with other beasts. In the lunar pavilion, the protagonist is looking up and comments that this is the pavilion. He walks and thinks that, with the number of lunar beasts present, if they all get unlocked, he'll be able to call 10 times. As he continues walking, Liang observes and notices particles. He touches them, and a new beast is unlocked, increasing the number of illustrations. moon element, lunar light, low level, young moon fox, blooming flower, moon spirit bird, moon shadow rat, and glowing moonfish, all low level. The Lunar King wonders if the book can also reveal specific information and battle skills, and thinks that it's as expected of his cheating ability. The fox notices something, and the beasts begin to move away. The protagonist stops for a moment. He thinks that the place is so cold, and the low-level beasts are distancing themselves from him, wondering if perhaps this is the territory of some medium-level beast. He opens the door and enters, surprised to see a beast with its eyes closed, lying down. Leang wonders if it's a deer. He observes something, a screen that says it's a white flower deer of medium level and has the most beautiful appearance among medium-level beasts. Though they are difficult, they are gentle, enjoy eating white flowers, are selective in choosing partners, and are rare. The Lunar King can't believe it's at this level because to him, it's just an animal. People enter and ask if the pavilion isn't open to the public for free, and how they can spend so much money supporting a medium-level beast. They say they've never seen other beasts treated this way and wonder if it's because of its appearance, as the deer is very beautiful. The deer has striking and beautiful eyes. They watch and say that maybe some rich person wants to show off and doesn't intend to become a target, until someone is splashed with a lot of water. The two watch and notice it was the deer, and it looks irritated. They run off, thinking it understands what they are saying and that some medium-level beasts with high intelligence are close to humans. The protagonist watches and thinks it's incredible, realizing she understands words, and finally discovers where these mixed-blood beasts come from. The deer stares at him for a moment. Liang notices her eyes. The deer approaches him and continues staring at him until the Lunar King makes a gesture with his hand, picking up his lunar book. She gets startled and steps back. As he observes the book, he notices a new beast has been unlocked, and the number of illuminated illustrations has increased. The protagonist is surprised, wondering how this is possible. He questions whether this isn't just a medium-level white flower deer, but actually a supreme beast capable of destroying a kingdom. He notes that a supreme beast is the highest possible level, and they are masters who rule over other animals. Only the pressure they emit can cause a shock that eliminates weak creatures, and if they become enraged, hundreds of miles will be wiped off the ground. He wonders why this terrifying nuclear bomb appeared in the academy. The entire academy could go up in the air at any moment. Liang tries to calm down and thinks that, since it's a supreme beast, it can stay peacefully here, and maybe it's docile. He wonders if the academy knows it won't hurt anyone. He thinks that if they didn't know, the two students wouldn't have been able to leave, just with spit on their faces. But he also can't rule out the possibility that she is just pretending to be gentle. And, like a protagonist in a novel, even though clearly super strong, he has to hide it and pretend to be weak to achieve certain things. Unlike himself, who was left with the short end of the stick, weak and desperate, and could only rely on his image to scare people, he notices something and doesn't understand. The deer approaches her status window. The Lunar King realizes she knows she's wrong, but then he looks at her in surprise, thinking she's going to attack him, wondering if it's because he's been here too long. The beast continues with eyes full of irritation. The protagonist begins praising her aloud and thinks that, no matter the reason this beast is here, the most important thing is not to make an enemy out of her. He looks elsewhere and realizes it's better to pretend he's distracted with something else. He keeps pretending to be distracted and starts running. The deer just watches and thinks about that person right now, and the image of his eyes, and wonders who exactly he is. She walks, looks for something, and grabs her phone, researching about a human with crescent moon marks in his eyes. She continues analyzing and is surprised. In the dormitory of the Beast Taming Academy, Liang says that it was a close call and asks how they can be so unethical, as this is no different from putting a T-Rex in a zoo. Not to mention that it could eliminate several with a single paw. If he had encountered this lunar hunter in the wild, he would have been eliminated because only a supreme beast can match another. His beasts are the lowest level among the lowest, and if it weren't for his cheating, he wouldn't stand a chance. He realizes that speaking of cheating, the Moon Shadow Rat, with its low level and combat skill Shadow Strike, shows the icon with the type of beast and its abilities. This means he can know all the abilities of the beasts he has touched, and he can act like an idiot. The Lunar King picks up his book again to confirm with a beast inside the academy. He spots the rabbit and wonders if it's the same one he saw in the morning. He says it's strange because according to the characteristics of beasts in this world, they become aggressive under the moonlight, and their strength and physique would naturally go up to the next level, and asks why the rabbit isn't reacting to the moonlight. He observes the rabbit and is startled, wondering if it is hiding its true form. He thinks that maybe he has found a boss even more powerful than a supreme beast. The protagonist steps back and begins to praise the rabbit, thinking he'll use the Lunar Book Encyclopedia to reveal its true face and see what it really is. He brings his hand close to the rabbit and starts petting it. Then, he picks up his book and notices that the lack of lunar physique is a genetic defect caused by weakness, and it cannot be strengthened by absorbing moonlight on ordinary nights. Only on the full moon, with more moonlight, can it have some combat power, and asks if it's not worse than lower-level beasts. Leang places his hand on his face and says that he doesn't think encounters like this will ever happen again, until a phone falls to the ground while they were researching the Lunar King. The protagonist looks back to see what the noise was. Bai, hiding, asks if the king was petting the head of the low-level rabbit and wonders if she has stumbled upon the Lunar King's secret. Elsewhere, Jing says that she has finally returned and asks what she has. Bai asks if she thinks there's a chance that the king really likes small creatures. Jing looks at her, not understanding much, and asks if she lost her brain during classes. Bai walks away, saying she was just joking. She keeps walking and arrives at her room, deep in thought about the invincible Lunar King. The girl throws her clothes on the floor and keeps thinking if he can really show that gentle expression, and wonders if this facade of his is only known to her. Elsewhere, a voice says that although he was seen doing something out of character, the protagonist opens the door and thinks that if he imagines it carefully, it's cute, and the girls who like reading that kind of thing in novels will love it. In any case, he's also tired after being out all night, until he enters his room and immediately looks shocked to see a woman standing with horns and wonders who she is. He thinks that this appearance is one no human could have, and wonders if she is a humanoid beast. He thinks of the oppressive feeling, much stronger than the lunar pursuer, and this terrifying aura goes far beyond comprehension. The woman crouches and greets the Lunar King and the lunar god. Leang thinks that apparently he knows her. From the original owner's memories, she must be one of the 4 moons in the dual order, but he doesn't understand much. The woman stays crouched. They stare at each other in silence. The woman thinks it's as expected from the Lunar King, the tamer of the world's strongest beasts. Even his silence is sacred and dignified. He thinks he couldn't remember and asks what she wants. The woman sighs and says that, according to the investigation of the faithful in the central region, the remnants of the Black Moon Order have been active in the region and have been in contact with the beast tamers at the Lunar God Palace. The protagonist wonders what the hell that is and why it doesn't sound familiar. He turns his back, and she calls him. Liang yells for her not to say anything, as he is remembering. The woman is confused. The king searches on his phone about the Black Moon Order and finds out that it is a faction of the lunar light type, previously located in the northern region, that worships the legendary gods of the Black Moon Palace of Elimination and has the strange ability to darken the moon for many days. He says he remembers and thinks that it's not because he forgot, but because this order is weak, and the original owner didn't even bother to remember them. The woman says that, naturally, it's not a cause for concern, but if the Lunar God Palace is involved, the nature of the matter changes. The king becomes thoughtful about the Lunar God Palace. Unlike the others, the Lunar God Palace is truly the ruler of the central continent, which united the world for thousands of years with legendary beasts. Though this dominance has faded over time, its position was destabilized by the Double Moon Order in just 3 years. The woman continues, saying that the 4 moons intend to take fair action, and even if the Lunar God Palace starts a war head-on, they can still retreat unscathed. But if that's the case, there will be no one to protect him, so her master sent her to learn his opinion. The protagonist doesn't respond for a moment and says to go ahead, as it doesn't matter to him, as long as it's under the moonlight. The woman observes and responds, saying yes, thinking she never expected to hear that famous quote. As long as the Lunar King is favored by the lunar butterfly, no one in the world can touch him. He is the brightest moonlight. She quickly moves, leaving the place. Liang, sitting on the chair, thinks that he can't take it anymore, and that it's a shame, barely stopping his hand from hitting himself. Indeed, the king frequently said such embarrassing quotes without reason, and every time his followers would misinterpret those words, even when they were just meaningless phrases. The protagonist says that he can feel the presence of the lunar god. As long as it's under the moonlight, the moon will rise, the moon will fall, the moon is truly round and bright. All of the above excerpts were said by the king. Liang thinks he just arrived in this world and already has so many issues. Although, for the king, the lunar god palace is no longer a concern, that would only be true if he had the lunar butterfly. He acted aloof for fun, but the truth is, he no longer has bodyguards. And if danger arises, the strongest lunar king will be eliminated pathetically. Until he realizes something, he has the cheat that allows him to go after rewards. After having made contact with so many beasts in the lunar pavilion, he should have enough to go after one now. The system shows that the exchange is starting. The protagonist says he can extract one now. The gacha system has a chance to extract lunar beasts of any quality. After signing a contract, the beast will be automatically sent to the beast enclosure, and if not satisfied, the user can choose to develop the beast, with the user compensated based on the beast's strength value. He observes and asks if this means that if he doesn't like the beast he gets, he can cancel the contract and get some experience points, which is quite decent. He thinks that the most important thing is to secure his life, somehow get a supreme-level beast, and then there's nothing more to fear. It's not easy for a boy to survive, and hopes he can save this child. He says to the supreme beast, "Here I go." He taps, starting the exchange, and begins a few movements, emitting a strong light. The pages of the book flip and stop on a page that says a new beast has been unlocked, and the number of illuminated illustrations has increased. The protagonist has his hand on his face due to the light, watching the book as he observes the beast he received. A new beast has been unlocked, and the number of illuminated illustrations increased. Translucent moon shadow, high level, with combat skills lunar scale and hide. Leang notes that it's a high-level support beast, with 2 difficult-to-obtain combat skills, and thinks that if he were a normal beast tamer, getting a high-level beast would be like a miracle. But for him, dealing with the Moon Order and the Lunar King, a mere translucent moon shadow can't change anything in the end. The crisis he's facing now can't be solved with the strength of a high-level beast. The king, holding the book, observes a blue light shining on him, and canceling the contract, the translucent moon shadow returns, and the beast's strength value is given as compensation. The protagonist watches, surprised, seeing his profile and says, "Wow, that was quite generous with the compensation, and I'll become a 2-star beast tamer soon." Yet he's still not happy. He removes his outfit, and thinks that the original owner had many chances to sign contracts with supreme-level beasts within the Moon Order. But because he had the lunar butterfly, he completely ignored the rest. And how did he fall into this situation out of nowhere? Until he pauses to think, and realizes that even if a high-level beast could solve the root of the problem, it's still better than the sparkling butterfly, which has no combat power. And if he really has problems, the high-level beast can handle the situation. He wonders why he immediately returned it, and if his personality is being influenced by the original owner. He thinks there's no chance, as there is still a difference, and he doesn't blindly believe that the lunar butterfly is real. Leang lies on the bed and thinks that next time he gets a high-level beast, he will make sure to sign a contract with it. He plans to go to the lunar pavilion again to accumulate some experience points, as there are still many beasts he hasn't collected. And that white flower deer, which should actually be called the lunar pursuer. If he brings it some treats, he wonders if he can lure it away. He closes his eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the deer has its eyes closed and opens them, but doesn't understand anything. It starts looking around and wonders where its things are, and why they were destroyed. Someone calls it, asking if it's awake. A worker begins to take care of its fur, and says that when it gets to the lunar god palace, it will have a much better life than here, and that the messengers will come to fetch it soon, asking it not to misbehave in the future, and to listen to the new caretaker. The deer wonders if it was sold, and if it has gone to the lunar palace. The messengers walk and comment that they heard the lunar god is training there, and thought it was, in some way, a land of treasures, but all it has is a bunch of kids. The other one tells her not to cause problems, as they are only there because of the beast, and they should never exaggerate, especially when it comes to the Lunar King and the Double Moon Order. She replies that she knows, and doesn't want to cause trouble either. A woman watches them, and says welcome to the 2 of them, since they've traveled a long way, and that she is the owner of the Moon Pavilion, Ching He. The 2 messengers say that the moon won't fall because the night is eternal. He thinks that they still have the same arrogant attitude, and the era when the lunar god palace was superior to all other living beings is over. And she says that there's no time to waste, and they should go in and see the white flower deer. They say it's unnecessary, as they've already seen its appearance online. They're willing to pay 10 times the price to have it brought without delay. The pavilion owner is impressed by the amount, and thinks that the beast is on the brink of extinction, given how selective it is about its partners. And although it's a medium-level beast, its value is comparable to that of a high-level beast. Since they came from so far and offered such a high price, it's obvious they are determined to get it. She says that what they don't know is that this deer is a direct descendant of the beast the original owner of this pavilion had. That's why they've been giving it the treatment worthy of a supreme-level beast. And if it's just 10 times the price, the resources spent by the pavilion over the years won't be recovered. The messengers look surprised. One of them laughs, asking what difference it makes that it's a direct descendant of any beast, since, in the end, it's just a medium-level beast, and being treated like a supreme beast in such a fallen place doesn't make sense. Her sister tells her to be quiet. The younger sister doesn't quite understand, and the older one asks if 20 times the price would be enough. Ching looks surprised. The younger sister asks what she's talking about, as 20 times the price is outrageous and beyond their budget. The older sister thinks that her beast, Moon's voice, is an extremely rare, high-level beast with the special ability to avoid disasters and prevent dangers. However, the voice of light is in a state of extreme madness, and it seems something bad is about to happen. A strong wind begins, and she continues thinking that this isn't the Lunar God Palace's territory, but as long as they can speed up and get out of there with the deer, until she notices something strange. She stops, feeling a terrifying presence that could defeat anyone. She looks to the side, thinking someone is there, and finds the Lunar King approaching. The older sister wonders why the king would come to the pavilion and what they should do. The two look scared. The older sister realizes that her younger sister's sanity has been completely suppressed by the presence of the Lunar King and asks if she can hear her, telling her to lower her head and not look into his eyes. She tries to warn her sister to control herself and not stare at him until the younger sister falls, but she manages to hold her up. The younger sister asks if she saw the Lunar King's eyes now. The two look terrified as they face the king in front of them. They lower their heads and kneel before him. The older sister thinks about this indifferent attitude and this dominance that completely disregards the world. She can't lift her head. It's as if a true god is inside that body. The protagonist wonders if these two are from the Lunar God Palace and why they are here. He thinks that his current identity is directly opposite to that of the leader of the Lunar God Palace, so there's no chance of speaking to them of his own accord. The messengers wonder why he's staring at them, fearing that he's in a bad mood and might want to eliminate them. Leang thinks about what to do and wishes someone would say something, as it's painful to stay still and do nothing. She appears calling to him and says that she is the pavilion owner, and it's a great honor to see him in person. She shows her arm with a symbol and says that she joined the Double Moon Order 3 months ago. She tells him that the two of them are messengers of the Lunar God Palace and came to buy a medium-level beast, the white flower deer he saw yesterday. Due to its perfect appearance, even the Lunar God Palace couldn't resist and offered a very high price for it. The king thinks it's that lunar pursuer and wonders if the reason for such luxurious treatment was just because of its bloodline. He doesn't believe that anyone other than him knows the true identity of this lunar pursuer. It's not something that can be bought with money alone, and there's no way he'll let the Lunar Pavilion sell a supreme-level beast to the Lunar God Palace. He turns and walks away. The messengers wonder if they were spared. The protagonist tells them to leave, as this isn't a place for people like them, and the moon is about to fall. The pavilion owner thinks it's broad daylight, so where is the moon? She looks around, startled. The messengers wonder what he meant by saying the moon is about to fall, and think that if anyone else said this, it would probably be nonsense. But the one who said it was the strongest Lunar King. So, the meaning behind that statement might indicate an unprecedented disaster for the Lunar God Palace. The younger sister says that the moon won't fall, but doesn't finish her sentence. The student asks if she dared to answer the Lunar King. The younger sister becomes scared. The king just watches her. She starts trembling and falls, but her sister catches her and thinks about forgetting the white flower deer, as this situation has gone beyond what they can handle. She gets up, helps her sister, and thinks they must return to the Lunar God Palace and report the king's words to the princess, that a great calamity is about to strike them. Ching thinks the moon won't fall because the night is eternal, but she gets irritated and wonders if their annoying moon shouldn't have fallen long ago. She thinks that the real moon sleeps eternally in the king's eyes. The protagonist enters and feels relieved, thinking it was a close call, and thanks God the young woman stuttered, as if she hadn't, he wouldn't know how to respond. He wonders if he was exposed, but since he said all that, the Lunar God Palace will probably no longer want the deer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man looks on, surprised. Meanwhile, the deer is pulling on a woman's shirt, making a sound, seemingly trying to tell her not to take its things. People ask what's going on with her today, thinking maybe she doesn't want to leave her caretaker. The staff member hugs the deer and says that even at the Lunar God Palace she'll visit it often. She tells it to be good while she packs its things. Then she notices something and comes across a mirror, books, and other items. She wonders if beasts like these things. She picks up the phone she found and asks if someone threw it there. The deer thinks not, and that its browsing history is about to be exposed. It runs to the caretaker to protect its search history and thinks it would rather become a demon. The phone flies far away, and just as it's about to hit the ground, someone catches it. The deer looks and sees the Lunar King. It becomes desperate and asks why it has to be him. The protagonist, holding the phone, watches as the beast hides. Liang looks at the phone, where he sees chapter 106 of Beast Emperor Dominator, and thinks he should also say that the woman managed to catch his interest. Meanwhile, the staff members look on in shock, and the deer lies down, irritated. The king continues to look at the phone and then throws it, saying that the exchange with the Lunar God Palace has been cancelled and that everyone should leave. Later, The double moon order will send someone to negotiate the purchase of the lunar pavilion. The staff members are surprised to hear about the purchase of the pavilion. The protagonist thinks that his goal was to negotiate the purchase today, and with the lunar pavilion as cover, he will be able to gather a large number of lunar light-type beasts for his collection. But who would have thought he almost lost a supreme-level beast right in front of him, and to be safe, he thinks it's better to make a strategic withdrawal. He closes the door, and the staff members look at each other. The caretaker says she didn't expect the king to announce the cancellation of the exchange, and asks if he's already met the messengers from the lunar god palace and what just happened. The staff comments that it was a unilateral cancellation, wondering if this isn't the same as declaring war on the lunar god palace. The caretaker says she's more curious about the phone and what it could have on it to make him show such an expression. She runs to grab it, but the deer grabs it first and runs off. The caretaker asks what's going on with her today, wondering if she's in a rebellious phase. Elsewhere, where the beasts are, the deer runs, thinking that not only did he see her true identity, but also her browsing history, and she definitely can't let him leave the lunar pavilion, or she won't be able to live on this earth. She screams for him to stop running and asks if he didn't see everything. The protagonist wonders if it was a girl. The deer says that if he dares to reveal her identity, she'll never leave him in peace. Leang says nothing. The beast wonders if she succeeded and if he's scared. The king apologizes and says that sometimes having a dark past revealed is also a way of saying goodbye to the old self. He says that she caught his interest. She tells him to shut up and not say that, and not to think that she'll be scared just because he's the lunar king. She warns that if he tells anyone about her identity and those words, she'll immediately run from the lunar pavilion to his house to defeat him. The protagonist observes and thinks that, at a certain distance, saying the true name of a beast will make it immediately realize, and this is the sixth sensibility unique to supreme beasts. He says that, in other words, as long as he calls her by her name when near, she'll immediately come to him. The deer responds yes, wondering what he just said. Liang says that it's decided then. If he calls her and she doesn't show up, he'll tell everyone her secret. He looks at her mockingly and walks away, saying she'd better remember because he's leaving now. She asks him to wait. The king stops. The beast gives a piece of advice. Be careful with the full moon. The protagonist simply looks and replies that he understands, and continues walking. The deer watches, frightened, recalling what he said earlier, and wonders if that sentence didn't sound too much like a different kind of confession. She thinks it's like meeting a male character in a novel, and no way. Liang closes the door and wonders if he was able to coerce a supreme beast, thinking that he just wanted to provoke her, but those words intentionally came out of his mouth, and that after all, according to tradition, once the tamer and beast sign a contract, they must accompany each other until the end, and saying that as a confession isn't wrong either. If he really had irritated her, he'd probably already have been eliminated, which means she really doesn't want her browsing history exposed, and that's surprisingly cute now that he stops to think about it. He wonders what she meant by be careful with the full moon, and thinks that saying that to the lunar king is still a bit strange. He wonders if something will happen on the full moon in 3 days, and since he has no bodyguards now, if he's truly in danger, he should strengthen his position just as a precaution. Elsewhere, at the lunar god palace, the princess of the 10 pillars, one of the top 10 beast tamers in the palace, is unknown, but it's said that all of them are extremely beautiful. A voice says that the moon is about to fall, and asks if the lunar king really said those words. The messengers, kneeling, answer that yes. The 4th princess says that the king's words indeed make her remember that the full moon is different this season, so don't forget to adjust the clocks. The people sitting in chairs become irritated. She asks what they are talking about. One of them says it's nothing good, that it's impossible for someone like the king to interact with low-level beasts, and his appearance in the pavilion is simply unreasonable. Therefore, they believe there must be something in the pavilion that could attract his attention, and it's likely a monarch. Another one asks if he's talking about a monarch, and says that if the king is able to control a monarch-level beast, then one responds that's exactly right, and that it means the god sleeping inside the king is about to awaken. And if the legend truly awakens, the god's palace may not be able to withstand it, until someone calls for the 4th princess and asks if she's willing to cooperate with them. And if the king has been able to sign a contract with a monarch-level beast, they still believe they'll have some chance of gaining followers from the Black Moon Order. They ask if she said monarch-level, but silence takes over the environment. The 4th princess asks where they went and if they'll be scared now, until a voice says, not to worry, as in this world, the lunar god is not the only one favored by the moonlight. Recently, after the king bought the pavilion, he sent his followers in search of lunar light-type beasts and transported them to the Beast Academy. This, in turn, sank the northern region into a state of panic, with all the forces of the region terrified and restless. Some people think this is the king's way of getting stronger, devouring low-level beasts to regain energy. There are even rumors that this is a sign that the spirit living inside the Lunar King is about to awaken. And because of all these rumors and speculations, the situation in the northern region has been turbulent, and everyone is in panic. However, the Lunar King, who is at the center of this storm, is currently, until additional beasts were unlocked, and the number of illuminated icons increased. Lunar Element, Sparrow, Lunar Spirit, Low Levels, Lunar Driller, Crescent Moon Leopard, Medium Levels, and Lake Moon, High Level. The protagonist realizes that he got a high-level beast on his first attempt at least once before, but now he only got one high-level beast in 5 attempts, and despite the help from the Double Moon Pavilion, 2 to 3 days are still too long, and it's hard to save enough for consecutive attempts. Low and medium-level beasts can't be used, so they are useless, except for collecting their points. As for the high-level beast, even though he said he'd make a contract with a high-level beast, this Lake Moon seems to be of the support type, so he doesn't feel it will be much help. Not to mention that the original owner doesn't seem to have anything related to it in his memory, and he thinks it must be a really obscure beast. He searches for Lake Moon but finds nothing related and wonders how it's possible for a beast still needing to be cataloged in today's world. He thinks that now that he's unlocked this beast, he should be able to check it in the Lunar Book. Leang flips through the pages of his book and realizes he's found it. The Lake Moon appeared for the first time 13,000 years ago and was automatically detected and included in the Lunar Book, but later became extinct due to lack of reproductive capabilities, a talent that absorbs all shocks and fluctuations nearby. The note says that a beast signing a contract with a beastmaster will be revived after a period of time, which is one of the most important reasons why humans, once weak, can now coexist with their beasts. The king is surprised when he sees when it appeared and asks if this isn't older than the history of the Lunar God Palace. He says he's not surprised he didn't find any information about the Lake Moon online, as it turns out this beast isn't even from this era. He wonders if it's not from this era. He pauses for a moment and starts thinking that the main reason he didn't want to sign a contract with a high-level beast was because of the fear of being recognized, as that doesn't fit the identity of the strongest beastmaster. He wonders, what if it's a beast that no one's ever heard of? Since the existence of the Lake Moon was lost, it's highly unlikely anyone will be able to discover its true identity, and better yet, it has the ability to perceive unexpected threats in an imperceptible way, and even without fighting ability, it suits his current condition better. The protagonist closes his eyes. He appears in a completely empty place, emitting light. He opens his arms, and the contract with the Lake Moon is signed. At that moment, in Liang's consciousness, in the subspace of the beasts, the butterfly notices something and perceives waves moving and a huge amount of water. The king opens his eyes, senses an aura around him, and asks if this is the Lake Moon. He thinks that this mysterious feeling of vicissitude is completely different from the characteristics of other high-level beasts. And now this is his second beast. Hopefully she'll be able to help him, especially since the full moon night is approaching. On the night of the full moon, a boy is on the roof, grumbling about being randomly assigned to patrol that area. A voice says that, according to the Lunar God Palace, the king has appeared, and on the full moon night, he will do something, and that he is one of the best in the Black Order, who has been successfully working as a secret agent within the academy, but this time he must be careful. The boy thinks that this is the area closest to the Lunar King, and if he even feels the slightest hint of hostility, he'll be eliminated. Elsewhere, a voice calls for the butterfly. The protagonist thinks it's strange, as he's never seen it like this on a full moon night. He thinks the Lake Moon is sleeping, and there doesn't seem to be anything unusual happening. The possibility is that an extremely powerful beast has appeared inside the academy, causing panic among the low-level beasts. He tells the butterfly to stop making a scene, as he'll take her outside to see. He thinks there's a curfew at night in the academy, but that doesn't matter. Given that the incident happened in the academy, the target must be him one way or another. In case of danger, an empty space is much better than a closed dormitory, and it won't affect the others. When the king steps outside, he comes across a mess in the hallway, with students in despair and their animals running from them. He wonders what's going on. He thinks that Tan Yun's prediction was correct, and it seems there's an unknown beast approaching, and wonders if it's targeting him. The students start screaming and making strange movements. The protagonist wonders what's happening with all this commotion, until an explosion happens outside. He looks out the window and thinks he doesn't believe that's the target. The boy on the roof ends up falling and sees the shadow of a rabbit, while a voice says it's playing. The boy says it clearly looks like a low-level lunar rabbit, but that overwhelming size and aura make him wonder what the hell that thing is. The rabbit is extremely giant. The boy watches as the rabbit opens its huge mouth. He continues watching until the rabbit tries to attack him, causing a great impact. The people inside the dormitory cover their ears. Leang thinks that those low-rank beasts were thrown into a frenzy of fear by the overwhelming scream and wonders what's happening outside, until some noises continue. The beasts run to the deer's room. She emits a sound from inside the room, causing a great wind. They observe. The deer asks what's happening and tells everyone to go back to their beds. They return calmly. The caretaker asks if the herd has stopped and tells them to be good and return to their nests. She thinks it's strange because this isn't the white flower deer's room and wonders why they've calmed down there. Meanwhile, in the beast room, the deer is screaming, wondering what he really wants and recalling the things he said. She thinks he's the king, like the great Emperor Kang, and wonders why he needs to call her. She thinks her power still hasn't reached its peak, so he'll need her strength to help with some crisis. She gets irritated and starts cursing, wondering if he'll scream her name tonight. Meanwhile, outside there's a large smoke cloud, and the giant rabbit continues destroying everything until it observes. The boy says the power is incredible and beyond his expectations, and that, in any case, it doesn't seem like a member of the Twin Moon sect, since it destroyed the Academy's inner courtyard. And if the Lunar King finds out, there will be no choice but to fight back. It seems like a wild beast that's gone mad under the full moon, so it's just a false alarm. He wonders if it knows this is the Lunar King's territory, and says that if it wants to warn him, it won't even know how it was eliminated, and even if it's very strong, he advises it to retreat. The rabbit gets angrier and opens its huge mouth, starting to destroy everything around. The boy looks scared and tries to dodge with the two beasts floating. The rabbit continues attacking, delivering powerful strikes. The beasts are hit and injured, but manage to hold on. The boy says they did well and thinks that, despite the rabbit having devastating power, this beast seems to be quite slow and doesn't have the intelligence of a high-level beast. It certainly isn't a supreme beast, otherwise it would have been impossible for Ling Yuyue to block that attack. He says that since the king wasn't alerted, he'll take a closer look and find out what it is. He jumps off the beasts and says the restrictions have been lifted and he has permission to absorb the moonlight. They begin to observe each other, transforming into a larger and stronger beast. However, the boy tells them to stop absorbing. He thinks he's reached his limit, and that, except for the great Moon Emperor and the Lunar God Palace, no one can absorb lunar energy non-stop, or their bodies will explode. As for the Lunar King, he's beyond the realm of common sense, and yet more than capable of handling it. He laughs and faces the rabbit, saying that since he became a mentor, he hasn't been able to fully use his powers. But now he can, and that he's not the only one who can go into a frenzy under the moonlight. The boy makes a hand gesture and attacks, causing an explosion. The students are called inside and ask if a hostile force is attacking the academy. The girl replies that it's impossible because the king is there, and some beast must have gone into a frenzy from absorbing too much moonlight. Because they are extremely dangerous under the full moon, some of them can even defeat a mentor. The staff member notices something and tells the student not to walk there. He is surprised to realize it's the Lunar King. The protagonist says the moon is about to rise and thinks that, despite the fact that the only beast he has that can handle a crisis is the lake moon, somehow, he has these strange feelings of confidence in his heart, which are especially strong under the full moon. And if he had to use the original owner's words, it would be something like the eyes that are within him. Meanwhile, the mentor is watching his beast, and says that Ling's attack was amazing and should have been enough to take care of that, until he realizes his beast is attacked and gets worried. He thinks that, as someone who earned his place at the lunar pavilion through Ling's power, being unable to defeat a beast that went into a frenzy from the full moonlight is humiliating. He insults him in his thoughts, until someone hidden says it's so scary. Bai, also hidden, says this is way beyond a cadet-level fight. Jing asks if it makes sense to know it's scary, and yet still go there to see. Bai says that since the dormitory roof was torn off, of course she wanted to see this incident with her own eyes. Jing hits her and asks what's wrong with her. Bai focuses on the beast and wonders why it looks so familiar. Jing says it looks like the high-ranked big-eared beast, but its size is really strange. Then they hear a noise, and the rabbit is crushing the mentor's beast and throwing it to the ground. The boy wonders if the recovery skill can't keep up with the damage, and asks how a mere enraged beast is defeating his Ling like that. He orders his beast to use the battle technique Lunar Devourer. The beast opens its enormous mouth, emitting a powerful attack. Lunar Devourer. Target's hit will be broken by the immense force of Ling's scream, causing severe pain and an end. The rabbit is hit by a huge impact. The mentor laughs and says that no one has ever been able to block this attack, and the Lunar Devourer is unbeatable, until he notices something. The rabbit begins to attack. The boy asks what that is, and if it's a battle technique. He thinks this is absurd. Meanwhile, the rabbit, with its enormous mouth and extremely large belly, releases a huge attack. The two girls hidden are surprised, until someone approaches them and asks what they are doing. They get startled and find the silver moon fox defending them, while the rabbit continues its enormous attack. It opens its giant mouth and attacks again, causing a great impact and an explosion. The rabbit observes, and Leang is eliminated. Everything around is destroyed. He notices something. The girls are on the ground. Jing says she understands why they survived, and that she also summoned her lunar beast. The beast approaches the rabbit. Bai steps in front of her beast and says it's okay and not to attract its attention. The rabbit continues watching. Jing loses hope. The rabbit doesn't stop staring at them. Jing looks and asks why it stopped moving. She realizes that this beast is looking at her friend, until an attack happens. The rabbit observes and grabs the mentor. The girls say they still can't believe this guy is still alive. The mentor says she isn't even high rank and asks if she thinks she can get rid of this, and that the Lunar King is coming. The rabbit throws the mentor to the ground and raises its foot, about to stomp on him. Bai asks if she should ask Xiao to stop it. Jing says she knows Xiao can't stop it, as he's also a high-rank beast, and when they are eliminated in battle, loyalty drops when revived, so they can't risk that. Bai asks if they're just going to stand there waiting for his end, and says it's better to lose some loyalty than let someone get eliminated. Jing looks startled, and tells them to try their best, not to try to be a hero. Bai prepares, but something places its hand in front of her, and she realizes it's the king. The protagonist tells her to step back, as the fight isn't hers, and that the moonlight is beginning to converge. Then, an extremely strong light starts to emit. The girls say it's so bright, and ask if at this level he can even be considered human. The rabbit looks back. Leang thinks that this size and shape don't match any supreme-ranked beast that's loose at least. So, he can only imagine one possibility. 10 minutes ago, he was hiding, thinking that, even if it's carelessness, somehow he's full of confidence. But it's simply impossible to fight against this. Even the mentor's high-rank 4-star beast was instantly defeated. There's no chance for his lake moon and the butterfly to deal any damage to it. And if he wants to use the lunar book to check its rank, he'll need to touch it. But there's no way to do that. He wonders what he should do. Then, he starts to think, and wonders if that beast isn't attacking the girls. He thinks it's impossible for a high-rank beast to go into a frenzy and remain rational at the same time. There's only one possibility. The mentor, all injured, can't believe that the king is near him and wonders if he's about to witness the king's favored beast. He thinks that the information about the king's favored beast is going to cause a huge impact, and he's the only one who can see it firsthand. Xiao grabs the boy, and they tell them to fall back. The big boy asks what they are doing, and screams that he doesn't want to be rescued. Meanwhile, the protagonist faces the rabbit and says that a beast going into a frenzy because of the moonlight can't stay rational, which means it's not in a frenzy. It's just acting on instinct. Only low-rank beasts rely on instincts, so he needs to find out the truth. He stretches his arm and asks if he wasn't looking for him. The girls watch from their hiding spot and ask what the king is doing. Bai screams for the king to look. Meanwhile, the rabbit tries to attack him, but he dodges. The girls ask if he didn't even summon a beast to dodge the attack, and say that he's going to get crushed. Meanwhile, a light is emitted from the king's head. Waters move. Leang makes a hand gesture, dodging the impact before being hit. The water continues to move, and then the lake moon approaches and hugs him from behind. They watch in surprise. The mentor doesn't understand anything and thinks that this beast is the ancient, mysterious, and unknown one mentioned in the legends of the Lunar Pavilion's intelligence center, the Emperor. The protagonist opens his eye and is glad that the lake moon managed to block the attack, thinking that the attack is too powerful for her to block a second time, until he opens the book and realizes there's no need for a fight anymore. He thinks that it was the rabbit from earlier, and it didn't attack them because it felt a sense of familiarity. Liang touches the rabbit and says that those without a lunar constitution can only absorb lunar energy indefinitely during the full moon, which is why it craves the moon so much and forced itself to grow to the point of being able to defeat a high-rank beast. The rabbit observes. People approach and ask what's happening and if they are late. The fallen mentor replies that it's not about being late, it's just a useless arrival. A hooded figure asks what he means. The mentor replies that the Lunar King has been disturbed and everyone will be eliminated. The 3 girls who arrived are surprised. The protagonist realizes that reinforcements have arrived and he can no longer protect this and asks if the beast is here for him. The rabbit moves, landing on the ground. People immediately look. The king says that seeing the beast showing devotion to the moonlight is impressive because of its will, so it must secure the moonlight it desires and will meet him where they first encountered. The rabbit stands up, looks to the side, and walks. People observe and comment among themselves. The enraged mentor, who was beaten and couldn't even see the king's beasts, runs to the king and asks how he can tolerate the beast that attacked him. Liang looks back and asks if he's calling that an attack. The mentor is surprised by his eyes and thinks that the broken moon has changed into an incomparable full moon. Elsewhere, in a dark and empty place, they ask what the mentor witnessed. The boy stays quiet. The voice asks again what he saw. The mentor just looks. The voice tells him to snap out of it and respond. Then, he remembers the huge rabbit, his beast being defeated, turning into smoke, the king's beast, and his moonlit eyes. The mentor looks shocked, kneels, and says that he saw that the lunar king was incredible. The emperor tells him to stop for today, as he can't continue for now, and says that the day before, the crescent moon of the sunken star appeared in the northern region. The black whale looks surprised. The emperor says that the vice leader of the 3rd division of the Black Moon cult is heading north, so he must continue acting as a spy and monitor the king's movements as closely as possible and report them immediately. The mentor falls and appears in a hospital bed, asking if he's in the academy's medical ward and if he had a nightmare. He thinks that this wasn't a nightmare, and this was the high-rank official with the favored beast, the contractor of the moon and dreams. It was the superiors giving orders, and the crescent moon of the sunken star appeared in the north, and there's a vice leader heading there. He wonders who will deal with the king and thinks it can't be, and wonders if it's them. Elsewhere, the protagonist is sleeping in his bed, then opens his eyes and is startled to find the rabbit on top of him, quickly sitting up. He looks and thinks he just remembered that he made a pact with the beast last night, saying he would see it in the place where they last met. Then he walked and came across the rabbit, which was already smaller. After all, he had bluffed absurdly in front of everyone, and if they found out the king was weak, they'd be furious, and that would be his end. So it's better to play it safe and make a contract where no one sees. So, he made a pact with the rabbit. An aura became very strong around them. Then, Leang thinks that this panel doesn't seem like something worthy of the king. With the butterfly, lake moon, and now the rabbit, he thinks that, even though it's low rank, the rabbit can take down a high-rank beast if it's under the full moonlight and wonders if there's a limit, and if it can reach another level, maybe even reach the range, until the rabbit gets close to his foot and stares at him. The king places his hand on his head and thinks it's better to forget and decides he'll go back to the lunar pavilion to see if Tan Yun can take a look at this rabbit. He changes clothes and, when leaving the door, wonders what's going on there, thinking it doesn't seem related to the incident from the previous day. People are talking about a supreme rank beast that has come to the northern region, and it's not far from the academy, and they're discussing making a pact. The protagonist watches, startled, and says that an adult supreme rank beast wouldn't visit the region. He looks up the beast on his phone and stares at it, where it says that the supreme rank beast, Crescent Moon, arrived in the region this morning, and hundreds of meters of the area were blocked by the lunar clan forces, with a crowd of thousands gathering to witness the event. The crescent moon of the sunken star is the only supreme type wild weapon in the lunar series, and due to the absence of a compatible beastmaster, it remained dormant, and even Emperor Kang and the 10 pillars of the lunar god palace failed to awaken it. But the day before, the crescent moon of the sunken star awakened and traveled toward the northern region, and because of that, there is no force in the world that doesn't associate this event with the existence of the Lunar King. Liang thinks he understands that everyone thinks the crescent moon is there for him. 2 masked individuals observe from hiding as the protagonist walks, and others pass by, unable to believe he is ignoring this event. The king thinks that, although it's tempting to go there and take it, he's supposed to go there and try to awaken that weapon in front of hundreds of thousands of people, and if he doesn't have the power to withstand it, he might be eliminated. For safety, it's better not to risk it, especially since there's a cute beast by his side. Meanwhile, at the academy, the deer is calm in her place until someone opens the door, and she becomes alert. Liang enters and says it's been a while since he last saw her, and wonders why she bothers going so far from home when there's a much closer option. The beast asks what he's doing there, and if he's not going to take a look at the crescent moon. The protagonist asks if even she, the internet fanatic, knows about it. The deer says she felt it long before the news spread online. She looks at him and asks if he doesn't go. Won't it be bad for someone else to awaken? Liang says they don't understand, and something that can be observed from afar isn't as exciting as a cute beast. Anyway, he opens his hand and gives her the symbol of his appreciation, thinking that it was because of her that he was able to handle the rabbit crisis. She asks about the symbol of appreciation, and if it's not food used to feed supreme rank beasts, and if it's not too expensive. The king says that if she likes it, she can bring more in the morning, thinking he has thousands of them in his backpack. The beast observes the symbol and puts it in a small box. He asks if she's not going to eat it. The deer replies no and says she should save the snacks for when she watches movies and reads novels. The protagonist says he's going back now because if he stays too long, it might raise suspicions about her identity and thinks there's another way for them to contact each other and invites her to add him as a friend. She replies yes, with her phone in hand, until a notification arrives, and he sees it's the promise of the moon clouds. He looks at the photo and realizes it's the founder of the Lunar Beast Academy from hundreds of years ago, and thinks that this legendary imperial beast is her ancestor, wondering if the lunar pursuer could look like this when she takes human form. The beast asks what's wrong. Leang looks startled and covers it up, saying it's nothing and that he's going home and will see her the next day. The deer makes hand movements, bidding him goodbye, and thinks it's clear the crescent moon has emerged, but he doesn't care and is looking for her. She realizes he understands, and that this movement is called a feigned retreat to confuse the enemy, and he's trying to deceive her into joining the Twin Moons cult. She calls him sly and says he came through his schemes but realizes he's no longer there. She lies down on the bed and wonders if he said he'd come back the next day. 3 days have passed, and the Lunar King didn't even care about the crescent moon, and not even the Twin Moons pavilion made any move, and as a result, the situation in the Northern Territory became more confused and uncertain. Suddenly, a woman says to stay quiet, and that she's only sending them to broaden their horizons, asking if they really think they'll awaken the crescent moon. The vice president of the academy says that for those who have registered, basic security will be ensured, and for those who haven't, any consequences are their own responsibility. She wonders why she has to stay there and be responsible for the safety of these young cadets until she notices something and comes across the master of the Black Whale and asks why he's there instead of resting. The mentor says to leave it to him, as he's already asked the doctor to revive his beast. Kisaragi asks if he's sure and says that, since he put it that way, she'll leave it to him, thinking he's just another one of those dreamers. A girl arrives and asks if he doesn't feel bad. The boy replies that he's fine and thinks that person has already been there. Even though he's never met them, he believes the honorable one will notify him somehow, until he tells the next person to come and put their name, school number, and star level there. When the girl picks up the pen, he notices a symbol on her hand and looks startled. The girl looks with bright eyes and leaves after writing, and he tells the next person to come, thinking that surprisingly, it's her. Elsewhere, a voice says that this is the favored beast, known for having cut the stars in the past, and that the aura is impressive. The central region says that today they witnessed it, and that it really is impressive. The blonde asks if they understand now. The northern region continues, saying that if a non-lunar beast enters, it will be repelled, and if a beastmaster enters recklessly, it's like taking their own life. The northern region, spiritual moon pavilion, says that a non-lunar type dares to dream of acquiring the crescent moon. The fallen eclipse in the northern region says it's an impossible dream. The central region looks and says they understand now, and they will order all disciples of the pavilion to return, but they will stay there to see which fools will overestimate their own abilities and meet their end. Some comment that she is repulsive. The spiritual moon pavilion says she herself fears the end, and still wants to see others suffer. The eclipse says that if it weren't for the power of the yellow spring path, she wouldn't have allowed them to come and disrupt everything. The blonde touches the two and says the situation is urgent, and they must select who will enter. First, it must be a beastmaster who has all of their favored beasts, lunar in origin, to prevent a reversal. Second, the entry of a supreme rank beast will make the crescent moon immediately resist its own kind, and only favored beasts below supreme rank can enter. The eclipse asks if this is why the king didn't come. The blonde replies that maybe. Then people approach, saying they've arrived. They look and fear that the cadets will suffer heavy losses. The vice president of the academy watches from the side, but the central region looks with a closed expression. Kisaragi says they're about to enter the domain of the crescent moon of the sunken star. A voice says it will explain the rules about this. First, when the crescent moon is sleeping, it's practically invincible. Second, when it awakens, it will release an indiscriminate slicing attack that will disintegrate everything in its path. Meanwhile, the protagonist is lying in his bed and says that although he has reason in life, he is completely unable to communicate. In the message, the deer says that in the past, even Emperor Kang and the Lunar Goddess Palace returned defeated. No matter who tried, it was useless. He thinks that all she does is sleep and hit people, and wonders if all supreme beasts are brutal, while his beasts lie beside him. Leang asks if there's not a short period of time when she would be awake. She replies yes, but it doesn't happen by her own will, and this time she came to the north because she felt an opportunity to evolve, and asks if he's sure he doesn't want to go. The king turns off his phone and thinks, What does something from the crescent moon have to do with him? And that the illustrious king was accidentally eliminated by the unconscious attack of a favored supreme rank beast, and that's already becoming a historical irony. He gets thoughtful, then quickly stands up and grabs his phone, thinking maybe, until, elsewhere, people walk, and the girl looks around and realizes the king hasn't appeared, thinking there must be a way to dominate the broken crescent moon. As soon as she lays her hands on it, she'll eliminate all the beastmasters in the area and ensure no information leaks, until she notices something and realizes it's new information. She's surprised to notice that the king just activated the locator and wonders if he's moving toward the Veil of the Moon Mountain range. She continues watching the phone until the vice president approaches and asks how she's getting distracted with the communicator at a time like this, and if she wants to be eliminated right there. The girl looks and says she's sorry. Kisaragi says that if she keeps relaxing, it's better to go back. The girl just watches and wonders if a mere brat dares to lecture her, imagining her as a snake coiled around the vice, thinking that as soon as she dominates the crescent moon, she'll make sure to torture her to the point of wishing for the end. The students gather. The vice explains that for this operation, each of them will receive a teleportation stone. The moment they break it, they'll be moved out, and as soon as they notice the crescent moon has started to awaken, they need to crush the stone immediately. Otherwise, they'll be annihilated. They take the stone. The girl thinks the king will appear soon. Meanwhile, the central region is leaning against a tree, wondering if they really think one or two beastmasters can dominate the crescent moon, and thinks that even the 8-star beastmaster, Emperor Kang, failed to do so. As far as he can see, there are only a few 3-star beastmasters, and it seems they won't get any better, especially since the king hasn't joined them. They stay still, waiting, until the hooded girl starts to feel something strange. Widening her eyes, the central region looks alarmed. The hooded girl continues to stare but then turns around. The central region gets scared and wonders what her level is, and if there's a monster like that hiding within the Lunar Beast Academy. They start entering a portal, in a line. The hooded girl thinks the king will soon arrive at the Veil of the Moon Mountain range, and before that happens, she needs to figure out the new mechanics of the crescent moon, continuing to think about the silent Libra, blocking the entrance when the king arrives, and blocking her emperor. Then, she enters the portal. People observe. The central region approaches the vice and asks what's with those 1- and 2-star trash, and says she fears the king hasn't appeared because he knows the crescent moon can't be dominated. And knowing this, he still sends people there, and her purpose can't be just for the students to witness the beauty of a favored supreme rank beast. Kisaragi says that it's she who's out of line, coming all the way here, despite the difference in elements, just to laugh at her own expense, and asks if she really thinks she can dominate a supreme rank beast. The two stare at each other. The central region thinks she seems unaware of the woman with black hair and says that her academy, until she is interrupted by a strong aura approaching. The king arrives at the location. They look and wonder why he's there. The vice asks if he's there to dominate the crescent moon. Two women say, "What if the king's emperor scares the crescent moon?" Kisaragi says they are so ignorant, and that the fact that the king is there means that even if he doesn't release the emperor, he will still be able to dominate the crescent moon. The protagonist thinks it's pretty simple, and as soon as he touches the body of the moon, he can unlock the lunar tome icon, and it will be easier for him to understand the mechanisms and reasons to awaken the moon and even be able to dominate it. He tells them to stay hidden and follow his orders. Then he goes in and looks startled. The book starts flipping and stops on the silent Libra, supreme rank, battle abilities, balancing, and silence. Leang wonders about the supreme rank. He stands in front of the crescent moon portal and lowers his foot. People watch, not understanding why he's standing there. The king grabs his phone. They continue looking, until the vice approaches and calls to him. The protagonist asks how she can let those Black Moon cult insects enter so easily. They ask, "Black Moon cult?" He says that from now on, this place is under the control of the Twin Moons Pavilion, and no one is authorized to enter, and he'll take care of the rest personally. They're surprised, and the central region remembers the terrifying hooded girl and notices she's part of the Black Moon cult. The blonde asks if they weren't expelled from the northern region because of the Twin Moons Pavilion, and if they came back because of the crescent moon. The eclipse says that the king mentioned they were just insects and asks what will happen to the cadets. The vice says that with the stone, they should be fine. Leang thinks that the silent Libra specializes in fighting emperor-rank beasts, and wonders if the Black Moon cult really thinks they have an emperor, and thinks that means as soon as he enters, it's highly likely there will be more than one supreme-rank beast to deal with, and this will be the most precarious situation he's ever faced, and if he were them, he wouldn't have had the courage to enter at first. But now, it's hard to say. Then, he enters. The people left outside comment on his imposing aura. The mentor thinks that the king really entered the snake's den and yells that the Black Moon cult remnants are inside and they must go help. After all, the king is one of their cadets too. The vice says that sounds reasonable. The blonde asks what they should do. The mentor says that their combined strength will awaken the crescent moon. He walks and says his favored beast was just revived and is still weak, so he'll go alone, and it won't be a problem. The two girls ask if he's really trustworthy. The vice watches him and wonders why he's acting strange today, and if he's a member of the Twin Moons Pavilion, and why he's concerned about the king's safety. The mentor is about to enter, but is hit by a large attack. People don't understand what happened. The black whale falls to the ground and starts coughing. A voice asks if he's not going too far with his fantasies, and says that even if all the beasts were at their peak, they would never be able to awaken the crescent moon. The mentor notices the butterfly wings and realizes that this girl is part of the 12 Moons disciples from the Twin Moons Pavilion, and, besides being the 7th in line, the serpent seat is in trouble. The girl asks if they haven't heard His Highness's words and says that from now on, this area is under the control of the Twin Moons Pavilion. She stares at them. The mentor observes and can't believe she sensed the silent Libra and wonders if she still has no intention of entering, thinking that there's still a chance things could go well. Inside the crescent moon of the sunken star, the hooded girl realizes that it's been 10 minutes and she still hasn't found the crescent moon. The trash that came with her is gone, and low-rank beasts can't be released in the domain of a supreme rank. They must have gotten scared and crushed the stone, and so, no one can interfere with her. She continues walking until she notices something strange. She looks back and thinks about the unmistakable aura of a powerful favored beast. Then, the girl moves quickly toward the aura and realizes she was right, and she found it. As expected of a supreme rank weapon, it's absolutely magnificent, and she hasn't even made a pact with the silent Libra to maintain the purity of its attributes. She tells it to go with her, as she knows what it wants and rejected the emperor and the lunar goddess of the palace because they were born with emperors. So, as a proud weapon, it couldn't bear the feeling of not being appreciated. It may not be as good as them, but it's still a level 6 beast master and will never treat it poorly, and tells it to become hers. She reaches out, about to touch the crescent moon, but she can't, and becomes indignant, asking how it's possible to be rejected, and if the conclusion of the sacred child is wrong. She says it's impossible, because he himself said he was the best person to acquire the crescent moon of the sunken star. What's wrong? Until she hears someone calling her. Turning around, she faces several people asking if it was her who defeated 20 of their pavilion's disciples and that they will avenge their companions. She remembers approaching her partners and asking what had happened, and they, wounded, replied that they were attacked by the woman from the academy with black hair and snake eyes. Then they say they'll take down the woman first, and then try to dominate the crescent moon of the sunken star. The girl puts her hand on her face and starts laughing. They ask why she's laughing. The girl says it's already annoying and still, a bunch of ungrateful trash came to their end. How dare they try to lay their filthy hands on the crescent moon? Her eyes become terrifying, and she calls them. She stands up with an intense aura and high-rank beasts. They are shocked to see that she's summoning 3 at once, and this isn't something a cadet could do. The beasts stay still, and the woman observes, telling them not to just praise her, as they also have high-rank beasts, and if they don't summon them quickly, they'll go to hell together. Then, she attacks them. After a while, the woman observes her beast with another defeated beast in its mouth, and asks if the crescent moon saw that. The beasts are all eliminated on the ground. The girl says that now she recognizes her power, but the crescent moon is still in the same position. The girl gets angry and grumbles until she hears someone calling her trash from the Black Moon cult. The protagonist says that he can't do anything except laugh at her anxiety. She turns around and says that so he's here. Upon seeing him, she realizes it's the king and asks if he's alone and how, as a 1-star beastmaster, he hasn't asked his guards to follow him. Does he think that just because he has an emperor, he can do everything? Leang thinks these idiots think he has an emperor. No surprise they use the silent Libra. They think he can't release the emperor now, and that there's nothing he can do about it. He calls her and says she's right. A single emperor can't do everything, and that's why the answer remains the same, whether she's present or not. And before the Twin Moons Pavilion seals this place, it's better to crush the teleportation stone she has and run. The girl is surprised and wonders if the silent Libra was detected easily, and if he came here alone knowing his emperor was blocked. She's unsure whether to run or attack. The king thinks to just stay there and let her touch the crescent moon of the sunken star. He approaches, and is impressed upon seeing the crescent moon. He stretches his hands to touch, and the girl tells him not to even think about touching it, and screams. Her beast opens its huge mouth, while the other prepares and attacks. However, when the attack is about to get close to him, He activates a barrier and remains unharmed. The girl is indignant and asks how this is possible, realizing that no attack was able to move him, and he hasn't even summoned a favored beast. The protagonist thinks that this scared him, and it seemed frightening, but it was just for show. And even though she can't really fight, the defensive power of the lake moon is shocking. The girl calls for him to stop being arrogant and says that without an emperor, he is nothing. She becomes even angrier and activates her ability with a strong aura and challenges him to attack her. She moves her hands, causing a great impact that people outside can feel. Leang looks startled and thinks that it was the power of the silent Libra that masked the scent, preventing the sunken star crescent moon from noticing it, allowing her to summon another supreme rank beast. Then, a giant snake appears as her beast. The girl looks and asks what he thinks in front of her most proud offspring. Even he would be frightened. The king continues observing, as if it were nothing. The girl wonders why his expression is so indifferent, and he doesn't even care about a supreme rank beast. The protagonist thinks he once read in a post that when looking at a big beast, it should look fierce, and even so, it can still be its end with dignity. The girl asks if, despite all of this, he still refuses to summon his favored beast. The snake looks with its terrifying eyes, raises its tail, and strikes the ground, destroying it. The king watches with the same expression, and thinks that, as expected of a supreme beast, even madness is unique. The girl orders her snake to eliminate him. When the beast opens its mouth, it emits powerful abilities. Leang closes his eyes and thinks that now it's up to the lake moon. Then, he activates it. The attack approaches but hits around him, and he remains unharmed. He smiles and thinks that praise be to the god who protected him. He thinks that lunar beasts only have half their strength during the day, and their attacks barely reach 30% of their power. And if she wants to break the lake moon shield, she'll need to use more power, but he doesn't think she can do that now. The black moon sits on the ground and asks if this is the legendary favor of the lunar god. The king says there's no reason to worry, and that once he deals with this halberd, she'll be next. The girl wonders if he's underestimating her by not waking the halberd. She looks and wonders if this invisible shield that defies common sense will be able to withstand the blade that cuts the stars. She screams for the silent Libra to release the battle technique. The snake takes position and attacks. The protagonist gets angry, and with the cover removed, the supreme rank aura will be detected, alerting the halberd. Then, someone touches the weapon and pulls it from the ground, by a woman with green hair. She opens her eyes. The weapon floats while the halberd is around her, with her terrifying eyes, causing a great impact. People ask what's going on and realize the halberd has awakened. It attacks, and Leang defends with the shield and thinks that since he used only 30% of his strength, the lake moon's protection should be able to block it, until he notices something. The attack is too strong, and the chance of blocking is less than 1%, and he wonders if the gap of supreme rank is really this high. He looks to the side to see what defense the woman is using, and realizes the snake is all coiled around her, protecting her. Then, the halberd jumps over his head while he's lost in thought, but he notices something approaching. Then, he feels something and asks the moon clouds to help him. A few minutes ago, everyone was outside, and the cadets were saying that a woman from the academy attacked them, wondering how someone from the academy could do such a thing. The elder says to calm down, as it wasn't someone from the academy, but rather a hidden member of the Black Moon cult. She sighs and thinks that, in fact, for ordinary students to find a high-rank cultist, it's already a miracle they're alive. She watches the woman who is part of the 12 Moon's disciples, and wonders how she can be so calm, and if she's not worried about the king's safety. Then the woman notices something and asks if the halberd has awakened, and she's opening her eyes, and everyone must retreat immediately. People start running and wonder what that other striking aura was, and if it's the sanctity of the emperor. The protagonist thinks he can read the name and wonders if nothing has changed, and if it's because of the silent Libra's restriction, and he realizes that in less than 3 seconds, the halberd will strike, but now it's turned toward him. He grabs his phone and looks for the deer's name, sending a message asking for help. The halberd, irritated, raises its weapon, about to strike. Leang observes and approaches her as well, not backing down. He stretches out his hand, moving closer to her and emitting a strong light that protects him, then causing a massive explosion, the impact of which is also felt outside. They are inside the shield. The woman wonders if that was the emperor. The vice asks if the king is still there. The woman realizes the situation inside is complicated. Meanwhile, everything around them is destroyed and covered in smoke. The girl tries to get out of the snake and thinks that the Libra can no longer sense the surroundings, probably due to the impact of the halberd. She realizes that the weapon has calmed down again and wonders where the king is, as he was the one closest to the weapon. She asks how he disappeared without a trace, and if he was obliterated without leaving anything behind. She thinks the halberd was awakened because of her plan. She puts her hand to her mouth and wonders if this means she defeated the king. The girl starts laughing and says that he was defeated by the halberd and that the fool was looking at his phone until the end. She starts saying she defeated the king and now the weapon is hers. She notices that the weapon moved and is confused, wondering why it's waking up again and saying that, with the weakened state of her snake, she shouldn't have been able to wake it, until she notices something strange. The smoke moves, and she comes face to face with the king, unable to believe it. She realizes that he isn't a single bit dirty. The protagonist walks. The girl looks scared and notices that the beast is huge, wondering if it's a young emperor, since it's too large for a supreme rank, and if a rank like that appeared, the entire northern region should be in chaos. She wonders what the hell this thing is. She grabs her stone but realizes it's not time to run yet. Even if she's eliminated, she'll see the king's favored beast, as this is an opportunity that may not come again. The deer approaches, with its white fur and extremely large size, exuding a strong aura. The girl can't understand how this is possible, as it's much bigger than her snake. In terms of size, her snake is among the most terrifying beasts in the Black Moon cult, but she's never seen a supreme rank beast this big in her life. She wonders how he can use all the power of a supreme rank with just his one-star favored beast. This is clearly his only weakness. The protagonist thinks this is a peculiar sight. He's surprised at how the small white deer turned into something so large and wonders how it got there so quickly, as he didn't even see it saving him. He wonders if that silhouette is his ancestor, and if it will grow and stay like this. The deer asks if it can stop the halberd, as it doesn't want to be hurt again. Leang asks if it's telling him to stop it. It replies that, since he's standing there, he must have a plan. He, deep in thought, remembers that being hurt by the blade now was like contacting the main body, so he should be able to see the details in the lunar book. However, reading it won't solve the problem, and will let the deer take him away if he can't do anything about it. He sees that the crescent moon is a beast that lost its sheath after the moon fragmentation in ancient times, and for thousands of years, it has been searching for it. During the process, it repeatedly went through cycles of sleeping and awakening, refusing to communicate. The king wonders if there is a supreme rank sheath. He thinks that, since he has information about the sheath, it shouldn't be too hard to communicate with the halberd. But even the oldest lunar palace doesn't have this information, and has no means to communicate with it. He wonders if this means it was born before the lunar god palace. He continues thinking, and concludes that even the current host of the crescent moon from the frostflower moon probably hasn't realized this. The girl screams that the halberd is opening its eyes again and tells her snake to protect her quickly. The snake rises and emits a sound. Meanwhile, the halberd starts glaring. The deer asks what the hell it's looking at. The halberd starts with its attacks again. Then, the protagonist moves and runs toward it. The girl watches and asks what he's trying to do, as he's leaving the protection of the supreme beast. Liang calls to the halberd to join him, but the attacks keep coming. He makes a hand gesture to protect himself. The halberd becomes even more furious when it sees that it's not hitting him. Liang talks about the sheath, the crescent moon of Frostflower, and asks if it's looking for it. The halberd's expression changes. The king says that in the name of the lunar butterfly goddess, he swears that within 3 years he will bring the sheath to it. In return, it will grant him a favor. The halberd continues watching and slowly begins to close its eyes until it closes, transforming into a stylized and abstract figure made of energy. The protagonist passes by this figure. The girl looks and asks if he passed through, and how it's possible, until the abilities begin to move around the weapon, mixing together. The girl wonders if he was accepted, as the abilities approach the king. The doe observes with her eyes shining, and says that now, indeed, the world will fall into chaos. Liang smiles. The girl can't believe it, as 10,000 beast tamers failed before because of the nature of the halberd. Once it forms a contract with someone, it can only be broken with the end of the contractor. And for the halberd to agree to form a contract, it means it believes this person is impossible to defeat, and that is the lunar king. The girl stands up and says she thinks that, in the end, this is the only way, and that her end should be the message she sent to the Black Moon cult. She screams for the king. Her snake begins to make attacking movements, emitting sounds. The protagonist looks back and says that this woman knows too much. Although he doesn't usually silence people, the snake continues attacking with its ability, but the doe swallows it and remains intact. The snake is attacked and eliminated, causing a great impact and an extremely strong aura. Liang thinks that the food he was giving her wasn't very effective. Meanwhile, the girl is severely wounded and begins to reflect on everything. She realizes that the doe isn't an innate supreme rank, but rather a descendant of an emperor, not to mention her ancestor. She picks up the stone and thinks that it can't be her end here, and this information is much more important, and someone must know about it. She will distract him, as it's not too late to flee. She activates her beasts and notices that the area hasn't been completely sealed, and if she stays away from the king, she should have a chance. Until someone takes the stone from her hand. She gets scared, and the doe notices and looks, realizing it was the butterfly that took it and handed it to the king. The protagonist says that in a field of supreme beasts, no one would notice a low-rank one. He asks if she disagrees. The girl says that, although it's too late, she finally understands why he is the lunar king. A very strong light is emitted, and she thinks it was an honor to fight against him. Meanwhile, outside, the woman calls for the Lord, and they notice that the king has left. He says that the serpent's seat has been eliminated, and that they should lift the blockade. Also, from now on, the halberd will belong to him. The news that the king acquired the halberd caused a great shock among all the lunar lineage forces. Meanwhile, in the southern region, in the Blue Moon's sacred sect, someone calls for the empress, saying that something terrible happened and that the halberd is with the protagonist. Kang responds that she already knows and says that the king is the moon's lover, the current holder of the lunar tome, and, by right, still. The girl says that she is also incredible, born as a 4-star beastmaster, with an emperor-ranked beast companion and eyes that can see through all the lunar light. The empress says that she is also curious about who the moon truly favors, and for the lunar god festival, let all qualified members of the sect withdraw. In the central region of the northern border, somewhere on the coast, the maid says that those two are about to arrive. The holiness asks if she thinks she will lose to the king again. The maid answers that, even if she were the last one remaining, she would never doubt it, and says that he will surpass the king and restore the Black Moon cult to its former glory. A voice says that they hope his plan won't disappoint them. The lunar star truck says that if they are eliminated in battle by the king, the clans will gladly submit to him. The Yellow Spring Road says that no one should challenge the gods, and she should know this. The holiness responds that the plan will succeed and tells them to go to the Lunar Academy, as they will wait for the Lunar God Festival and eliminate the king. In the Lunar Museum, Star Hall, a voice asks if the festival is near. The doe says that only when the moon is at its peak will the lunar god descend to them, and the last lunar festival was thousands of years ago. The protagonist replies that he knows and that he was hired by the director of the Imperial Beast Academy. When the festival starts, all Beastmasters will have to fight for the supreme lunar throne. The prizes from victories will allow the Beastmasters to grow at a staggering speed, leading to more battles for the throne. The festival will not end until someone ascends the throne or until others give up. Therefore, the festival will not end until the Empress Kang is defeated. Leang continues with the phone in his hand, saying that not only can the participants locate each other, but the director also asked for help to protect 2 of the participating students. The beast says he shouldn't worry too much, and that in 3 years, Kang won't be able to do anything against him. He also has a rare chance to obtain pages from the lunar tome. It's said that the owners of the pages can break the limits of contracts and sign with multiple beasts. The king wonders if he can do this with mere pages, and how the others can obtain pages when he already has the entire tome. The deer pushes him and tells him not to worry, just speak with the gatekeeper and ask for more time to walk around. She joins her hooves and says that if she were allowed to walk in the moonlight, she could help keep an eye on the 2 little ones. The beast opens one eye and realizes that the king is down. He stands up, complaining about an attack from a supreme rank. While checking his phone, he notices the information about the 2 students. He sees that one is Bai, and looks at her personal data. He says he thought she was a cat girl, but she's actually a tigress. He notes that the other is Yao, checks her status, and remarks that she is the emperor's daughter and a daughter of an empire, 2 problematic girls. He sends the data of both students to the deer, and she says Bai seems interesting and will take care of her. At dusk, Bai is pensive, sitting on a swing, and says that the halberd was easily acquired by the king, and she didn't even have time to dream about it. Jing tells her to go to the teaching area because an important announcement is scheduled for soon. The deer, hidden, watches them leave and wonders if this is the little half-blood from the White Holy clan, thinking the scent is memorable, but that she doesn't seem too intelligent. She notices drops falling on herself and wonders if it's raining. She thinks it's better to return quickly, as this kind of rain will significantly decrease her abilities. She then looks to the side and notices something approaching, causing an impact. A giant creature approaches the girls and says that it has found one of the 5 supreme targets, and they have 10 seconds to summon all their favored beasts, as it doesn't enjoy eliminating beastmasters with stealthy attacks. The deer watches and wonders if it's 7 stars, thinking that this guy is the favored beast of a 7-star master and is basically a testament to possessing an emperor. Elsewhere, a girl says they still have to go to the teaching area and asks what's going on. She notices a butterfly approaching her and asks if it's of low rank. The butterfly lands on her finger. The maid says it's a low-rank beast and that she shouldn't interact with it. Yao asks if she's following the king's rules again and what the problem is, suggesting that maybe the king secretly plays with them too. A voice approaches, asking if they're talking about the king. They look and find the antelope seat, saying that it also loves talking about him. She approaches. The maid asks who she is and tells her to leave them alone, asking if she can't see they're heading to a conference. The antelope says she'd love to join, but unfortunately has to deal with a child who only has a supreme rank cub. The maids look surprised. Bai wonders if it's the Black Moon cult. Meanwhile, at the Lunar Light Imperial Academy, in the teaching area, everyone is paying attention. Someone notices that Bai and Bai are missing. The Vice feels a bad premonition about this and tells everyone to pay attention to what she's about to say and affirms that after thousands of years, the Lunar God Festival is about to begin. In the beginning, promising beastmasters and great lineages will be chosen to fight as offerings to please the gods, and whenever they win, they are incredibly rewarded. The rules to determine the winner, until a voice says that the sacrifices will eliminate each other, and only one will remain. The winner will be the true king of this era. The Vice tells everyone to evacuate. Then a huge explosion happens. Kisaragi is thrown away and thinks this was a technique from a 7-star, and her supreme lunar veil can only protect her, but she's worried about the students. Around her, everything is broken, and the blonde asks what's going on. A floating circle smiles and says that his attack was absorbed. It was the Lunar King. He looks at someone and says that the Lunar King is watching, yet hasn't shown himself. The protagonist thinks that luckily, the last battle tripled the Lake Moon Shield's capacity, but it still took 40% of the shield, and if it had been before, everyone would have turned to dust. He almost forgot how long it's been since he's been this angry. People ask what's happening, and if the space is cracking, until a woman appears. 7 stars. The Vice thinks that a 7-star Beastmaster indicates that the enemy has at least one emperor. The Star Woman asks if this was really necessary, and if everyone has been eliminated. The Circle says the king couldn't care less about the lives of these insects. She says this is the territory of the Twin Moons, and their job is just to hold off the 2 vice presidents. The Vice listens and says to wait, asking if she's the one from the Watching Moon and Stars, saying that 5 years ago she traveled there as an exchange student and was lucky enough to see her in action. She asks why she attacked them. The Circle says she's practically one of them and asks what they should do. The Star Woman says they have 1 minute to evacuate all the innocent students, as after that, they will show no mercy. The students start running. Leang walks, fiddling with his phone, looks up, and asks if it's the fascinating moon, saying it's surprising they have the courage to show up there, even when an emperor didn't. He asks what makes them think they will leave alive. He activates his crescent moon. People look in surprise as the halberd with its weapon is about to attack. Then, the halberd attacks. The Vice realizes she can't tell friend from foe and wonders if she will eliminate everyone present. After powerful attacks, everything around is destroyed and covered in smoke. The Vice is lying on the ground, coughing, and wonders if she survived, thinking that, apparently, the king still cares for the lives of his people. The Circle and Fascinating Moon are injured and find it impossible to fight against the halberd, and even if they are eliminated, it's just a welcome gift to them. The Circle says, as a reminder, the Emperor is coming for him. Then, a light is emitted behind him, and moons form around the Star Woman. The halberd looks angrily around. Liang notices that after taking many attacks, the Lake Moon shield is at 4% and can no longer be used, and he thinks he has 3 seconds before the halberd attacks. If they don't stop now, they will be torn to pieces. He wonders what to do. Then, the halberd approaches and is attacked. The Fascinating Moon watches and, noticing, gets scared. Another explosion happens, causing big impacts. People observe and ask what this commotion is and if it's the king's favored beast. They notice there are 2 moons. A voice asks if she's crazy and why she used her ability to create a full moon for 5 minutes. The moon asks, even if she relies on the full moon transformation to save her life, if she thought about how serious the consequences would be. The Fascinating Moon apologizes and says she thought sacrificing herself would be good. The moon calls her foolish and says they are now against the king in a full moon. Then, attacks happen. They look scared as they face the giant rabbit. The moon asks if this is a supreme jade rancor. They realize the appearance of the halberd has also changed and ask if they will have to deal with both at the same time. Then, the halberd approaches and attacks the rabbit. They ask why she attacked her own ally. The halberd looks to the side. Meanwhile, Outside the Lunar Light Imperial Academy residence, the maids are scared. The antelope says she wonders if they'll last another minute and tells the gazelle about the evil gaze. Then, the beast attacks through the eyes, throwing the other beasts away, causing severe injuries and leaving them close to the end. Yao calls for the blue dragon eagle. Then, the eagle quickly approaches. The antelope asks if she finally called the little supreme rank and says it's interesting. Then, the eagle is attacked, and she says this beast is not from the lunar lineage and doesn't match its attributes, so it's stuck in its juvenile form. The maid calls her leopard and tells the princess to run to the black mist border, as she can be rescued once she gets there. The antelope asks if that's all they have. The gazelle starts emitting strong abilities, throwing the maids far away, and the leopard falls to the ground with B. Yao looks scared as she watches her opponent approach. The antelope asks if it's over. B realizes her hand is on the butterfly, then removes it, and the butterfly flies away. The beast starts to feel uneasy, and the opponent looks scared, trembling, and on the ground asks how a shimmering butterfly got there. She starts screaming, asking why. Yao asks if this butterfly saved her. Then she runs. The antelope lying on the ground thinks she can't be part of this operation anymore, and even though she's from the Black Moon cult, they're afraid of shimmering butterflies. Elsewhere, the two friends are watching in shock. The deer watches hidden and thinks that if that strong tyrant is there, it means the water emperor is there too, and if she ends the little one, she'll attract the big one. Meanwhile, the tyrant is counting down and has already reached 0, saying it's a shame because he gave them enough time, and they shouldn't blame him for this. He gestures with his hand, using his skill, emitting water, until smoke rises, and his abilities cause an explosion. However, the girls are protected by clouds. The tyrant says that this is not something the White Sage clan is capable of, and seems to have an unpredictable variable, and wants to know who it is. The girls look back and see the deer approaching with its cloud. Jing asks if it was her who saved them from the supreme rancor. The deer thinks that since she promised the king, she has no choice but to do things the hard way. She approaches the tyrant, looks around, and asks if the guy didn't come with him. The tyrant thinks she called the emperor that guy, and says that, according to the rules of the Twin Moon sect master, emperors don't appear, let alone this being just a battle of supreme ranks. The beast replies that she understands and doesn't have to worry, as she's actually the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. The tyrant claps his hands, using his battle technique under the deep sea, creating massive water attacks. The deer moves quickly away from the waters, while the creature continues attacking, but the deer dodges. The tyrant asks if she is an incorporeal being like him, and says that, in that case, he just has to use this. He gathers his abilities, causing a huge aura and an explosion. Then, everything becomes calm. The tyrant says she should be eliminated by now, but then notices something strange. Looking at the moon, he wonders what the woman is doing, changing the moon's phase without permission. He thinks that this is a region where many lunar beasts roam, and the effect on him, like a type of water, is significant. Luckily, he has already defeated the enemy. He walks and thinks he will ensure an explanation upon his return, until Longhair moves and calls out to him. The tyrant turns and is faced with the deer in a woman's body, asking if they should wait until the abnormal full moon disappears, and says that a full moon is unnecessary to defeat her easily. The tyrant approaches quickly and asks what she said, claiming he can still defeat her even with a full moon. The tyrant is hit and thrown far away, wondering how this is possible, as this power is far beyond that of a supreme rancor, and wondering if she is a descendant of an emperor, because she is an existence that not even a supreme rancor could dream of defeating. The deer says she didn't want to take advantage of the full moon. The tyrant looks and warns his master that the next move he makes needs a lot of care. Then, he is eliminated. The deer watches all the smoke and wonders if anyone saw her, while many people are looking at her, until she thinks that the one responsible for this and the king are there, and wonders what she should do. 3 minutes ago, in the teaching district, the halberd destroyed everything and is still in fury, until she notices something. The rabbit is surrounded by clouds above it, but then leaves, and she approaches to attack. However, he defends himself. The halberd continues trying to attack him. Then, an explosion happens. 3 people are walking, and a woman asks if they are sure this route won't be tracked by the Twin Moon sect. The holiness replies that they are underestimating her, and says she got this exclusive information from an undercover agent, so it's safe. Until an attack falls nearby. The rabbit and the halberd are fighting over the weapon. The 3 realize they've already been discovered by the king and tell each other to stay calm, as the situation is chaotic, and it might not be the king. Then the rabbit takes something from his mouth and the king's cloak flies, and he appears on top of the rabbit's ear. The three watch in shock. The protagonist says the names of the three. The Lost Moon Star becomes very nervous and unresponsive, saying she's just there as an escort for the holy son of the Black Moon cult, and has no intention of fighting him. The holiness shouts that he's there to declare war on him. Leang watches and asks, "Declare war?" The holiness says that on the next full moon night, after the festival begins, she will put an end to the battle of emperors and lead him to ruin with the legacy of the fallen followers. He thinks that, 3 years ago, the headquarters of the Black Moon cult was destroyed, and he also lost his eyes facing an incomparable being. And that day, he was just like today, staring at them with those eyes full of contempt, as if he were looking at an ant. This is the true nature of the Lunar King. The protagonist doesn't fully understand what he's saying and thinks he needs to find an excuse, and the halberd can't be suppressed now. He says the troubles of insects are boring to watch, but he can give them a chance. Though, for the price of provocation, he will order the twin moons to hunt them endlessly in the meantime. And if they manage to survive this, then he will join their game. He turns around and calls for the halberd. She grabs her weapon and causes a huge impact. 10 minutes later, the place is all destroyed with smoke, and a voice asks if the king is gone. The three are on the ground, on the verge of collapse. The Yellow Spring Path says that the halberd's strength is abnormal, and if it weren't for the Emperor's intervention, they wouldn't have survived. But this violates the rules, and they will be on the radar of the overlords of the Twin Moons Order, so they must separate and return. The Lost Moon Star sighs and replies that she'll have to blow her own brains out to escape the Twin Moons Order in the meantime. She thinks that, not to mention the power of the halberd, even the Tyrant of Heavy Rain, though a 7-star supreme, didn't even have a chance to escape. Even with the Lunar Beast Academy, there are still many mysterious individuals hiding. Liang walks and observes that the battle really ruined the academy, and wonders how the halberd and the pursuer can easily defeat a 7-star supreme being. He thinks that, even though he didn't eliminate any contracts, it seems he defeated a bunch of characters without even trying, until he hears someone approaching and is thrown far away. The deer says she just found a 7-star supreme and almost met her end, and the academy would have been flooded if it weren't for her. She wonders if she forgot to transform again. The protagonist puts his hand on her head and smiles, saying to follow him in the Twin Moons Order in the coming days, as he has matters to discuss with the sovereign. The deer wonders about the sovereigns, and asks if it's the legendary family meeting, and wonders if they're not going too fast. He is left confused. At the headquarters of the Twin Moons Order, on the floating island, a voice asks if the island is shaped after the legendary Silver Moon Emperor, and says it's a great enterprise, and the Twin Moons sect deserves to be compared to the sacred sect. Ju asks if they have forgotten why they are here, and says the treasures of the Great Western region are in the headquarters of the Twin Moons Order, and no matter the cost, he's going to get them today. In another place, Momo is surprised and asks if it's a bit too much, thinking that she thought this order was strict, but they've turned the place into a tourist attraction. She walks. Liang looks back and asks what a beast Master from the Southern Realms is doing there. The deer asks who he's talking about. She looks and recognizes the woman, saying that Ju has been talking badly about him online and was blackmailed when she sent a private message, so they can take the opportunity to forcefully capture her and make her apologize. The king wonders if they're some kind of gangsters and tells her to forget it, asking if she has anything she wants to do, thinking there's plenty of time before the moon ascends. The deer looks at the favored beast's food challenge and says she wants to participate. The protagonist places his hand on his face and thinks that the king's favored beast participating in a food challenge. How could he look at others if this leaks? She says they should go, as the registrations are closing. Liang looks and notices Momo is in line, saying that if she wins the grand prize, she'll be way ahead of the other candidates for sainthood. He wonders about the prize and looks beside him, where there's a sign saying the first prize is a liquid essence of crimson cherry, the second is a box with face masks, and the third is a hand cream container. Liang wonders about the absurd difference in rewards and wonders if the crimson cherry with pink eyes isn't the famous emperor from the eastern region, thinking there's a rumor that the crimson cherry roams the sky. But since the eastern region is off the communication grid, very few people know about it. He asks what kind of lunatic holds a competition where an emperor's essence is given as a prize. The deer asks if it wasn't the Twin Moons Order who organized this, and if it was to take revenge on the crimson cherry, explaining that the internet says the Twin Moons Order has been collecting a lot of butterfly-type beasts recently, and there has been much friction between them and the crimson cherry, and she thought he ordered this. He thinks this is impossible, and that his weak, shimmering butterfly doesn't need emperor-quality rations, but he's intrigued, and the lunar tome has also been upgraded with a good number of supreme beast icons unlocked, so maybe new features can be unlocked. The hostess is welcoming everyone to the Favored Beasts Food Challenge, presented by the Twin Moons Order, and thanks everyone for their enthusiastic entry. People comment that they're crazy to get involved in a conflict between the Twin Moons Order and the Sakura Order, and that the participants are either idiots or hired by the Twin Moons Order. Mooney says each competitor can summon up to 2 beasts, but this competition will use premium rations for supreme beasts as it's spicy, and only they can handle it. The attendants place the rations on the table, and the beasts don't like the smell. The deer looks longingly at the rations and stares intently. Ju says they don't need to try too hard, as she won't lose anyway, and summons her pink butterfly with a fire lineage and supreme rank, thinking that even for the Twin Moons Order, supreme rank is still rare. Until she looks and wonders why the guy is using a medium-ranked beast to compete and if he's trying to eliminate his own beast with spicy food. The king looks at her in front of him and thinks that even though she's only summoned a single supreme beast, since she's determined to win the prize, she must have something up her sleeve. And even though he has the halberd, he can't summon it here. But he has another idea. Momo glares at him. Then the hostess says there's only one round and it's limited to 10 minutes. She says to start. The game begins, and the butterfly starts devouring the rations, her expression not very good. The other beasts try to eat the ones on the floor, but find them terrible, while the deer is eating calmly. Ju looks and wonders if she's supreme rank, and if this is serious, if she's pretending to be a pig to eat on 2 crutches, and says that no matter what, she won't lose. 3 minutes later, the beasts that were eating the rations on the floor are defeated, and the amount consumed by the butterfly is 30 pieces, but she can't consume more. Momo realizes that her butterfly can't keep going for much longer, and looks indignantly at them, as the deer is eating calmly. The protagonist asks if she can still eat, and says she doesn't need to try so hard. She replies that it doesn't matter. Ju wonders how this is possible, as she shows no signs of exhaustion, and thinks that with her 4-star Beastmaster rank, she fears she won't be able to summon 2 supreme beasts for another 5 minutes. But to get the Emperor's essence, she'll win no matter what. So, he summons his green spirit from the moon's ghost, of lunar lineage, supreme ranker. The beast grabs the ration plate and swallows everything at once. The doe watches and asks if he won't get diarrhea eating like that. Momo says that the number of pieces has doubled and he will surely win. The hostess says it's the last minute of the competition, and the pieces consumed by the spirit are 72, while the pieces consumed by the doe are 34. Leang thinks the time has come. Then, he summons the moon of the lake. A blue aura consumes several of the foods. People ask what's going on and what happened, as hundreds of beast snacks disappeared in an instant. Momo can't believe it. Mooney says the competition is over and the winner is the Lunar King. Ju doesn't like the result. The hostess looks and tells the winner to go backstage to claim the prize. At dusk, Mooney says that His Holiness still has plenty of this essence in stock and asks if he wants all of it. The protagonist asks if he recognized him. The hostess says that at first, she only suspected due to rumors of him getting close to a white doe recently, but the suzerain awakened and ordered her to tell him to go to the main hall as soon as possible to discuss important matters, and that's when she officially identified him. He says that she woke up when the moon awakened. He opens the flask, smells it, until he feels something. Mooney calls for him. Then, the celestial type, Emperor class, Crimson Cherry, is unlocked, and he is rewarded with 50 shots, and the unlocking rules have changed. All lunar lineage beasts that come will have their icons unlocked. The Crimson Cherry with pink eyes is an Emperor class beast and is one of the 3 beasts of the blue sky, and its attack power is close to that of a suzerain. Liang wonders if it's close to a suzerain and thinks that this is no longer an ordinary Emperor-ranked beast. He places his hand on his face and wonders if it's still too early for the Twin Moons Order to start a war with the Crimson Cherry Order. In the main hall of the Twin Moons Order, the doe looks around and sees people lowering their heads and wonders if this is the true value of the king, until they walk and come across a portal. The protagonist enters and, when he looks, he encounters something sitting on the waning moon. The doe asks if this is a suzerain. Liang answers that it is the supreme ruler of the northern region, the sacred beast of the Twin Moons Order, and the guardian of the 12 lunar palaces, the suzerain, curved moon on the blue ocean. The suzerain says that he finally made up his mind, and the 3-year-long lunar festival has been postponed, waiting for his response, and that those old things in the west are becoming a hassle. The entities aren't happy about it. The king watches and thinks that in his memories he was waiting for an opportunity, but it slipped his mind when he arrived, and says that this is why he's there and the lunar god festival is almost ready to start. But first, he has a question. Then, he asks how to win the Emperor battle. The suzerain asks if it's by Emperor rank and clarifies that during the Lunar God Festival, he won't be able to act. The protagonist says that he's not sure, but believes that the Black Moon cult will do something. The suzerain asks about the Black Moon cult and tells him not to joke around, saying that he is the miracle of the moon, so he shouldn't waste breath on trivial matters. Liang thinks that he's not joking, and really is the beastmaster of a star and can't handle an emperor. The suzerain throws something and says it's the proof of the Northern King, the lunar god relic, and as soon as he puts on the ring, the lunar god festival will officially begin. However, to put on the ring, he realizes he will have to remove the other one, so he takes it off and puts it on, and a strange movement begins, emitting a strong light, and in his head, the city passes. And a notification says that the Lunar God Festival ceremony is about to begin. Lunar God relic detected, Northern Region representative identified, and an error is detected again, and the lunar tome holder detected, and his privileges increased, and he can hide his identity as the owner of the lunar tome, and asks if he wishes to do so. The king wonders where he is, and if he's been teleported, until he notices his photo and data as the Northern representative. He thinks to give his identification number and notices the suzerain pattern. Curved moon on the blue ocean, supreme pattern, sunken moon crescent star, and emperor pattern, devourer of clouds, pursuer of the moon. The protagonist thinks that the most important thing right now is that his weak kingdom cannot be exposed, or he will get into trouble when the Lunar God Festival begins, and it would be better to use a stronger pattern. Then, he continues observing the notifications. Elsewhere, someone approaches and says that the moon will not set because the night is eternal.
The lady sits, and someone says they haven't seen her in a long time and approaches, saying the lunar festival is beginning. Shogetsu observes while a little girl stands there yawning. The pink-haired woman says it's been a long time, the Western King. The little girl climbs on the chair, leans, and falls asleep, until blue hair moves, and a woman approaches, asking if they are all women, and says it's boring. The lady asks what someone from the Eastern Ice Tribe is doing here, and says that a being not from the lunar lineage would only stain the purity of the moonlight. The blue-haired woman replies that, since there's a lunar god relic, there's no reason not to participate. They all sit, but one chair remains empty. The blue-haired woman asks why not everyone is there. The pink-haired woman says that only the representative is missing, and it must be the king. The little girl says he caused a scene 3 years ago and kept the full moon for an entire month. The lady says he only barks and doesn't bite. Then someone approaches, and they all look. A woman appears. The blue-haired one is confused. The pink-haired woman asks if it's right and thinks about the lunar king and says it's not him. The pink-haired woman complains, asking how the northern representative is not the lunar king. The lady says that it seems the king is nothing special, and there are better candidates than him in the north. She observes that the woman has no reaction and wonders if she's not associated with the king. The protagonist thinks she's cute and wonders why she's so disgusting. He thinks the curved moon's human form confused them all. Apparently, the authority of the lunar tome is much more than the lunar god relic. After thousands of years, the lunar god festival is about to begin again, and the winner will be decided among the kings. But before the brutal final battle, it seems the god wants to have a little more fun. So they need to choose the strongest champions, and if even this champion is defeated, the kings are forbidden from attacking each other, and the king will be disqualified if they personally interfere and attack the champions. Lastly, it is prohibited for a favored beast of the suzerain rank to be an official champion, and the favored beast must belong to their side. Otherwise, the selection process will repeat. Now, all the kings must announce their official champion. The protagonist wonders if there's any other choice besides the favored beasts of the Twin Moons Order and thinks that he has a good disguise, but he still has to expose himself at the beginning of the game. The Eastern region says they have a good disguise, but still have to reveal their cards at the start of the game. A notification arrives saying that the exclusive champion of the Eastern region has been confirmed. Celestial lineage, Emperor rank, Crimson Cherry with pink eyes. Liang wonders if they're using an emperor of that level and thinks this must mean she has a much more terrifying beast. Then, a notification announces that the exclusive champion of the Central region has been confirmed. Lunar lineage, Emperor rank, fall of the full moon. The king thinks it's a famous lunar beast. The Western region says it's problematic. Then, it's notified that their beast is of lunar lineage, Emperor rank, first-generation white saint. The protagonist is surprised and thinks it's an ancestor of the White Sage, Saint Clan, and their strength should not be inferior to a sovereign level. The other kings look at each other, and it is announced that they have 1 minute left to choose. The pink-haired woman stares at him. Liang thinks that, anyway, what happens if they choose an emperor who used to be in the north, but now their whereabouts are unknown? And it's even better if it's related to him. He thinks he knows now and will use all 100 shots. The book begins to flip through looking for a favored imperial beast, then stops at the Cloud and Dream Alliance, emperor rank, lunar lineage. The system notifies that 10,000 years ago, the Cloud and Dream Alliance was the guardian of the White Doe Palace, and when the moon was shattered, their level dropped from suzerain to emperor. In this state, they await the day when the moonlight will converge again to awaken. And the second piece of information is that in the 12 lunar palaces, the 12 pieces of the butterfly god lineage puzzle, the only guardian is the lord of the 9th palace of the archer. So there are only 5 seconds left, and if no choice is made, they will be disqualified. The third piece of information, the direct descendant of the Cloud and Dream Alliance is called the Devourer of Clouds and the Pursuer of the Moon, Emperor level, who can advance to suzerain level after obtaining the obsidian fragment. Then the countdown begins to choose. And the fourth piece of information was determined that the Cloud and Dream Alliance is on the same side as the host, and can be used as the exclusive champion in the Lunar God Festival. Then, the countdown is at 1. The exclusive champion of the northern region has been confirmed. Lunar lineage, Emperor rank, Cloud, and Dream Alliance. Leang thinks it's surprising and wonders if they didn't choose a beast from the Twin Moons Order and what happened to Kang's champion, and if it's supreme rank. Then, the system notifies that the champion of the southern region has been confirmed. Lunar lineage, supreme rank, Crescent Moon Sheath, Narima, and the 5 exclusive champions have been confirmed, and the Lunar God Festival will begin soon. Then, teleportation is initiated. The sleepyhead notices something and asks if it's the Cloud and Dream Alliance and says it's impossible, until a light is emitted. The king appears in another location. The suzerain calls him and asks if he felt that, saying that just a few seconds ago, the Lunar Festival began. She tells him to go and fight for the throne. The protagonist turns around and says he should prepare anyway, and will call the day closed. The suzerain says that by the time she sees him again, the Lunar God Festival will probably already be over. He continues on his way, and she says she hopes that by then their agreement will be finished. She asks if he really asked how to defeat the Holy Sun, who is just an insect, and says he's confused about his own power, questioning the choice of the lunar tome and fearing other emperors. Apparently, his memories are finally returning, and what will be the reaction of the members of the lunar palaces? She's looking forward to it. Then, in another location, a great aura is being emitted. People watch, frightened, and ask what's happening, saying to look, that the moon is turning red, and realize that the symbol of the moon appears in their hands. They ask if it's some kind of apocalypse. In another location, the maid says the festival has started. The empress can't believe it, and says that the lunar king was the answer given by the moon, and in that case, asks if she wouldn't just be a fool. The maid says she once mentioned that when the Lunar God Festival began, it would make all the sect disciples give up the competition. Kang looks and says she changed her mind and orders that the competitors be set aside in the clan now, and that the 5 leaves participate in the next elimination competition, which will be held in the northern region. She grabs the towel and says she will go there personally, and needs to figure out what's going on with the king and that moon. The maid tells her to wait and asks if she's sending all 5 leaves as sacrificial pawns, and says that it's a full moon in the northern territory, and the elimination competition will happen there, an emperor battle. In another location, something is on top of the houses and shows that the doe has grown in size, and the king is on top of her. He descends and thinks that the number of supreme beings hiding around the academy has suddenly gone out of control, and it seems that the disciples of the Twin Moons Order have gathered there, until a voice calls him saying that he finally returned and that justice must be brought. The woman shows the cell phone and says that the emperor suddenly declared war on their side. The protagonist takes the cell phone and observes. He says they are going to wipe out all the academy competitors. Liang realizes that he's declaring war on the academy and is still trying to test him and sent the 5 leaves to hinder his purpose, and says there's no reason for concern and will have the Twin Moons take care of it and will rest. Then just send a list of the forces participating in the event. A few hours later, Liang's beasts are all sleeping on his bed while he's sitting reading, and notices that the Lunar God Festival was initiated by the Bayou Empire, but as a collateral consequence of the curved moon on the blue ocean, there shouldn't be any disadvantage for him. The spiritual moon sect and the fall of the moon are both old friends and are probably just there to join in the fun, and the Crescent Moon Court and the Celestial Scales Organization are small forces that showed to be favorable to the Twin Moons Order and can be ignored for now. Lastly, this is the problem. 5 leaves. He adds that the candidate, the saint of the temple, already possesses 2 supreme beings, and there's no way to know the true power of a saint. Maybe even the halberd or the doe can't fight against one, and he'll have to leave this to the 12 moons. He sits on the bed, saying he's exhausted and thinks that now with the doe, the halberd, and also the lunar rabbit, which is temporarily invincible under the full moon, he can't be considered weak.
But the next enemies he'll face are genuine emperors, and with what he has now, he won't be able to make it to the end of the Lunar God Festival unless there's a miracle. The only way to survive is to get the lunar obsidian fragment from the White Doe Palace. The protagonist notices something. The doe doesn't take off the crystal when she goes to sleep, and he decides to help. So he takes it off and lies on the bed until he opens his eyes and wonders why he woke up in the middle of the night, until he notices something strange. The doe is in her human form, without clothes, leaning against him. He is left speechless and wonders if she transformed because he took her crystal off, thinking that she won't eliminate him when she wakes up. He looks at her while she sleeps, until the doe opens her eyes and realizes he's looking at her closely. Leang smiles and jumps up, startled. The doe touches her own head and asks where her necklace is. The protagonist realizes that now she's noticed she's without it, and answers that it's on his desk. She looks startled and lies back down on the bed. He asks if she's not angry that he took the necklace without permission. The doe says she will put it back later, so there's no reason to be angry, and that he seems nervous, asking what happened. Leang says that she doesn't find it embarrassing, being in this situation. The doe doesn't understand. The king wonders if she's used to not wearing clothes. She asks what's so embarrassing. He's nervous to answer and says that she's more beautiful in human form, to the point that he can't handle it. The doe looks a little embarrassed and blushes. He wonders if that's what makes her embarrassed. The next day, the doe wakes up, and the king, by the window, notices that she's awake. The doe looks at him and says that she doesn't understand why he's been so tense since then, and that he seems different today, like he's very relaxed and happy. The protagonist thinks that until now, he's been acting like a king, and hiding the truth and defeating the enemy made him nervous. But after yesterday's episode, he's calmed down and says it's thanks to her. The doe doesn't say anything for a moment. Liang says they should prepare for the first battle of the Lunar God Festival and thinks he's found a way to defeat an emperor. She says she hasn't done anything and is going out to have some fun. He tells her to put on clothes. Then the two observe from above, and the king gets curious about when he took her necklace and asks if he didn't take it off yesterday, and she seriously asked where it was. The doe says it was left by her mother, so that's why she asked quickly where it was, and that her transformation was only a result of an impending full moon and a lack of control over her lineage. She asks what heat has to do with this, and why he brought her here, as she thought they were preparing for battle. The king says that this building is the tallest within the academy, with a view over the entire institution, including the location of the Elimination event, and that he's going to face the emperor there. She says there's no one here. The protagonist says he'll test if he can communicate with the gods and calls for the flash butterfly. The doe watches, curious about this type of test, as he's just releasing a butterfly. Liang points his finger and tells her to look again. She looks, surprised by the number of butterflies flying, and he explains that the flash butterflies are used only for recognition, but they also have a specialty. They like to gather with others of their kind, and every time their flash goes out, it takes a swarm of wild flashes with it, so no one can figure out which one is hers. The doe approaches, frightened, and notices they've disappeared, asking what he did. The king replies that it's a secret, and tells her to wait until the full moon night when she'll find out. The doe says she won't sleep with him until then, until the signature arrives, completed successfully. The protagonist thinks that, using the limited contract trick in the lunar, he managed to attract over 1,000 flash butterflies all at once, and he's far from reaching his limit. And since the gods love miracles, he wonders if offering even more spectacular miracles will make them appear. Meanwhile, the doe remains sulking until she hears someone talking about the messy, stinky place. People walk by and a voice says it can't believe they can't find a 3-star Beastmaster. The Saint Maiden says it's the boy entering Kikugetsu and asks why the empress sent them there. The Plum Moon responds that she has her reasons, without mentioning that if it weren't for the king, the Moonbeast Academy would be insignificant. The blonde says, anyway, it's annoying, until she notices 2 eyes and gets scared, thinking a powerful being is staring at her.
The Peach Moon says she can feel it faintly, and that this isn't an enemy they can face and must be the strongest of the Twin Moon's order, so they shouldn't look at him. Meanwhile, the doe is observing from above until she hears the king saying they're worthy of the power of the sacred sect, and that they have many supreme beings with them. He questions if their power compared to an emperor's isn't better than a dog's. The doe responds that he's been reading too many novels and says that an emperor battle rarely happens, maybe once every 2 years. Liang asks if she's still angry and calls her to make up. He watches her and thinks not to blame him for resorting to an eliminatory move and calls her, saying she managed to capture his interest. The doe turns around angrily. The king asks if she's afraid he'll spread the news about the novel she was reading. The doe responds that yes, and that she could easily eliminate him.
The protagonist coughs and tells her to come closer. She asks why, and he says he wants to tease her, and if she dares refuse, he'll spread the rumor all over the academy. She gets embarrassed and approaches slowly. Leang gets nervous and says he was just joking. Then, she runs toward him. He looks scared. The doe falls on top of him and gets close. The king gets embarrassed, and the doe whispers something in his ear. Then, she moves away and says he always takes advantage of others' weaknesses, and that it's annoying. She stands up and says she's going back to the moon pavilion. Then, she jumps and disappears quickly. The protagonist thinks she ran off fast and wonders if she really cares about that stupid threat, and thinks he can't understand her shyness, until someone jumps behind him and asks if he's being bothered. Leang turns his back and says to go ahead and speak, thinking it's the right time, because he wouldn't know what to do. The woman with the rabbit mask says that they severely injured the holy son of the black moon, but he still managed to escape. The king responds that it's fine and that he just needs to wait for the full moon, thinking that it's natural that they weren't easily defeated, considering they have the black moon's legacy. Then, the woman leaves, and he calls for the moon on the lake. Then, a strong aura appears around the weapon. The protagonist says for the crescent moon to make a deal and asks for her power on the full moon night. In exchange, he will provide information about the sheath. The weapon starts emitting a strong light around it, and the halberd closes her eyes. Then, she opens them, emitting a strong light. The holy maidens realize it's in that direction again. While up above, the halberd grabs her weapon, and an aura is emitted around. Liang feels relieved, grabs his book and says, "Lunar tome, spend 30 draws and discover information about the supreme ranked favorite beast." The book starts flipping, and the system notifies that, due to insufficient host authority, some information will be hidden. It shows lunar, supreme rank, crescent moon, ice flower unlocked, with premium information. The first is that 7 chords is the greatest creation, and all 7 are weapon-type favorite beasts. The second is that one of them has a different main ability, but all of them have the characteristic of allowing their master to temporarily improve. The third is that after defeating the guardians of the 12 lunar palaces 20,000 years ago, Sking and Frost were severely injured and fell asleep. While Sking woke up, Frost is still in a sleep state. Then, a notice appears that the host is not qualified to fight against the sovereign of the eastern region, the forest department. The host must hire at least one emperor-ranked favorite beast to meet the basic survival requirements in the eastern region. The king thinks he'll have to take the sheath back from them and says that Frost's location is in the eastern region. The halberd says nothing, and the protagonist states that to recover them, they need to face the queen of the celestial frost forest. The halberd closes her eyes, walks, and clenches her fist. Liang thinks that the truth is that the current position of the Twin Moons Order is completely unable to fight against the celestial frost forest's feathered queen, and that the opponent is tens of thousands of times more frightening than the emperor he faced 3 years ago. But somehow, seeing the crescent moon's current state of despair, he looks and says that for this, he needs 3 years. He asks for 3 years, and after that, he will defeat the queen of the celestial frost forest. The halberd just watches him and doesn't say anything. The king wonders what he just said, and if she would believe him if he said that. The halberd doesn't respond at that moment. Later, she says that in ancient times, they, the 7 chords and the butterfly moon goddess, were always at odds, and she always held hostility toward him. The protagonist watches surprised, and the halberd thanks him, saying that even if it's only for a moment, he allowed her to have a brief dream. Liang clenches his fist and wonders if she really can communicate, and that the injury was supposed to irritate him. He thinks that if it weren't for her, he would have been hurt in pieces many times, and to forget, since what's done is done, and there's no point in pursuing it. She walks, and says that no matter what happens, she will keep this dream alive as long as she can, and asks if it becomes a reality, will she give herself to him. The halberd responds that the days of divine rivalry ended long ago, and if he retrieves the sheath for her, a true union will not be out of the question. But if he wants to reproduce, he won't be able to do it without the sheath. The king realizes she's unexpectedly serious. Meanwhile, in the academy's welcome hall, Kikugetsu is irritated, asking what the girl said and if she can say it again. The girl asks if she's deaf and says she told her to go back where she came from. Besides, the emperor already declared war on them, so it's fine to spread the ashes of all of them. Kikugetsu gets even more irritated, but someone covers her mouth from behind. The peach moon covers her mouth and says she can eliminate her, but not to insult her, because the girl is a descendant of Azure. She then warns to be careful with what comes out of her mouth, because even the emperor won't be able to save them. She asks if she's the 7th princess of the Bua Empire and says that, although she has the body of a saint, she's still 10 years younger to fight against them. Kikugetsu realizes that, in fact, this girl has the body of the sacred moon, which is a rare physique, 1 in a million, and can bring out the full power of a lunar-favored beast. The 7th princess responds that whether they can win or not is up for debate, but this cozy building is sponsored by the Empire, and says she already told them they can't stay there. The Peach Moon tells her not to tempt fate. The girl smiles and starts using her ability, creating great smoke. A voice says that before the tournament begins, if the 5 leaves make a strike, they will be disqualified. Then, the woman with the rabbit mask tells the princess to let them in, as it's the king's wish. The Peach Moon says she's one of the 12 disciples of the Twin Moons Order. The rabbit woman repeats for her to let them in. The 7th princess thinks for a moment and says she understands. Then, inside the hall, the girls enter, and the 7th princess asks which seat she occupies among the 12 disciples of the moon. The rabbit woman answers that it's the 2nd seat and asks why. The girl asks if this is the level of the 2nd seat and says that the 12th seat is probably a little better than her own, and that if she becomes the 1st seat in 3 years, she'll be qualified to challenge the 4th phase of the moon. And if she hadn't been born 3 or 4 years late, she would have been able to make the strongest lineage in the world with the Lunar King. The rabbit woman says that she will then wait for the day she can fight by her side. They walk, and the rabbit woman thinks she's an arrogant little brat, and that in the competition the day after tomorrow, they will know the true strength of this sacred lunar body. The night before the full moon, everything is calm, and people with hoods walk by. The moon fox is hidden behind a tree and says the guards are so weak that she can't even feel them, and asks if the people are enjoying the fun. Autumn Without Waves says it's better for her to be careful, as they are in the northern region, and they might be watched. The moon fox asks if he didn't also accept the Black Moon cult's commission out of curiosity, and who he thinks will win in the end. She says she can't imagine what the king's favored beast is like, and if he can really handle an emperor, and asks why he's saying nothing. Autumn Without Waves responds that being in the realm of a 1-star beastmaster is exactly what makes the Lunar King so terrifying, and asks if she knows the difference between a vessel and an apostle. The moon fox asks if he's talking about divine agents. Those who can never lose in their lifetime are the apostles, and those who are defeated are the vessels, because once they fail, they no longer have the qualifications to be observed by the gods. Autumn Without Waves responds that her theory isn't wrong, and explains that apostles are indeed more powerful than vessels, but their value is not determined by the final result. He adds that, according to the ancient records of the Yellow Springs Path, the most direct difference between vessels and apostles is that vessels believe they have received guidance from the gods, just like when you obtain the main mission in the game. Most of the divine agents in the world are vessels, and apostles are very rare, and their accounts reveal that they've already seen the gods in their dreams, as if they've become part of the gods themselves. And he asks if she knows what the Lunar King said back then, and says that to this day, he shudders when he remembers those words, and that, in fact, he said, "Meanwhile, in another place, a faint light appears a little further away. The protagonist watches until something strange starts, turning into a tremendous explosion. Someone coughs. The antelope says that this strike slightly damaged her life, and she thinks he couldn't block it. She says that the black whale did a good job, and thanks to him, she got close to the king. The mentor asks what comes next and how they are going to get out of there. The lady asks, "Leave?" and says she just defeated the king, and from now on, the gods and the moon will be taking care of her. Then, she notices something and gets scared. Smoke moves, and Leang is still alive at the top of the tower, saying that the moon in the lake did a good job and calls for the crescent moon. Then, the halberd approaches, and he tells her to open her eyes. The halberd gets into attack position while the antelope watches, frightened, placing her hands on the ground, emitting a large aura around her, and quickly leaving the location. The mentor desperately calls her, and wonders how she dares leave him and her favored beasts to flee alone. Meanwhile, her beast uses its evil eye technique, emitting a large red aura around. The king makes a move, raising his hand up and then lowering it, emitting a strong ability, defeating them immediately. Meanwhile, the lady, elsewhere, is leaning against a tree and says she's escaped hundreds of miles and must be safe there until she notices something. She looks back and sees a strong light approaching and defeating her. Elsewhere, Momo says the Elimination tournament is about to begin and is very excited. She thinks there are tens of millions of viewers online, which is hundreds of times more than usual, and the list of the Lunar King's favored beasts will be revealed today. A girl asks if the starting time is a little early since the full moon is still some time away. Her partner responds that that's right, and how can they unleash their full potential if it's not the full moon? The Peach Moon says that winning or losing is irrelevant to the whole Lunar God Festival, much less to the competition. As long as they can witness the Emperor battle today and return alive, that will be enough. She thinks that, although the match is just a prelude, it would be nice if these brats were eliminated there, because letting them continue to grow might affect the outcome of the festival. Then, a voice announces, since they have come to the elimination contest, Keeper will go over the rules with them. First, competitors must be under 20 years old. Second, they must summon their favored beast before the battle begins, and cannot summon anything after the battle starts. Third, both parties in a match may forfeit without penalty, and this will not remove their eligibility for the Lunar God Festival. Fourth, it is forbidden to attack the audience or the Beastmaster, and now it will officially begin, and everyone is free to challenge any of the participants. The seventh princess approaches and says she's ready and asks if she can get on stage. The presenter responds that she cannot because the full moon has not appeared yet, and she will help the Lunar King defeat the Emperor. The protagonist watches the attacks and thinks that the battle has started, but the real threat hasn't arrived yet. There are several powerful auras approaching. They must be the Emperor-ranked favored beasts, and they are there to witness the Emperor battle tonight between him and the Black Moon cult. Someone approaches and asks if he can feel that. Leang asks if she's referring to the Emperors. The halberd responds that no, and that she meant the gods are already taking care of him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, several fights are happening, causing impacts. A beast opens its enormous mouth in battle, with a terrifying aura around it, while the opponent laments for his favored beast. He notices that the moon symbol on his hand is disappearing. Kikugetsu says that this battle was so loud it woke her up, and asks how many matches this makes with high-ranking favored beasts. The girl responds that it's the fifth. The blonde stretches and asks if it's not time for their turn and says that Brat won't do anything. She jumps into the arena and asks if it's okay to eliminate some other brats from the Empire. The seventh princess complains that it's her and runs to the presenter, but she says it's not the right time until an old man arrives and says to leave it to him. He says that the chrysanthemum moon saint is only the fourth among the 5 leaves, so it's a waste of time for the seventh princess to handle her, and they can leave it to him. 5 minutes later, the old man and his beasts are defeated, and the blonde, with her beasts, is unharmed. She asks if that's the best he's got, and says that this meager amount of animal power as a reward for the victory is nowhere near the same as what she gains in 3 or 4 days of meditation. The presenter watches, surprised, and says that she can't, and there's still some time left. The seventh princess says she will just stall a little, and fears that if she delays further, the sacred sun of the Black Moon will arrive. Kikugetsu asks if she's sure she wants to fight her seriously. The seventh princess responds that the full moon is approaching, and there won't be time if she doesn't do it now. So how can she miss the chance to shut her up? The blonde looks furious until someone taps her shoulder. The peach moon says to switch. Kikugetsu says she's just a child, and asks why she's taking this on herself. She looks at her partner and wonders if she wants to accidentally eliminate the child here so there won't be any more problems. She says that, even though she's the leader of the 5 leaves, she's not being too arrogant. The peach moon glances at her. The blonde steps back, and her partner thinks something is wrong with this child, and that the 5 leaves cannot be eliminated before the Lunar God Festival, and she needs to ensure that personally. The seventh princess says it's a wise choice, and would have dealt with the weakling in the blink of an eye. The blonde gets irritated, and the child says that if it's her, they can play a little longer. Then a light is emitted, and the peach moon summons her beasts, the lunar and the 6 leaves peach. She asks if she won't summon her favored beasts, or if she's afraid, and will withdraw from the competition. The seventh princess responds that her companion is a little congested, so it might take a while. The blonde in the audience asks how this works. The peach moon says it's fine, and she can feel free to do so. Then, there's complete silence. The seventh princess opens her hand with something and swallows it. Kikugetsu asks what happened with the drugs, and says that this is a failure. The peach moon says that this pill isn't an effort type, but one that aids cultivation, and its effects aren't strong. The girl in the audience says she's stuck in her realm and wants to make a breakthrough before the battle. The seventh princess widens her eyes with a breakthrough in the 4-star realm. The girl says that after reaching 4 stars, she will be able to fully utilize the power of a supreme-ranked favored beast, but at this level, it's still impossible to defeat the 6-star Peach Blossom Saint. The child says it's fine and that's enough. Then, she summons her beast, the radiant soul of the radiant moon, and her crescent moon song. The peach moon asks if she thinks she can really beat her using this, and says that it's not like when she shows signs of defeat. Someone powerful from the BUA Empire will intervene to keep her qualified. The child looks and starts laughing, saying that they from the southern region really don't know anything about the sacred lunar body, and not to worry, because they'll soon understand the difference between them. Then, she attacks. The peach moon looks startled as her opponent's beast approaches and attacks, causing a big impact. The blonde in the audience looks and asks if this is still the strength of a 4-star supreme rank and says that she hasn't even used her battle techniques yet. Her partner beside her says, "And what's the rush? It's only the beginning." However, the peach moon manages to defend herself, but her opponent's beast keeps attacking. The people in the audience cover their ears because the noise is too loud. The peach moon closes her eyes and then opens them, asking if this was enough. Her beast attacks her opponent's beast, throwing it far away and causing a big impact. The fallen beast on the ground starts screaming, gets up, and attacks. The circle cracks, but then the floating water approaches. The opponent approaches, and the floating water forms a circle of water and pierces it, causing great pain to her opponent and eliminating her. The people in the audience ask if it's over and comment that it was brutal. Kikugetsu, satisfied, says that this is the Peach Moon Saint, who is at the peak of 6 stars, and that no matter how exaggerated the sacred lunar body is, it can't cross the gap of the realm, and the match is over. Then, bubbles float, and the floating water starts bursting, but suddenly, the Peach Moon is injured. She is then hit by an explosion. The blonde can't understand. The Peach Moon, wounded, doesn't understand what's happening and wonders how her opponent reflected the attack of the moonlit floating water. Her small figurine approaches her to heal the wounds and protect her with a shield. The blonde feels relieved. The Peach Moon realizes that the moonlit floating water is temporarily out of service, so she will let the lunar spirit test the waters a little. She analyzes the lunar spirit, realizes that the panel's power is extremely explosive, and it won't be easy to stop it. Then, she attacks with her ball. The opponent, who was attacked, moves and gets up, ready to attack again. The Peach Moon can't understand how this beast is still alive. Then, the mermaid and the ball attack at the same time. The ball ends up cracking. The Peach Moon thinks that a favored beast being eliminated and reviving so quickly makes no sense and wonders if the sacred lunar body can do such a thing. The 7th princess asks if it's not already time to start for real and says that this game is about to end. The full moon is approaching. Then, the mermaid roars and gets into an attack position. The blonde in the audience says that it's true the full moon gives the lunar-favored beast a big boost in strength, but this is ridiculous. The Peach Moon wonders if it's possible that her sacred lunar body can transcend 3 full stars during a full moon night. Elsewhere, a voice asks if they can see it. The protagonist says that then it is possible for someone in the 4-star realm to challenge a 7-star supreme. The sacred lunar body is truly extraordinary. He continues from the highest point of the academy and says that this child has not released any pets other than supreme class ones and seems to be different from the waning lunar body. Beasts affected by the sacred lunar physique don't have the ability to fight at different levels. Meanwhile, in the arena, the mermaid continues furious. She flicks her tail, causing a huge impact. The Peach Moon tries to defend herself but is thrown far away and wonders why she isn't attacking her and what she's planning.
The mermaid moves quickly. 2 hooded people say she's so arrogant because she has the sacred body of the moon, but at this level, she's still far from being qualified to intervene in this battle. One of them moves his hand quickly, using his skill and defeating the mermaid until a phone shuts off. Momo becomes desperate because the live stream was at its best part and her dream of becoming an internet celebrity is ruined. She looks around and asks if everyone's phones were destroyed in this attack. She looks and asks what the hell this is. The rabbit jumps on the ground. The hooded man calls out for Tinta. Then, a large impact happens and his rabbit arrives at the scene. The Jade Mace says it looks like a lunar rabbit and asks whether it's male or female. Then mentions she thinks they can't communicate and it's not fun. He uses his black mana and transforms it into a mace. The white rabbit becomes furious and starts emitting a sound, quickly approaching his opponent, causing a massive explosion. The hooded man says the time is coming. He smiles and watches, while on top of a building, Corsa asks what they will do now. The Lunar King replies that the rabbit's regenerative ability under the full moon is even more outrageous than that present in the sacred body of the moon. Corsa looks surprised, and the halberd doesn't quite understand. Elsewhere, someone raises their hand and it's the Thunder Princess, releasing her power and destroying houses and everything around her. Mists move and a barrier appears. The girls look scared. Keeper says it's a good thing there's a barrier already prepared by the Emperor ranks of the Twin Moons Order. She looks to the side where the king is and is surprised, asking what's happening there. The Black Moon cult can't believe that. Even with an attack of this magnitude, it didn't make the king summon his emperor. Sue observes and thinks that this was terrifying, wondering if the moon's protection on the lake, which was able to defend against even the indiscriminate attacks from the halberd, was drained by a single attack from the Thunder Princess. The halberd says to let her do it. She moves high up, releasing many particles and attacking the opponents. The Black Moon cult warns to be careful, saying they're counterattacking. The Thunder Princess grabs her spear and uses her ability, which transforms into the twin moons, and they say they've heard it was known as the supreme rank of the strongest weapon type, an ancient relic that survived from ancient times until today, and it's a shame they were born too late. Otherwise, they would have been in that era. They observe a strong light approaching and attacking them. The people in the arena observe the massive mana in the sky. The Black Moon cult starts coughing and grumbling, until they look surprised to see more attacks approaching and say they must block this quickly. The Thunder Princess uses the barrier as the attack hits everything around them, destroying everything. Momo becomes scared and places her hand over her face. Then, still in the same place, she removes her hand from her face and notices the surrounding destruction, and the Thunder Princess's barrier was pierced. The particles from the ability in the sky move, approaching the halberd again. Leang thinks that combat skills are not limited, and it's just a weapon, wondering if maybe the complete form of joining with the queen isn't a halberd. The Peach Moon says it was surprising. Just one attack was enough to seriously injure 3 supreme beings of the Black Moon's sacred sun, until she hears that it's not surprising the Kang Emperor couldn't win. And it's the little girl passing by on the stretcher saying that this is the strongest power of the Lunar Beastmaster's lineage. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Crescent Moon says he better not relax, as this last attack, even under the full moon, can only be used once. The Lunar King says it's enough, and that it's her time to step onto the stage now and try her best to hold the entire enemy team. Corsa says he really knows how to make unreasonable requests. Sue moves her hand to let the butterfly approach and says it's time to prepare for the imminent battle of the emperors. Meanwhile, the Black Moon cult is coughing and cleaning the wound and says it's been a while since the last time they felt the pain of a favored beast being eliminated in battle, thinking the last time was that full moon night 3 years ago. And that day, they suffered at the hands of those cold-blooded young ones with white hair, like a damned dog, believing it will be different this time. He laughs loudly and says, whether or not he's the representative of the northern region at the Lunar Festival, the most important thing is that he's sick, and says they're so sick that they forgot a lot of things, asking if they remember what was said, why he spared him, and what happened after he fainted that day, and how the northern region lost a third of its territory in that battle because one of the important gods, a companion, is missing and was abandoned by the gods. Leang places his hand on his head and thinks that suddenly his head hurts, and he has no memory of what this guy is talking about and doesn't even have memories of his predecessor. Anyway, the enemy is in front of them, and they can't waste energy on useless distractions until he looks around, surprised, observing everything around him destroyed and thinking he doesn't know what she looks like under the full moon, and that if he could get a 3-on-1, it would be good. Meanwhile, in the arena, the painted rabbit is holding the mace and observing the surroundings. The white rabbit emerges from behind the smoke. The painted rabbit says the regeneration was quick and that this is going to be fun. The white rabbit moves, and the painted rabbit says there's no way, starts moving its ears rapidly until the white is attacked and its ear is cut off, but it regenerates quickly. The painted doesn't understand this absurd speed of regeneration. He cuts his opponent entirely and realizes it has already regenerated again and asks if it grew by eating supreme meat. The mace falls to the ground and the painted rabbit is exhausted, saying it's a mere inferior creature and wonders if it can't trap it in a hole from which it won't be able to escape. Then, he lifts the mace again. The white rabbit looks up until it's attacked, causing a huge impact. The Peach Moon notices the ground sinking. The painted rabbit says now its opponent must have turned into a pancake and been buried thousands of kilometers underground and won't be able to return. The Lunar King thinks from above that he didn't imagine this rabbit was so powerful until he looks surprised. The painted rabbit in the arena is also surprised to see the white rabbit moving and emerging from the hole. The painted wonders how it evolved to the intermediate level of the jade-tail rabbit, and if it really was a low-rank lunar rabbit before. Sue looks at his book and the characteristics of the rabbit and realizes it really evolved and wonders if the lunar constitution grows stronger over time. The painted rabbit can't believe it and thinks it's impossible to match him in the mere form of a lunar rabbit. However, he begins to attack and insult until he hears his opponent saying that it only needs the full moon and doesn't understand. While his opponent continues repeating, he moves quickly until he realizes something. His ears are torn off. The painted rabbit is outraged by this. The white continues attacking. The hooded man observes his painted rabbit until someone approaches. He looks. Corsa approaches and wonders if it's a humanoid beast and thinks she already knows it was her who defeated the tyrant villain, a descendant of an emperor. The princess already blocks with her barrier. The Black Moon cult says she can't defeat him alone as she is surrounded by beasts. Corsa tells him to shut up and says she doesn't want to waste time with 3 useless ones and tells them to summon the last one inside him. A paper calls her a fool and says the battle techniques of all the supremes she defeated are his, and it will be like fighting 10 Supremes at the same time. After beating her, he'll see if she's qualified to replace one of them. Corsa says she will show what she has and that this is a technique that can only be performed under the full moon. A strong wind begins. The princess watches in surprise as she sees her with an emperor-ranked weapon. Corsa says they will see. She holds her weapon and moves, cutting the princess with her weapon. The Peach Moon watches and says it happened in a flash, and it's the imperial princess of clouds. The barrier is cut into pieces. The Thunder Princess observes her broken barrier on the ground, and the imperial princess of clouds asks if she is the type to sacrifice herself to negate the damage. The paper tells her not to get too cocky and summons the radiant king of life, shining wings. Corsa looks surprised and observes several attacks approaching from all sides. She dodges but still gets hit on her clothes. The imperial princess of clouds realizes it hit her clothes until an explosion happens, and she says the battle techniques collection from the paper is at most mediocre, and that's why he was defeated, asking why rely on the powers of weaker beings like him. Corsa cuts the paper in half. The Black Moon cult says that in an instant, only one remained, and it was lost. The Imperial Princess says that at least if they had listened to her from the beginning, they wouldn't be in this state now. The Black Moon cult says it's arrogant to think she could defeat the Lunar King and tells the palace to sign the transfer contract. Meanwhile, on the clouds, the Fox says it ended so quickly. The Thousand Autumns Without Waves says maybe she will become the next Snow Queen. The Fox asks if this is a joke and how someone of the Ice Queen's caliber can be challenged by a mere Supreme, until she looks surprised and an attack happens quickly. After some time, the place is completely destroyed. Sue is being carried by the butterflies and observes Corsa, asking if that aura is from an emperor. She answers no, but says it's clear that this guy is halfway to becoming one. She notices a portal and someone emerging from it with green hair. People look surprised, asking if that's not the supreme champion of the Lunar God Palace, and how he was summoned by the Black Moon's holy sun. Leang opens his book and realizes that a new favored beast has been unlocked and the number of unlimited icons has increased. Bloodline, it possesses a highly concentrated imperial bloodline and is considered a treasure by the Lunar God Palace, and its combat strength is close to an emperor rank. It is a lunar jade forest transformation. The little girl wonders how the Lunar God Palace dares to interfere directly and says the Twin Moon Order should also attack. Keeper responds no and says that since the Black Moon's holy sun signed a contract with her, it's not against the rules, and from now on, she is the favored beast of the Black Moon's holy sun. The Jade Forest transformation observes and notices something. The Black Moon cult asks if there's something wrong. She replies that the concentration of lunar light there is abnormal, and the concentration of shimmering butterflies is also extremely strange. Even with the dense concentration of lunar power, it's impossible for half of the shimmering butterflies from the northern region to be gathered there. The Black Moon cult asks about half of them. The Jade Forest transformation says to forget it, and that it's not her problem what happens next and she'll deal with the enemy in front of her. She observes and recognizes it's the Lady of Clouds, activating her ability, making her hands larger and her arms sharper. Corsa gets into an attack stance, moves quickly, and the two attack together, moving incredibly fast. The people on the ground observe and notice they are so fast they can't even follow them. The Peach Moon asks if the king's favored beast is even comparable to the 9 transformations of Jade Forest, which is almost an emperor. Sue watches her and thinks it's the first time she's seen her fight with full strength since meeting her. And it's the first time she's witnessing a battle between two beings of such magnitude, and now it's impossible to interfere. The Imperial Princess breathes heavily while the Jade Forest transformation continues using her ability, emitting a strong aura. Corsa looks startled as she sees the great mana approaching and causing a huge impact. The Imperial Princess remains untouched. Leang thinks it's surprising because even the Jade-Tail Rabbit was severely injured by this absurd force. And as he recalls, the absence of a lunar constitution strengthens over time and with emotional fluctuations. The rabbit is struck again and knocked away. The two continue fighting until the Jade Forest transformation looks surprised, seeing the rabbit approaching and grabbing her. She screams as she is attacked, until another attack happens and she is thrown to the ground. Corsa watches with her weapon in hand, quickly approaching and attacking her opponent who is on the ground. The Black Moon cult orders the Thunder Princess to move quickly. The Thunder Princess raises her hand, emitting mana, and using Thunder Lightning Cry, she breaks the celestial lunar barrier. The Thunder Princess looks surprised and is paralyzed seeing the halberd approaching. The Thunder Princess wonders when she got there and thinks she must protect the Holy Sun first. The halberd walks, causing a huge impact. Mists move. The Jade Forest transformation rises and asks how they dare attack from behind. She gathers her ability and tells them to feel the terror. She emits her power, passing through the ground and causing impacts. Corsa dodges the attacks, but the rabbit is struck. The imperial princess thinks her mist form wasn't fast enough and can only hide behind the rabbit for now, and fortunately, it doesn't matter the damage to the rabbit as it can heal. But this won't end, and if she could just hold her for at least a minute. She looks startled as she sees particles moving. The Jade Forest transformation is outraged seeing the halberd and says this is annoying and that she was almost done with them. Corsa thinks it's time and will end this once and for all. She closes her eyes and raises her hand. The king watches and wonders what kind of shameful pose that is. The mana begins to swirl around the imperial princess and intensify. The Jade Forest transformation is confused and watches the mana, asking what the hell she is and tells her to say her name. Corsa responds that her name is Tanyun and says that if her opponent survives this attack, she can consider placing her under her wing. The Jade Forest transformation smiles and says that's her mother. She joins her hands and also releases a powerful mana. People realize this is the strongest technique of this beast, and anything that touches this black hole is immediately annihilated. The imperial princess moves her hand, transforming into Corsa's body. She walks and moves, releasing her power. After some time, in the same place, smoke passes through the air. People look on. The Black Moon cult starts laughing and says that, thinking it would be completely destroyed, it was a disappointing battle, but they are sure the gods appreciated it. And now the event can truly begin. The Holy Maiden says she can't see anything. The Peach Moon tells her to calm down, that the moon suddenly became dark. Sue thinks that her heart raced in this battle, and yet, now that she's about to face the Emperor, all her nervousness has evaporated. Corsa asks if he really thinks he can. Leang smiles and says he's confident in victory. The Imperial Princess asks if he's serious. He replies yes, and asks if he seems arrogant, then says that's how the former Lunar King was. He thinks that the words of the Black Moon's holy son brought some memories back to his mind, and it's more like a vision than an actual memory. For example, he saw his predecessor, who grew up in one of the branches of the Lunar God Palace in the northern region. He also saw images of his mother, and when he was young, he wrote a diary in Mandarin to check his memories. But one day, all those memories were erased by someone, so he never fully took possession of his body. Instead, the two are one. He was born with memories of his past life on Earth, but then they made him forget everything, which is why things were so different 3 years ago. It was only about 2 months ago that some of his memories were restored, and if all of this is true, then this being must be beyond his current abilities. And as the Black Moon's holy son said, he really forgot an extremely important favored beast years ago, and that's why he became a divine apostle. Something with horns approaches. It's the malicious moon antelope. People are scared when they see it. The barrier begins to crack. The Lunar King realizes the shield is barely holding up and hopes no innocents are eliminated. The malicious moon antelope says it doesn't know what era this is, but the Black Moon Order has greatly declined and asks who his opponent is. The Black Moon cult says they've spent the last 20 years of their life bringing it back to this world to annihilate the Apostle of the Gods. The antelope asks about the Apostle of the Gods. It observes and says, it seems the Black Moon Order is finished in the north, so they'll put on one last big show before everything ends. The Black Moon cult is surrounded by particles. The protagonist observes and grabs a vial with something inside. Corsa asks if this isn't the essence of the pink butterfly from before. Sue opens the vial and pours it out. The two beasts look surprised. The Imperial Princess says that this essence comes directly from an emperor, and he threw it like it was nothing, asking what the hell he's doing. He replies that he's going to make it easier for them to find their way there. Corsa doesn't understand and looks back. People look surprised. The Peach Moon asks what this is. They watch butterflies flying through the sky. Leang says that as the owner of the lunar tome and apostle of the moon, he summons all the shimmering butterflies present in the northern region to form a contract. Everyone looks surprised. He continues saying it's with each of them. Numerous butterflies gather. The king thinks this is the message that made his shimmering butterfly deliver it to its kin days ago. In the central palace of the Iron Moon God, people notice that the shimmering butterflies are fleeing in swarms. In the Holy Blue Moon sect, the butterflies move. The protagonist thinks that to not reveal the plan, he hid them all over the region. But now that the War of the Emperors has started, he's calling them back. The book flips. The little girl observes the butterflies and asks what's going on. The blonde woman says that the favored beasts of the king are moving away from him. The Peach Moon says they are retreating because soon this place will turn into an emperor's battlefield. Sue asks if the lunar goddess is watching and says he's curious if she's enjoying the beginning of the festival, and if she's awake, she should observe this miracle. The antelope thinks that even though they aren't a threat, it's annoying that so many are gathered, and even though it's tempting to just beat him to the end, it can't be done because he can't ruin the fun for the gods. Leang thinks it's almost time, and the system notifies that the contracts have been signed with the shimmering butterflies. Meanwhile, the book flips, but the list of emperor ranks still can't turn the page. He thinks this must be the hardest page to open in the history of the lunar tome, and imagine that the lunar tome could reveal the secret of the gods. But the forced concealment of information reminds him that the lunar tome is a tool of the gods, and even its original power could surpass the lunar tome. Lightning strikes from the sky, the protagonist looks, and the page is about to turn. Then, an attack happens. The fox falls to the ground and says it's a pressure that could even scare emperors. A voice approaches and says it's no surprise it has reached the southern region. A woman approaches and says that the lunar king, whether or not the representative of the north, the fox will accompany him until the end of the lunar festival. And now there's no need to continue watching. The fox observes and asks when the empress appeared behind them and ended up scaring her, looking like a ghost. Meanwhile, the butterflies continue in the sky until something happens. People look on in surprise. Keeper gets emotional and says her long-standing wish has been to witness this miracle. The Black Moon cult asks if it can handle this. The antelope doesn't respond at the moment and starts trembling. The Black Moon cult doesn't understand. The antelope asks if they want him to deal with this in front of him and says that, although his life was short, the mission of the Black Moon Order has come to an end. And this is the end of the line. And now they'll rest. He knocks the Black Moon cult off of him. The princess grabs him, not letting him fall to the ground, and looks confused. The antelope asks if he's the divine apostle and says that in all his life, he's never heard of a divine apostle of this caliber. Leang observes, with his summoned beast, the lunar guardian of the 12 palaces, monarch of 8 lunar wings. The Black Moon cult says it understands and asks if this isn't an emperor's battle. The butterfly moves, emitting a strong light and an extremely loud sound. People cover their ears. The Thunder Princess falls to the ground, and Corsa and the halberd also fall to the ground. The fox asks what kind of power this is and says it's capable of shaking the entire continent with pure pressure, and that there's nothing like this in the central region. The antelope observes the monarch of 8 lunar wings and says it was a great honor and that he has no more regrets. After his defeat, as he is overcome, he says he hopes to become part of the eternal and vast lunar light until he is eliminated, disappearing from the location. After a while in the same place, people are lying unconscious on the ground. Sue observes and thinks that it happened again. And just like 3 years ago, there's nothing but a desolate land. And at this time, he was already called king by the world for no reason. But this time, he didn't lose his memories, so the incident from back then has no connection to Bai. And that being said, the shield was destroyed, but no fatality occurred. And he wonders if it was because of Bihai's intervention. And he doesn't think she knows about his amnesia, and that's why she was surprised when he mentioned being concerned about the Emperor's battle. And to become the same again, he needs to recover his memories from before. He observes the Black Moon cult on the ground and thinks that the ritual, invoked by the Black Moon sect, involved 20 years of life sacrifices, and asks if they wouldn't mind whether they win or not. And if they wouldn't live to see tomorrow, what was the point of the moon? The Black Moon cult responds that, as expected, the gods do not favor him. The protagonist says that he risked his life and asks if they expected the reward of the Lunar God Festival to save him. The Black Moon cult stays silent for a moment and says that the king is asking this as a member of the lunar lineage and asks if it's a mistake to want to surpass the most powerful being of the current generation, and says that it means he can defeat him, even if life is not something one can give up. And it's a shame that the gap between them is so large. Perhaps even the gods see him as just a silly riddle. Liang asks what the need is to satisfy the gods and says that at least he had fun, and asks if that's not enough. The Black Moon cult asks if he really had fun, and if he finally became strong enough to give a little bit of trouble. Sue agrees that he gave trouble and thinks it's over now, so there's no reason to humiliate him further. The Black Moon cult thanks him and says that, in the end, he was able to hear a comforting lie, and that he should remember well what he is going to say because it's related to the problem of memory loss. That although the one he faced back there is probably Bai, and even when events repeat themselves, the feeling of dissonance in his heart hasn't diminished. A third of the northern region disappeared, and still no one spoke about it, and he asks where all the people who disappeared went and if they simply evaporated out of nowhere. And he says that there's more to this story than they know, and from now on, they should be careful. He disappears from the location. The protagonist observes and thinks that, with the last member gone, the Black Moon sect has finally come to an end. But he isn't happy about it at all. And since there are still missing memories, and the Black Moon sect has nothing to do with it, this existence still caused a third of the northern region to disappear. He closes his hand, then opens it, and sighs. The protagonist asks why they are down and says that at least the immediate threat has passed, and it doesn't matter what the future holds now, they can at least relax for now. He lies on the ground. A few hours later, a voice asks if it's over. The fox gets up, dazed, and says that the aftershock of that overwhelming force alone stunned them for now. The mill autumn without waves says that was Bai. The fox says the spectators must have left the area by now until she looks startled at seeing the doe on her animal body, and the little rabbit talking about the festival opening, and the moonlit pieces are already about to come together, yet the seven chords and the White Deer clan haven't made a move. The imperial princess tells him to stop interfering with the lunar god's festival and that from now on, she won't let him cause more problems in the northern region. The rabbit stays quiet for a moment and says she is fierce and misunderstood, that he didn't interfere with the lunar god's festival. In fact, it was a brat who stole the lunar tome, won the battle of the emperors, and deserves a great reward. And not to worry about finding the right candidate, he sticks his tongue out and leaves the place. The doe watches, then looks beside her at her human body on the ground, along with the king's. She smiles and walks away. Half an hour later, the fox is sweating cold, observes, and asks if they are alive. She says soon it would be Chunbai and Imperial Jin, and Chunbai hasn't appeared in the last 20,000 years, not even at the last era's lunar festival. And judging by the conversation, the two deities still don't get along. The mild autumn without waves says the gods simply don't care about existence and will just pretend this never happened. Never speak of it to anyone until someone approaches. They get startled. Keeper approaches and says that God was really there. The fox wonders how a human could have sensed the presence of a deity and how she got there, as she didn't even notice her. The bird, along with Keeper, says that yes, they are gone, so there's no need for concern. The fox gets angry and asks who she is. She says she is Biyui, a mere mortal who is the guardian of the favored beasts of the Twin Moons Order, and apologizes on behalf of the Blue Moon Empire for not having welcomed them to the northern region in due time. And now the great being within her has something to say to them. The bird looks at them, attacking. They fall to the ground. The fox thinks it was just with a glance. The bird flies, emitting light around it, and says she didn't even bother to greet. Still as annoying as always. The bird transforms into a human form and says that once they entered the northern region without permission, they violated their rules and are now prohibited from leaving for a year and from passing on any kind of information. And if they do, the Starry Night and the Yellow Spring Path will suffer. And, although she can't interfere with the outcome of the lunar goddess's festival once it starts, she can still punish the lunar god's palace for violating the rules in the first place. The sky shines, showing a figure holding an arrow. Then, black manas move. She gestures with her hand, transforming into a weapon, and begins to shoot away. Meanwhile, at the lunar god's palace, the attacks approach, causing a great impact. The people on site are frightened. The lunar goddess watches the attacks and says that the palace has no intention of provoking her and needs to calm her anger. And the one responsible for sending Yulin on a mission must present themselves. Someone approaches. It's the fourth princess. A voice says that with immediate effect, she is stripped of her titles and her position as one of the 10 pillar princesses and must leave the lunar god's palace domain in 3 days, while someone, from afar, watches. The fourth princess looks at the paper and it's a photo of a girl. A voice asks why they say the northern branch of the lunar god's palace never existed, and says her sister claimed she would take the position of mistress of the branch palace. The fourth princess asks if now she can say what happened 3 years ago. The voice says that the lunar king is her nephew. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the protagonist lies on the ground. He opens his eyes and sits up, asking where he is. He notices something and looks at a shadow, which is the rabbit. He looks at it and asks if it is a lunar rabbit, questioning why there is a lunar rabbit in this place. He's about to touch it. The rabbit calls him a pervert and asks what he's doing. Sue is surprised and asks if he can talk, thinking speaking is very rare among the higher ranks, but still among the lower ranks. He asks where this place is and who he is. The rabbit says he's just there to deliver a gift, the reward from the lunar god's festival. The pages of the lunar tome, a supreme favored beast, a half-blood beauty or immortality, and asks what he wants, and says that he forgot that he took his lunar book a long time ago. Leang asks if he means the current lunar goddess, Princess Taiyin of the Moon's Tear, and the winner of the last festival. He thinks this is the dream's guidance, but not the current representative of the festival. The rabbit says he'll get straight to the point and invites him to join him and win the lunar festival. The protagonist says he's an apostle of the moon, so they are on completely opposite sides. The rabbit asks if he still doesn't understand and says he wants him on his side, alongside the Golden Butterfly Palace. He transforms into the Empress and asks if he doesn't want to defeat her. The king looks surprised, and the rabbit says that whether it's Kang or an even more powerful being, he'll make it easy to defeat them, and asks if his weak companions are capable of that. And the rabbit he has is a remnant of his lineage, diluted over many generations. The woman emits mana around her, approaches with her hand to his face, and says to get rid of them, as she will give him the power to tread on everything and will also leave a lineage with the most beautiful favored beasts in the world. Su's eyes widen and he remembers his beasts. He looks at her and says he refuses. Yue asks why, as she can give him everything he wants, and that he reminds her of the young one from the Fey Palace in the lunar faction. But he also managed to win her heart along with hers. And although his existence is more important, she forgives his tantrum for now. Leang holds her hand and says she's wrong, and asks if it's the lunar god, the one who can grant all desires, and is unable to predict the final winner of the lunar god's festival. And now she's trying to have him because she fears that the lunar apostle will take the final throne, and she's not in a position to criticize his companions, as he's going to take the so-called weak one, defeat all the apostles under her command, and take the final throne of the lunar festival. Until the lunar faction is victorious, she must suffer in torment and agony. Kang looks, smiles, and starts laughing. He calls him brave and says that if he's confident, he will patiently wait. And the Fey Palace is about to rise again, and their perfect descendants will once again grace this world. She transforms back into a rabbit and says, the invincible Shi is waiting for him in the near future, and from now on he will battle to the end against the faction of the current lunar goddess. Movements happen quickly and the rabbit vanishes from the place. The protagonist lies down again and closes his eyes. 10 days after the Battle of the Emperors, a voice asks how it's going. A hooded figure asks if he feels anything. The woman in the hood replies that the aura of the two lords is terrifying and hasn't completely disappeared, even after 10 days. The hooded man says that before the lunar god's festival reaches its peak, they'll finish the investigation and leave. And half of the 10 pillars of the lunar god's palace have fallen, and the Shi of the Fey Palace are about to rise. And it truly is a time of monsters. He asks what her assessment is regarding the chances of the Lunar King. She remains silent and then says, 0.08%. The hooded man asks when it became that high. The woman in the hood looks at a book showing the percentage of the regions. The hooded man says that if this is her judgment, there should be no mistakes. 3 years ago, the full moon crossed the sky for 30 days and nights, and since then, the gods have been sleeping. The chances are small, but the culprit must be among them, the lunar apostles. And these are the chances they will defeat the gods. The hooded man says that whoever it is, if they discover them, they will pursue them to the end, without fail. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside a tent, the protagonist is sleeping until he opens his eyes and encounters the doe. He's lying in her lap. The imperial princess tells him to get up if he's awake. Su doesn't respond, closes his eyes again while a book floats in front of him. The favored beast panel has been updated and the characteristics are listed. He thinks he had thought that the lunar book would be taken away if it fell with her, but it seems she doesn't have the right to do that. The doe hits his head and asks if he's listening. Leang gets a bump on his head, turns on her lap, and, still with his eyes closed, asks how long he's been sleeping. The halberd replies that it's been 10 days. The king quickly stands up and thinks that he forgot that Crescent Star was also there, and asks what the current situation is. The imperial princess replies that the academy is being rebuilt and that the northern region is quite calm, but the central region. The halberd says that the 7 stars of the moon have emerged in the central region, and are attacking the princess of the 10 pillars frantically. The lunar god's palace can only hold out for another month, and when all the 10 pillars are defeated, the fabulous guardian of the Fey Palace will rise again, and at that time, the true lunar god's festival will begin to unfold. The protagonist asks who the guardian of the Fey Palace is. The halberd says the ultimate champion led his subordinates, the 7 stars of Leah, to conquer the previous era's lunar god's festival, Bai Yuqing, as the former Jade Master, the lunar king of the previous era. Su thinks about the winner of the previous lunar god's festival and wonders if that wouldn't be the strongest being of the lunar lineage, and how such a being could betray the lunar faction and join the strongest team of Princess Tai. And maybe they won the moon festival because they need to be revived. He asks why she was sealed. The halberd responds that she doesn't know, as she fell into a deep sleep. Liang wonders why she's reacting so strongly, as if she's trying to hide something. He watches her, and the doe wonders why they're silent and if something happened that she wasn't paying attention to, and if they are keeping secrets from her. She grips her hands tightly. After a while, still in the same place, the king leaves the tent limping, wondering what he did to upset her, and thinks that this was a powerful blow and will teach her a lesson later, until he looks surprised, encountering Jujuan tied up. She looks annoyed. Hooded figures pass with Ju, taking her away. The protagonist thinks the contract was temporary, and that's why she wasn't eliminated along with the Black Moon's holy sun. Bua approaches and says they are about to go to the Empire and asks what his plan for the future is. Su reflects on his plans. Before, all he could think about was surviving the Battle of the Emperors, and he hadn't made any plans for what comes next. But now that he's declared war on the current lunar goddess, his next goal is clear. So, he must strengthen his side, get stronger, defeat all his opponents, and reach the end of the lunar god's festival. To confront that deity and take him off the throne, Faye calls for him. Leang asks why he doesn't take him along as he's never been to the Empire before. Bua looks surprised and responds that yes, he thinks the location of the Empire is near the devastated area from 3 years ago and wonders if he could uncover the truth about the past if he goes back there again. Faye thinks that the sanctity seems to have changed compared to before, cold and frightening, following in the footsteps of the gods. She keeps thinking about the way he is now. At the edge of the northern region, Bua approaches and apologizes for bothering him and coming here. Although the sanctity doesn't need their protection, a masked woman responds that there's no need to worry, and that it is their duty to ensure the sanctity doesn't get upset during the trip. They mount a beast. The king is surprised, asking if they can do that with favored beasts, and if, besides springs and inns, they can even build hot springs on their backs. Meanwhile, the halberd is very relaxed, lying down while the other beasts are in the water. The doe notices his presence and says he finally arrived. While the protagonist is distracted, still thinking about them building that on a beast's back, the imperial princess tells him to take off his clothes and get in. Sue doesn't pay attention to what she's saying and continues thinking that even though they are favored animals, they are all females. But that doesn't make it impossible to enjoy the hot springs, and there's no secret between a beast tamer and their favored beast, and he should get in as well. He observes and starts undressing. Then, he gets into the water too. The doe watches him. Liang doesn't understand, and she approaches and says she read a novel where, when two people of opposite sexes bathe together, there's always some kind of shyness. The imperial princess touches his face and asks why he's not blushing. Liang insults her in his thoughts and says she runs away all the time when in beast form, so what would be the difference between being naked on the ground and being naked in the water? The doe says he must be pretending and thinks she needs to examine him carefully and make sure he never has the chance to threaten a woman again, and she has managed to catch his interest again, and she can't miss this opportunity to uncover his secrets. She moves her hand, transforming into a human body, but accidentally slips, and the king catches her, feeling embarrassed as her breasts press against him. He wonders what is happening. The imperial princess finds it strange what's happening with the forced transformation, until her eyes widen and she asks what that is. She looks intently, frightened, and steps back, saying to explain what that is. The doe watches and says that's what she read in the novel and asks if even he can be like that, as he is very different from a common human. The protagonist says he's an ordinary human. The imperial princess asks what his attitude is. She leans in and says that his reaction shouldn't be that way. He interrupts her and tells her to stop, placing his hand on her arm and then on her breast. The doe looks surprised as she sees her breast in his hand, unsure of what to do and feeling embarrassed. Sue widens his eyes and, also embarrassed, hugs her and tells her to stop acting so recklessly. The imperial princess wants to know if he isn't the one who understands the attraction of the Sanmei clan the most. Liang says she did something despicable and without permission, and asks if she thinks she'll get away easily. She opens her mouth and bites him. The king screams loudly, waking the halberd, who finds him next to her in a bathrobe with a bite mark on his neck. The protagonist realizes she is looking and says it's just a mosquito bite. He moves away from her. The halberd says that it really is just a joke like that. Meanwhile, inside, Sue thinks he would like to make a contract with her right now to show the hierarchy between a beastmaster and his favored beast, but with his current 1-star rank, if he makes a contract with her, who has a supreme ranking, he won't be able to summon her again. And intimate moments like today would also become impossible. Meanwhile, in the Northern Region Empire, the bird stops atop a building. Liang says the Empire is truly lively. The masked girls wonder why the sanctity keeps pulling on their leash. Bua says the Empire only developed this way due to Lady's decree, and the Lady of Sagittarius claimed that the technology from 10,000 years ago was centuries ahead of their time, and only a large-scale battle between two lords caused the destruction of all the world's electronics, setting back technology by tens of thousands of years. The king asks if all the electronics in the world were destroyed. Faye responds that yes, and it also resulted in the death of billions of people, and both lords were severely punished for their actions. The halberd thinks that he doesn't even know who the two lords are, yet he still wants to help her recover the sheath. And the Ice Queen is breaking her rule of participating in the lunar god's festival this time, because she wasn't able to fully defeat the palace and has been suppressing her anger for tens of thousands of years. And to make sure not to get involved in this and be eliminated, the protagonist says they will travel on their own from here and thanks them for the trip. He climbs onto the doe, creating a strong wind, and leaves the place. The masked woman asks if he remembers what the Lunar King was like back then. The other asks if she's talking about the day the abyss appeared, Bua says she can't forget. The masked woman says it's hard to imagine that his sanctity would actually go on sightseeing tours with his favored beasts, and she thought he didn't have the most basic human emotions. Faye says to stop talking about it and that, in reality, it's not the outcasts who fear the Lunar King the most, but they, the followers, who witness the miracle. Meanwhile, in the northern region, at the Celestial Abyss, Sue observes and says that's why it's called the Twin Moons Order, and that he will enter and shouldn't let anyone pass. The Guardians don't understand why he would return to the territory of the old lunar god's palace, and Princess Yun had the highest probability, but something feels off. They can weakly detect a divine aura, and he is more dangerous than Princess Yun. The plan is to enter to check things out while staying there to prevent total annihilation. And the hooded man says that if he is eliminated, she needs to escape immediately, raise the king's chances to 100%, and notify the other dreamscapes to gather in the northern region to join forces and eliminate him. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Abyss, Leang thinks it's a clear day, and he's feeling a strange sense of oppression. The doe asks what's wrong and if they're lost. He responds no, just a bad feeling, and that something is wrong there. And he thinks the headquarters of the Twin Moons and the Empire are nearby, and if something happens, Bihai will be alerted. And even if nothing is left, he'll retrace his steps from his memories and return to where it all started and maybe find some clues. The Guardian watches them hidden, snaps his fingers, and something enormous flies through the sky, closing the hole they entered through. Meanwhile, inside, the king thinks this place seems to have been perfectly preserved by the Twin Moons sect, and he can't see even a single footprint. He widens his eyes, looks up. The imperial princess asks what's wrong. The protagonist asks how this is possible and wonders how his journal ended up here, and thinks that he always carried it, and it's probably why it's still intact. And when he lost his memory, he couldn't read anymore, so he poured it there before leaving. He observes the journal and quickly approaches, until a noise is heard and a hand grabs it first. A woman says she found it. She begins flipping through it and says that this is the guidance left by the gods. She continues examining it and asks if the guidance isn't a little complicated. They look at each other, not understanding. The doe approaches. Sue thinks that he doesn't know the kingdom, but they seem very dangerous and calls his beasts. The woman looks at them. The halberd approaches her and attacks with her skill. Leang wonders what's happening, and the power seems weak. The woman looks and asks what she's doing, and if she's really going to start a fight in the middle of the day. The king thinks she's right, and it's a common question most lunar beast tamers have, and wonders what to do if they need to fight during the day. The woman says there's no reason to fight with him at the moment, so she'll just say goodbye. The imperial princess says she can leave but will have to leave the book behind. The protagonist observes her, the power that can completely ignore a supreme being, and she's probably an empress. The lunar book isn't responding, so it's not the lunar type, and he wonders how she got here without Bihai noticing. The woman asks if he knows what language this is, and if he knows what happened here before, then says she changed her mind and will examine his memories. She emits a strong aura toward him. The doe blocks with her shield but still gets hit. Sue tells Chengxing to invoke her true form. He blocks with the weapon but gets thrown away and starts coughing, thinking that if it weren't for Chengxing's indestructible nature, he would have been eliminated already. He looks at the doe and wonders how this happened, as it was just a casual strike from the opponent, and questions if this is the price of facing an empress during the day. The empress tells him to give up, as the miracles of the faction only blossom under the full moon, and he's no match for her right now. And not to get his hopes up, the Sagittarius constellation will never be able to detect what's happening here. And this is the gift given to the sect beyond by the divine, and not even the sanctuary can detect them. Liang agrees and says that this is no reason to treat his rough childhood scribbles as divine guidance, and that it's making him think she's not very intelligent. The Empress says that while reading the memories, none of this matters, but since he's been here before to return to this ancient place, it could be that the legendary king lost part of his memory. She looks stunned. Tears start to fall down her face, and she says she understands it was him, asking if he witnessed the experience with his own eyes, but just lost his memory, and says that this means that from this moment on, the Beyond Sect and the Twin Moons Order will be eternal enemies, and she, herself, Seventh Dream, will eliminate him. She emits a strong sound and tears her attire, summoning a tree. The protagonist thinks that it seems he has discovered the reason for his memory loss, though the situation seems a little unexpected. A finger is pointed toward the tree. Mana is emitted, moving. Sue watches, not understanding. The doe in front of him attacks until there's an explosion and he is thrown to the ground. Liang watches the imperial princess, wounded, falling to the ground. He looks wide-eyed, picks up his weapon from the ground, gets into an attack position, and starts attacking repeatedly, and realizes his opponent remains intact and wonders if it was just his imagination. And it seems that the doe had already fallen asleep before even getting seriously injured. The empress moves her hand and attacks. The king falls to the ground and starts coughing, thinking that just because it's day, there's a large gap, and being at the top of the lineage, he's defenseless against an ordinary emperor from a different lineage. The empress tells him to stop fighting as he can't defeat her. She snaps her fingers and says she can't eliminate him easily, and that even though the complaint from 3 years ago is valid, she'll have to retreat for now and seek her revenge later. And for him to be a good boy and let her look at his memories, as she also wants to know what happened back then. The protagonist gets up and aims the weapon at her. The empress says the negotiations have failed. She approaches him and attacks through her mouth. Su blocks. The empress looks surprised, and he thinks that thanks to her rambling, he was able to discover how to defend himself. And he ended up with a large amount of special favored animals while participating in the animal eating competition. And Zhang, by absorbing the food from these animals, can recover her shield energy at a rate of 5% per second. He continues blocking the attacks and thinks that just defending is useless, and he needs to find a way to defeat her, but there's no way. The empress continues with relentless attacks. Leang blocks all of them, but the attacks are very fast and furious, and his hands are getting tired. Until a red mana approaches him. He blocks it and wonders if the blade moved by itself. The halberd places her hand next to his and gets into attack position, asking if they shouldn't save them yet and telling him to focus on the fight. Then, he attacks as well. The empress looks furious and continues attacking. The king notices the attacks are getting faster. The empress asks if he can't wait any longer since he is just a human, a puppet of the palace, and the lord will not let him be eliminated there, until she looks surprised, seeing a large aura around the sword emitting a strong power and cutting the tree. The empress screams. The halberd says that the last remnants of the sheath's power have been used and asks how long she will let it continue, and if she isn't going to defeat the Ice Queen and the palace, but can't deal with something as simple as this. The protagonist wonders what he is doing since she is just an ordinary emperor. The empress, lying on the ground, asks if he really thought he could defeat her during the day and says that she has always hated his high lunar lineage. And when Lunar Yao was destroyed, all those great lords were eliminated, fled, or hid. And the days when Lunar Yao ruled, everything ended a long time ago. Su stays silent. The empress calls him and says that he really annoys her and that she's going to send him to hell. Liang says that maybe she's right and that's why he's here. He will rise to the throne and bring Lunar Yao back so that these useless creatures will never show their faces again. And that's why he was born in this era. Suddenly, a strong light is emitted and reflects outside. The empress watches and doesn't understand. The king moves his hand, grabbing the book and thinking that, thanks to the 700 draws he accumulated, he discovered a way to defeat this emperor, and tells him to use the 700 complete draws in a consecutive draw. The book is flipped through. The system notifies that new favored beasts have been unlocked. The protagonist thinks that even though there are no emperors, there are some very rare ancient species. He smiles and says to abandon the contract and convert everything into favored power. The cards begin to disintegrate, turning into mana and moving. Su thinks that if he absorbs this energy, he will be close to reaching the 6-star realm, but wouldn't be able to defeat an emperor with just a 5-star realm, and no, none of that, it's all from Gong. The mana shrinks rapidly until it's fully absorbed, and he thinks it's too much power. A notification arrives to unlock progress. He looks at it with interest and wonders how he managed to unlock 1 in 10,000, and if the appetite isn't too big. Liang looks at his hands and realizes the energy is gone, and now he's completely useless. The empress watches the strong light. The king thinks he understands that it wasn't Gong who absorbed the energy, but the 100 million flash butterflies from earlier. The empress asks what's happening, that it's dark. She watches the bright moon and says that to manipulate the sky and the force like this, he is definitely more than just an apostle. The protagonist says he warned her, and if she had returned his journal, it wouldn't have ended this way. The empress is hit, and a very strong light is emitted. As she is defeated, she gradually disappears until she vanishes from the location. Su watches and says that letting one claim victory after they've already left is just an ideal thought. He lies on the ground and says he's exhausted and will stay there for a while. But he notices something. A girl approaches and says that her sister was right, that luckily she made her hide in the shadows, and that if both of them had shown themselves, they would have definitely been eradicated. But this way, there's no reason to lose. She walks and says that even though he has surpassed the limits of an apostle, it's all over now, and the invincible will be eliminated. A voice asks why the moon is out there. The girl turns to the side and realizes the doe has woken up and is confused, asking if she slept until night. The imperial princess looks to the side and notices the fallen king and the woman beside him, thinking that this isn't a human, but another emperor. The empress watches her and says that after witnessing the battle just now, it can be determined that the threat of the doe girl is 0, and that blade has already used all the remaining energy, so she's no longer dangerous. And the only thing she needs to worry about now is the Sagittarius Lord. It takes about 5 minutes to descend to a ship, but this overlord is abnormal, so it's better to prepare for danger in a minute. And yet, it will take 10 seconds. She summons an umbrella, the imperial princess watches and asks if it's rain. She quickly stands up. The empress says she is the 9th dream of the Beyond sect and that from now on she will bring an end to the lunar Yao era. The umbrella stays still and mists begin to move around the area. The blade on the ground causes injuries to the king and the doe and he thinks he has no energy left to fight. Smoke moves around him. The empress watches and wonders about the misty kingdom of the Bai clan. The imperial princess uses her power and the wounds start to heal, saying that her opponent made 2 mistakes. First, saying that her perceived threat was 0, which annoyed her a bit. Second, that she shouldn't have confronted a Bai clan member during the night. She makes a movement and thinks it's already broken. She stares and says to forget it. The doe takes her weapon and positions herself to attack. The empress says that she has a big mouth and is nothing more than a supreme being who dares to talk nonsense. She attacks with her skill, causing black droplets to move rapidly. The imperial princess moves quickly. The empress watches, surprised, and suddenly her own arm is cut off. She wonders how this is possible and thinks that she couldn't touch a single hair on her sister and still couldn't even see her move. And the aura of the doe girl is clearly that of a supreme rank, and she doesn't understand what's happening. She wonders what happened and how a supreme could surpass an emperor. The empress watches her and thinks that maybe she's acting too harshly. She reconstructs her arm and moves it. The imperial princess watches, confused, and becomes frightened. The empress uses her battle technique and begins attacking. The doe starts to get seriously wounded again. The empress says that now she has no chance left, and no one can break the Bai clan's authority over the Mist Kingdom. However, only an emperor can completely cross it, and she wouldn't be able to fight an emperor, but against a supreme? It's nothing. She continues attacking, moves her mana, and insults her, saying that it's troublesome to just defeat a supreme rank and there's nothing to brag about. She thinks the Mist Kingdom has collapsed and there's no place where the Lunar King can escape. Suddenly, the Empress widens her eyes as she looks behind. The intact doe says that the 10 seconds are up, and her opponent hasn't kept her word, and she's getting a little tired of this. An aura begins to surround her. She closes her eyes and says that even though her hand is gone, she will still get angry if the items that left her are destroyed. And when she gets angry, there are always serious consequences. The Empress looks frightened and wonders if it's the full crossing through the Mist Kingdom. The Imperial Princess says that she may not have understood, but the clan that holds the Mist King has a different understanding of the concept of elimination compared to other beings. And since she won't be able to return for a while, she ended up saying too much and will end this now. The Empress widens her eyes as she notices the attacks and thinks of the 7th sister, realizing her judgment was wrong and that she should have notified the others. But perhaps it's better this way, and at least the others won't be affected. And this is a full crossing through the Mist Kingdom, until she is sliced into pieces and quickly eliminated. The halberd thinks it's a complete journey through the Mist Kingdom, and there's no way to tell when she'll be able to return. An aura moves. She watches. The aura around the king. The halberd picks him up and runs, thinking that she can understand a little of why the Bai Palace disappeared for tens of thousands of years, and the 12th palace still keeps its throne in the same place. An hour later, the protagonist is flipping through the book until he pulls out a page and starts tearing everything apart. The halberd watches, not understanding, and notices him looking discouraged. Sue gets up and calls her. She asks if this is really right. He replies that sooner or later he will remember and there's no need to keep searching there. And, after defeating the 2 emperors, he remembered a few things, and that the powers of the Beyond sect are related to mass amnesia, and all he needs to do is eliminate the sect to recover the memories. The halberd thinks that he's angry and that her departure intensified his anger toward the sect. Meanwhile, outside, people are waiting and notice him coming out. They approach him and want to know what happened. Leang talks about the Archer Palace and asks if he survived the last Lunar Gods Festival by avoiding the battle. Biwei looks shocked. The king says that he doesn't know what her plans are, but hopes that the next time they meet, they won't be enemies. The masked girls look surprised. The protagonist thinks the moon phase has changed and Wushang has descended, and it's impossible that Bihai hasn't noticed, but still hasn't appeared to help them. The masked girls are surprised by the way he informed the Supreme Lord of the Twin Moons Order. The bird sighs and says quietly that next time, he won't. Sue walks, and the masked girl thinks that he's even more impressive now than he was 3 years ago. and maybe he has found his true self. Liang thinks that even though his memory isn't fully recovered, he remembers some important general knowledge. And in this world, there aren't just the 5 regions of the mortal king, but also the most mysterious existence of the Holy Lands. And strangely, the territory within the Holy Land seems to be many times larger than this entire world. Even stranger is that the Overlord, a being capable of destroying entire planets, is living side by side with humans, and the lords directly govern mortals and interfere with reality, and he wonders how the world hasn't been destroyed until now. He places his hand on his head and keeps walking, thinking that there is another, more important piece of information. The 12 Moons palaces existed in different periods of time, and before the last Lunar Gods Festival, only 6 of the 12 Moons palaces remained: Libra, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and Peacock. Additionally, the palace eliminated one of the 7 wonders, the Aquarius Palace, and then gave up before the last festival, leaving only 4. The return of the Jindy Palace seems to be a significant omen for the world. Meanwhile, in the far northern territory, in the clouds and mist sea, the doe is there. She walks around the area until she stops. She faces a portal and 3 people. Yunji introduces herself, saying she pays respects to her grandmother. Ling also introduces herself, and lastly, Princess Yun. The imperial princess says nothing and continues walking. Yun says that she must have already awakened the memories of her lineage, and that, according to the agreement, they will sign the contract. They will represent the Bai clan in this Lunar Gods Festival and defeat all the contractors of the 7 Chords. Emperor Kang, the twins from the western regions, and the Lunar King are all enemies, and with the Bai Palace's lineage, they can easily. The doe interrupts and tells them to disappear. They don't understand and watch. Princess Yun asks why the anger if something happened in the mortal realm, and says there is still too much time and that they'll give themselves time to get to know each other later. In the Lunar God's Palace, the dominant force of the lunar lineage that has ruled the central region for thousands of years for unknown reasons, all the main members of the main branch are beautiful young women. And according to rumors, any male offspring, whether human or mixed, is sent to the southern and western branches. Although the palace conquered the throne of the Lunar Goddesses Festival, they were sealed under the 10 yin pillars by the Lunar God's Palace, and successive generations of sacred maidens and the princess of the 10 pillars were tasked with suppressing it. But nowadays, in the sealing area of the 6th pillar of the 10 yin pillars in the Lunar God's Palace, even lightning is being emitted. The hooded figures panic and say to sound the alarm. The chain breaks, and one of the 7 stars of the Lunar Emperor is released. A voice says there are many weak ants. The dragon asks if the sacred maiden lineage has declined so much after all these years. A voice says that the 6th princess is on her way to face the enemy. The lady asks if this is really true, and if the 10 yin pillars are consecutively violated and all the Shai emerge, the palace's seal will be broken sooner or later. A voice responds not to worry, as they will take care of it. Sho asks if it's really true or if she will deceive them again, like when she was 6 years old, making her buy orange comic books, or when she made her take baths every day just to enjoy the sight. A voice responds that it is true. The lady says she will believe her once again and asks if she knows where all her cultivation resources went, as they simply disappeared into thin air. The voice responds that she ate them as snacks. Elsewhere, a supreme-ranked aquatic being is introduced, a public dirigible transport belonging to the Holy Lands of Sano. The people are on the ship, observing the surroundings until a little girl becomes interested in a butterfly passing by and watches it fly. The butterfly lands on the protagonist, and there are several around him. The people comment that he's cosplaying as the Lunar King, and that after Bai's appearance, the number of the Lunar King's followers has skyrocketed. He can't be the king, as he should be in the north and not the central region, and maybe he's just a fan of the king. Sue wonders if it's impossible to believe he's the Lunar King himself, and a voice asks if he has decided, as there's a chance to return. The halberd says that if the news of his trip to the central region leaks, she's worried that all the forces of the lunar lineage might have ulterior motives. Liang responds that it's not as if he couldn't trust the Sagittarius Palace, because he knows that even if she has some ulterior motives, she wouldn't harm him in the end, and she has the most reason to stay in the north. And the other day, he received a response from one of the 4 phases of the moon, saying they had found a way to advance quickly through the realms and asked to meet him in the central region. And if his recently restored memories are correct, that person used to be a member of the Aquarius Palace and has deep resentment against Tai's faction, so they should be quite trustworthy. He thinks that to avoid being recognized, he covered his eyes with a facial mask and used the Flash Butterfly's sensory abilities to see around. Compared to human narrow vision, Flash Butterfly vision is much more convenient and easy to use. And the most important thing now is to join the 4th phase of the moon and gain the power to allow Bai to manifest again. With Tan Yun out and probably not returning for years, the residual power of the Shen Sheath is exhausted, and the lunar book no longer has any chances for a draw. He wonders if he should write his will on the spot if he encounters another emperor-level enemy. The ship keeps moving. People are confused, thinking something is happening. They worry they've accidentally passed through the 10 Pillars war zone, but even though the 7 stars of the moon and the lunar god's palace are at war, they don't have the authority to intercept a dirigible from the Holy Lands until someone attacks the dirigible. The beast moves and people panic and start falling. The protagonist grabs onto something and thinks he can't believe the terrifying aura is clearly from an emperor. He doesn't like this at all. People are outraged, asking how they dare attack dirigibles from the Holy Lands, wondering if it's from the lunar god's palace. A circle says it's not from the lunar god's palace nor the 7 stars of the moon, and they don't intend to provoke the Holy Lands of Sano. It is one of the 9 dreams of the Beyond sect, and from now on, all travelers leaving the northern region will have to be inspected by them before being allowed to pass, and they will erase their memories. People fall and cough as the aura approaches. Su thinks that Qiu and Wushang were eliminated in battle and that their target is confirmed to be in the northern region, and he will do whatever it takes to uncover the truth. He tries to say something but can't. The butterflies fly away. Leang thinks he will find out how they were eliminated and what happened 3 years ago. He falls to the ground and thinks he will also discover if anyone has lost their memories. The Beyond sect, a name long forgotten from the world's memory. Tens of thousands of years ago, the sect used to dominate the land, with a god inside the sect known as Beyond. However, after interfering in a certain moon festival, the god was gravely injured by a terrible being and fell into a deep sleep in the spiritual world, unable to remain in the mortal world. All the believers were expelled from the 5 mortal realms and the 3 holy lands and left behind on a deserted island, where they were gradually forgotten by the rest of the world. Tens of thousands of years later, a descendant accidentally realized that the powers he received from the god had greatly increased, and this meant that the god of Beyond was about to return to the mortal realm, and for a time, all the believers were in a frenzy. Within a single night, this power was suddenly interrupted, and the god barely awoke before falling into permanent slumber. Like the 12 lunar palaces of the past, over time, the number of Beyond followers dwindled, and so did their power, leaving only 9 emperors who gathered all the remaining power, the 9 dreams. His goal is to explore the chaos during the lunar god's festival to uncover the truth, no matter the risk. Otherwise, when the lunar god's festival ends, they will never have the chance to change things. A circle floats until it opens its eyes and thinks of the Lord Beyond, wondering what really happened back then, and wonders if there's something in these memories that could answer that. 30 minutes later, the eye wonders what all this garbage is. It observes a girl with a beast and thinks it can't believe she can feel happy playing with a low-ranking favored beast. In another memory, it thinks it's so excited about accepting a high level because it imagined it would be something important. He wonders how a third of the northern region disappeared, and no one remembers it, thinking that this is just the beginning and there's still a bit more to uncover. He realizes that there's another supreme fly there. He observes a memory showing the halberd, a type of supreme ranked weapon, and thinks it's interesting to take a look. He still has to avoid memories from last year in general. The pressure from the fall of the Jindi Palace, even through the memories, still affects him, and he's about to see the moment of birth. 20 minutes later, the eye continues observing the memories and wonders why it hasn't ended and where she was born. He thinks it can't be that she's been alive longer than he has. A light is emitted. He watches closely until his eyes start bleeding. At the Gemini Palace, the halberd walks and talks about the ice sheath flower, saying she's sorry for not having much time and not being able to stay until the end of the lunar god's festival. So, she will enjoy the festival one last time. She says the name of the Lord of the Gemini Palace, the strongest weapon in the world, asking if he would not flee from a fight. She attacks, causing an impact and breaking into pieces. The eye observes this memory and continues bleeding more and more. After a while, he falls onto the dirigible, thinking that this was the 3rd Gemini Moon Palace, and with a single strike, it cut through half the stars. No one warned him about the pressure of the blade's power and the depths of the memories. And how could there be a sovereign capable of confronting the Gemini Palace, which was hidden in the northern region? He realizes he can't handle this for much longer and must recover immediately. He continues thinking that he has to endure until he looks at a boy and seems to recognize him. He thinks that he's had amnesia before and wonders if he should go through the boy's memories, and thinks that if he encounters another powerful being, he will be eliminated immediately, and that no, his own safety is irrelevant. And it's very hard to find a guy with amnesia just in case he's seen a god. And no matter what happens, he can't give up now. Then there's an impact and he turns into slime, crawling through the people and transforming into a human body. The slime in his body moves, and the eye, now with a human body, approaches the king to take a look at his memories. He extends his hand and widens his eyes as he realizes this guy is the king. He thinks that if he discards life and death and continues observing, he will find the answers about the interruption of power, the gods' sleep, and the truth behind the full moon miracle from 3 years ago. The protagonist opens his eyes and appears in a place full of stars, with the system notifying that new favored beasts have been unlocked and the nightmare lineage, Emperor rank, the sixth dream of the 9 dreams of the Beyond sect. Sue thinks he understands and that this guy has a hybrid lunar lineage, which was detected by the Lunar book. He wonders if this is the dream realm trying to spy on his past and thinks that the sect is investigating the incident that happened 3 years ago, and their target is not just him, but all the people of the North. He simply got involved by accident. His luck is quite bad. And now his memories might go back to the time he first arrived at the Academy and further back to the destruction of the Black Moon sect and the founding of the Twin Moons Order. But there's a gap in his memory that even he can't access, and wonders if this emperor can reach the depths of his memories. Leang thinks that he has nothing to lose, so he will just participate and observe. But even if he learns the truth in the end, he's sure his opponent will also suffer a terrible loss that he won't be able to bear. And after half of his memories awakened, revisiting the mistake where he treated his past self as someone else, it seems pretty new. The eye keeps watching the memories and thinks he's almost there, until the memory disappears. He doesn't understand. After a while, the moon is full. A place is presented, empty, with a hole where water is thrown. Someone comes out, and it's the Lunar King without clothes. The eye thinks that the existence is ridiculous, relentless, and suffocating, and wonders if this is the punishment and the answer for the past sins of the Beyond sect. He thinks it should have been completely eradicated 3 years ago. His body starts to disintegrate, and he thinks that, no matter what happens, this information must be transmitted. Then, the eye falls onto the dirigible and thinks that there's no need to investigate anymore, and that it must have been the Lunar King who eliminated Chu and Wushang. This guy surpassed the King of Vessels and the Apostles. They must gather the rest of the 9 dreams to defeat him. This is the ultimate goal. People wake up with a terrible headache. The protagonist wakes up and wonders if the guy escaped, and why he didn't follow the perspective to the end, and why he was expelled halfway. He doesn't understand why the guy fled so hastily and wonders if the god of Beyond is really connected to him. He can't let that guy escape. He thinks that he had sent a swarm of flash butterflies before passing out, and now there should be millions of wild flash butterflies passing through the area. The number of flash butterflies in the central region is 4 to 5 times greater than in the northern region, and there is no enemy to fear there. Sue thinks that he must hold on and that Liu Yu's direction is escaping, and wonders if he's being foolish, until suddenly an explosion occurs on the dirigible, destroying it and causing a huge impact. People scream desperately. The eye thinks it was so close to escaping and transmitting the message about the Lunar King, but his luck is terrible, until he notices lightning and wonders how he ended up escaping from the direction of the 10 Pillars war zone. The dragon approaches and says that he accidentally damaged the springs of the Sano dirigible, and now there are big problems. He sees the eye and says it's all his fault, as he thought it was an emperor sent by the lunar god's palace for the battle, and now he'll have to eliminate everyone. Liang holds on and observes the notification of new favored beasts being unlocked, and the number of illuminated icons increases. She thinks that today she's having very bad luck, and wonders if emperor rankings are just a dime a dozen now, and thinks that now is different. It's the perfect moment. There's no way Liu can escape, and the flash butterflies are about to converge fully. The beings of the emperor rank are those who have been at the peak of the world since birth, but due to the amount of destruction they can cause to the world, most of them are bound by divine restrictions, having signed contracts to protect their respective territories, so they cannot move freely unless in special circumstances. However, even among emperors, there is a difference in power that is beyond the expectation of other beings, which is why the world classifies emperors into lords, great emperors, and common emperors. Among the lords, there are those who can eliminate common emperors with a simple aura, such as Bihai, whose aura can transform into an arrow that can pierce to the end of the world. There is also Bing, who can affect the climate of an entire region just by his body temperature, and the Holy Land sources of Lord Sano, who controls the oceans. If they released all their power, they could destroy an entire planet in an instant. Among the great emperors are Faying, whose eyes are like scarlet cherry blossom petals, and who can fly 10,000 miles with a single flap of his wings. The White Saint clan from the western region can delay the rotation of the sun and moon. MANHUA from the Moon God Palace, all of them are absolute powers at the high emperor level. Finally, 90% of the emperors are common emperors, where there is an unquestionable dominant class, beings who are practically impossible to defeat. For example, after awakening from a 1,000-year sleep, the 7 moon stars caused the Moon God Palace to suffer a complete defeat in just half a month. Meanwhile, the dragon is furious, destroying everything around him, saying he thinks he'll have to eliminate everyone and doesn't want to get involved with a Holy Land force at this stage. Even if they want to start a war with them, they'll have to wait until all the Sure Lords are revived. He attacks with his skill, people fall and ask for help. A voice asks what the king will do now. The halberd says that her true form can't be destroyed and can't help him there. She thinks, having said that, the protagonist tells her not to worry because, not long ago, the flash butterflies he sent had already converged and are gathering rapidly in this direction. If they can withstand the first attack, they'll have a chance to defeat him. The system notifies that the number of flash butterflies that can be controlled has temporarily increased from 10,000 to 6 million. He says that Hu Zhang's shield was almost fully recovered and will be able to sense and block the Emperor's attack in an instant until a barrier is emitted around the airship. The dragon says not to blame him and to blame themselves for being weak and insignificant, then uses his skill to break it into pieces. Su watches and apologizes in his thoughts for not being able to save, as he can barely protect himself. The girls being attacked return to normal. Leang observes from the side. The dragon is confused until they see someone appear at the scene. It's a girl floating. She makes a motion with her hand and says to turn back the clock, the sun and the moon. She moves her hand and the king looks shocked. The dragon is completely confused and stares at her. The eye asks what happened and how she managed to recover from the injuries, saying she is a great emperor. The empress says she just returned them to the state they were in 24 hours ago, and the memories were not erased. In addition to the sect, the sinners are not part of the 5 imperial regions, but once again interfered with the moon god festival and involved innocent people from the north, repeating the same mistakes from the past. They are doomed to an end. She attacks the eye and it explodes immediately. The dragon watches, shocked. The empress looks at him and sees him fleeing, saying that as a member of the 7 stars, it's not wrong to eliminate foreign enemies during the moon god festival, and his attempt to silence those aboard the Wang airship will be truthfully reported to the Holy Land. The dragon wants to know who they think they are to interfere so much, and this arrogant attitude is very annoying until suddenly he disappears. The great empress watches and tells the king that, as agreed, she sent him to a place that can quickly elevate his realm, and no matter how much trash comes, they won't be able to change the result of the moon festival. There's no need to waste more miracles. Before returning, he needs enough power to defeat the desired palace. Liang looks shocked, rubbing his arms as he feels very cold and says that the unusual weather and the mixed aura of creatures around him make him realize that he's in the eastern region and wonders why he is suddenly here. He thinks that for an average beastmaster, it's more dangerous than a Holy Land, and recalls the moment when he was on the airship facing the dragon's attack and, near the end, felt the aura of the 4th phase of the moon. He wonders if it was Moon who saved him and asks why she's not here. He continues to feel increasingly colder until he summons a barrier around him. The protagonist notices that the temperature is finally normal, but he almost got frozen and eliminated. He thinks that at this temperature, the flash butterflies can't move and that he can no longer use that mask. He asks if he's alone now. He thinks that the butterfly and Wei Tu can't fight while Chen and Zhang disappeared and the shield is slowly depleting. If Hu Zhang's energy runs out or if he encounters an enemy, it's obvious he'll be eliminated. The most important thing now is to find a way to survive. He walks and notices that everything looks the same, asking where he should go until Su hears a voice and looks back. Winds start blowing and people approach. He continues to observe, thinking these are the people from the ice. They're 3 girls. Liang watches them as they pass by without saying anything, leaving him confused, until one of them stops and looks back, saying that it's not safe to stay away from the mine and asking if he might not be able to return before dark. She suggests it's better to go back and rest before it's too late. The king thinks he thought the ice people were terrible to outsiders and realizes he can't trust online rumors. He looks at them and says he's lost, asking where he should go and if they can help him get out of there. The girl replies that he just needs to follow the direction where the moonlight aura is stronger, and asks if he isn't of the lunar type. Another girl with the short hair asks if there's been any trouble somewhere because, in that case, she will contact them and have him transferred to another mine. The protagonist answers that he isn't and that he's of the lunar type and ended up freezing. He walks on, thinking that there's a lunar system camp around here and wonders how there's a moon source in the eastern region. They watch him walk and say that he's a strange human. Midday later, at the lunar source vein, there are some tents. Su continues walking, breathing heavily until he says that he finally reached it. He turns and lies down on the ground, saying he's made it there, and thinks that Hu Zhang's shield is almost exhausted. And it's not surprising the woman from the snow said it's very dangerous. If Tainun had been there, the journey would have ended in seconds. He falls silent, then sits up and says, it's very strange. Even though it's the eastern region, the moonlight aura here is even denser than at the Imperial Academy. He thinks most of his fatigue disappeared in the blink of an eye, and even the shield is recovering slowly. He wonders if it's because of this moon source mine and doesn't seem like these beastmasters are being kept captive by the ice people. He wonders what's going on there. He looks to the side and comes across a high-ranked lunar and thinks that this pair of growing pills is one of the most exciting things for a favorite lunar beast, regardless of the rank. To get information, all he needs to do is until he suddenly looks shocked, facing several animals screaming. Leang thinks he doesn't understand anything and tells them to stop and get in line to speak one at a time. A little girl says to take her back home because she was sold by her master and will have to explore for 3 years to pay for her freedom. The mouse says that the Eastern currency is different from the rest of the world and all possessions are useless. The dog adds that although the ice people aren't keeping them captive, they can't survive in this climate for more than 3 days. The cat says that it only came for a walk and didn't expect it couldn't go back home. The king watches without reacting and says that he will soon take them all out of there, and asks why the eastern region has so many abundant moon veins and how it works in low temperatures. One of them responds that this mine was sold to the Ice Queen by the guardian of the Aquarium Palace a long time ago. The protagonist looks surprised and wonders if someone in this mine in the eastern region is calling him patriarch. Yue Ying approaches and says she's a member of the Twin Moons Order. She recently got lost in the eastern region and, when she saw his eyes, recognized him instantly. She thinks she knows he's not there for her, but for someone of this level to be there, something big must be happening, and if she can get his attention, her future, even with a simple Leah flyer, will go smoothly from now on. Sue asks for a summary of what's going on there, and Yue says she'll explain with great honor. He thinks that in reality he can more or less imagine what's happening, and being transported there near a moon vein is probably not an accident. He believes this was orchestrated by a member of the Four Moons. Ying says that this vein is controlled by Fentong, one of the 3 Jade Emperors, and presumes that he came there to recover the vein. He wonders how he didn't know this himself. Leang stays silent for a moment, then says that the details can't be revealed. Yue responds apologetically, panicking, and says she will continue to inform him about the situation within the vein. First of all, the moon crystals in the vein can only be mined by lunar-type favorite beasts, and no other lineage can do this. As a result, the Ice People's attitude toward them there is really very good. In addition to making money to leave, they can also absorb crystals to strengthen themselves. There are not only those who can't leave like him, but also many powerful beings at the supreme level who are staying there to get stronger. The king says he can see that and thinks it's as he expected. Instead of calling it a prison, it would be more accurate to call it a refuge for the lunar lineage. He asks how the vein works in such a harsh climate and what they do with all the moonstones they mine. Ying answers that she's not sure, but she heard from a supreme figure that at the end of the vein, there seems to be a powerful lunar lineage life form. They reach the entrance, and she says that if he's going in, he needs to be careful because the concentration of moon energy inside the vein is so abnormal that a weak being would faint after traveling another kilometer. Even for supreme levels, she's never heard of anyone being able to go deeper than 3 kilometers. The protagonist thinks this is impossible, and the high-ranking favorite beasts don't know this. But it's impossible to stun a supreme rank being with just the moonlight concentration. It's very likely the pressure of a superior being's position, no doubt deep within the mind, and there's no doubt that the being inside is powerful. This is the true cause of how the moon vein can exist in the eastern region. He thanks her for her hard work and says that he will now enter alone. Once this matter is resolved, he'll take everyone out of the east. Yue thinks that she doesn't know what the holiness is confirming, but she has the feeling that the world is about to be turned upside down. After 1,000 years, the throne of her Ice Queen in the eastern region will be challenged once again. Meanwhile, deep inside the mine, Sue stops and observes, thinking that this kind of low-quality crystal stone is considered worthless in the Twin Moons Order. A normal high level can only go down to 1 kilometer deep, and even a supreme level can only reach about 3 kilometers. He stops and calls the butterflies, and they quickly go ahead. Leang thinks that now, having passed about 1 kilometer, he's starting to feel a bit dizzy. He activates his shield, walks on, and the system notifies him that he must leave the area immediately or risk being eliminated. The king realizes he's only 1 kilometer in, and the pressure is intense. He observes and thinks that luckily he still has Zhong Yue and will continue forward to see what happens. 10 minutes later, the protagonist has gone 3 kilometers when he stops and thinks that he can't feel the end of this. The pressure is so strong that it's like being 10 kilometers deep in the ocean. But then he realizes he can't be more than 10 kilometers from the core and wonders what's hidden inside. He thinks that if he has an accident, he'll be eliminated if he keeps going deeper, and wonders if he should continue. With the departure of the beasts, he feels how much he depended on them, and it's like being a weak beastmaster from a star who won't be able to perform such miracles again. It seems like he'll have to turn back after all. He remembers his enemies, antelope, the empress, the dragon, and the rabbit, and looks shocked, thinking that if he stays as he is, he won't be able to compete in the Moon Festival. If he retreats here, he'll never be worthy of the title of Lunar King. Su crouches down and thinks that his current realm is very low, so he will cultivate until he reaches the end of the vein. He'll start with 10 days, but if that's not enough, he has half a year to go. His realm has always been a star so far because all his favorite energy was being diverted and used to nourish the dormant Golden Butterfly Palace. But now that the Golden Butterfly Palace has awakened, he no longer needs the favorite energy, so he can take the opportunity to cultivate properly using this highly concentrated moon vein. Having walked this far, he should see what's inside. Several hours later, still in the same place, a light is emitted and lightning strikes, causing an extremely intense light and an explosion. Leang thinks it's the advancement of 2 stars, and that only after cultivating to 4 stars will a colored aura be created. He wonders if this dramatic increase could be due to his talent and thinks that besides the aura, all 5 senses, physical ability, energy reserves, perceptions, and even longevity have increased. Zan's limit has also been raised by a large margin, so he should be able to go even deeper and cultivate now. The 10 pillars of Yin, guarded by the moon god Palace, are said in legend that when they are broken, an ancient moon goddess will awaken. In the last 1,000 years, there have been many troublemakers, but all were defeated by the princesses of the 10 pillars. Now that the moon festival has started, the 7 moon stars have emerged, and the palace is being constantly defeated, with 9 of the seals broken one after the other. The last remaining pillar is on the edge of the northern region, and perhaps out of fear of the influence from that region, the 7 stars have not attacked it until now. But now that 9 seals have been broken, they've finally decided to make a move toward this place. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away, a woman is angry, fighting. She introduces herself as Han Yui, the leader of the 7 stars, and says that the person has no business interfering in the outcome of the 10 pillars. As high-class emperors, they have united forces to defeat her, and this is a disgrace to their class. Sky approaches and says that no matter how many of the Moon Palace's trash have fallen, as long as the last pillar remains untouched, it's good for them. They can try to defeat her as much as they want without fear of retaliation from the forces behind her. Hanyu observes angrily and notices the White Sage clan of the Western region and the 4 moons of the Twin Moons Order. The Great Empress says that there's no need to hurry, the Fey Palace has not yet awakened, and until the Overlord's restriction is lifted, they can do as they please. Furthermore, it's not time for that yet, and perhaps it never will be. She makes a gesture with her hand, and the leader of the 7 stars names everyone, saying that she'll never forget them, before disappearing from the scene immediately. Sky observes and asks where she's been sent. The Great Empress replies that she sent her to the Holy Land of the Northern region, the Sea of Mist and Clouds. Lin asks what the difference is between that and being eliminated, and says that for the sake of their past relationship, she'll help for a month, but after that, she'll be on her own. Even if the Fey Palace is restored, she won't be able to return to the Annie Peak so soon, and she wonders why the Empress is so eager to interfere now. The Great Empress says that she wouldn't understand unless she's lunar, but as the leader of the 4 moons, she can truly see the chances of them winning in the end, if that's the case. She observes and a light is emitted, saying that even the ancient lunar king. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at a depth of 10 kilometers, the protagonist stops and observes an aura around him. He looks at his hands and thinks that after training for half a month, he reached the 4-star realm, but 5 stars are still out of reach. Now he can fully use the power of the supreme rank, but he doesn't have a supreme rank being to contract with right now, and with his current power, he should be able to reach the end at once. After crossing the 4-star realm, the world in front of him became completely different. He can now clearly see the flow of aura through the air and is certain that this terrifying and frightening pressure is coming from a certain being. He's encountered few beings with this level of power. He looks to the side and thinks that it looks like the end. Su stops and summons Lake with maximum defense. He sighs and continues walking. After a while, still in the same place, with his eyes closed, he opens one and observes his surroundings, noticing someone lying there. It's a red-haired woman with her eyes closed. She opens them, looks to the side, and notices him, asking how he got there. Stones begin to move rapidly, and a loud sound is emitted. Liang observes his surroundings and thinks that this was an illusion caused by the terrifying aura, which made him momentarily visualize the end of the world. He breathes heavily, smiles, and thinks that he was sure he'd come here, and no matter what happens, he'll reach the end of this moon festival. The book begins to flip, and the king thinks that, no matter the price, the system notifies that new favorite beasts have been unlocked, and the number of illuminated icons has increased. He observes the woman in front of him, and the system displays her characteristics. The protagonist thinks that the flame heart of the Moonlamp King, who was eliminated, used to be a member of the Aquarius Palace, one of the 12 palaces of Yao Lunar. And as a faction member, it's impossible not to have heard of her name. She is the only great emperor in 10,000 years who dared to challenge a sovereign during a full moon night. After failing to defeat the Ice Queen, she was never heard from for thousands of years, but the Flameheart King and she are still alive, standing right before his eyes. He calls her name and introduces himself, saying he's here to take her out of there. Flameheart descends and asks where he plans to take her. Sue doesn't quite understand, and she asks if Fentong has been defeated, questioning about several others, saying he is just a mere mortal who dares to call himself a king, a mere ant with an insignificant realm, even attempting to lay his hands on her. Winds begin to swirl, and Leang wonders how her aura alone can cause so much damage, realizing that his shield is almost depleted. Flameheart continues attacking, and as she tries to move from her position, chains restrain her, and the protagonist realizes she's been sealed by the Ice Queen. He asks what the issue is, and continues calling her an ant, but she doesn't look at herself and says that after challenging an overlord, she lost her freedom, yet still acts as if she's superior to everyone. The redhead asks if he doesn't think she wants to leave, but with his garbage realm, how can he free her? She says that even if the Ice Queen is temporarily immobilized, when the three celestial kings appear, even if they don't eliminate her, they will ensure she meets a terrible end. Sue asks if someone like her is so afraid of the three celestial kings and says he's not saying he'll run, but rather that he'll defeat them and leave the eastern region with his head held high. Flameheart watches, surprised, thinking that this man might be a true fool. Leang extends his hand to her. The redhead looks surprised, and he asks what she's doing. She responds that she fears an idiot might be contagious. The king thinks he didn't expect to succeed with words anyway, and that there's still plenty of time. He can take the opportunity to reach the 5-star realm. Flameheart watches him, seated with his eyes closed. She observes him intently, thinking that for him to ignore her pressure and get this far, it's not a complete waste. But she's seen many delusional people who get lost in their own power and make foolish promises over millennia. There are ice people who dream of seeing the outside world and lunar beast tamers who have been trapped in the mines of the eastern region. It's as beautiful and dreamlike as a fairy tale, enough to become the beginning of a legend. And it's a shame that, without exception, they were cut off at the beginning. With their openings, they simply couldn't let her wield her power. So she filled the entire cave with pressure, isolating everyone and no longer wanting any hope of escape. The redhead watches him intently, thinking this discovery is a bit interesting, and asks what faction he's from and which emperor is behind him. The protagonist responds that he's from the Twin Moon sect. She asks who founded it, saying that a 4-star Moon King is visible, and that the previous Moon King was already 5 stars in the womb. She asks again which emperor is behind it, and he wonders if she's gone mad from being alone too long. He says he's the founder of the Twin Moon sect, and not only the Moon King, but also the representative of the northern region of the Moon God Sacrifice. Even though she's trapped there, she must be able to sense what happened in the northern region half a month ago. A mana is emitted along with the ring, and Flameheart realizes that it's the ring of the king of the northern region. And this is truly the symbol that the Moon God Sacrifice opened. Sue asks if it was said the previous Moon King was 5 stars in the womb. He stands up and says it sounds quite exaggerated since he's a natural beast tamer. Leang emits a strong light and continues, saying that although the emperor behind the Twin Moon sect is the Sagittarius Palace, it is the master of the Golden Butterfly Palace. His enemies are the Rabbit Consort and October, and he surpassed the previous Moon King, winning the final victory of the moon. He also wants something from the Ice Queen, and starting a war with the eastern region isn't impossible, as long as she's willing to join them. He extends his hand. Just as she's about to touch his hand, an impact occurs. The redhead asks what's going on, wondering if a tyrant truly resides in his body and how a 4-star beast tamer can break through the defenses of the eastern region. She says that even if she makes a contract, she can't manifest, and if he really wants to pay, they can talk about it after he reaches 7 stars. The king asks if, assuming they manage to escape, what she will do after regaining her freedom, and if she will still challenge the Ice Queen, with the 3 blue heavens being the enemies they'll defeat. Flameheart asks if the old one from the Sagittarius Palace didn't tell him, saying she has no grudge with the eastern region. On the contrary, the Ice Queen and Lord Water are friends who came, and the reason she struck the Ice Queen back then was because she did something unforgivable. If it weren't for the Queen, Lord Lilac of the Sky wouldn't have. The protagonist realizes someone is coming, and they stay alert until suddenly an explosion occurs. The redhead says it's one of the 12 celestial shields of the eastern region. The commotion of her speaking to him must have been discovered, and they should flee as soon as possible. Since he's a contractor of the Golden Butterfly Palace, he should be able to deal with a common emperor. Sue thinks he can't handle this and says they don't need to run, as he still has things to do in the eastern region, and she hasn't finished what she was telling him before. He asks what Water revealed about the guardian of the aquariums, saying everyone knows that the Aquarius Palace was defeated by the Rabbit Consort Palace back then. But she mentioned it was related to the Ice Queen and asks if she can tell the details after they escape the eastern region. He says if it's related to the Ice Queen, it's enough to strike her once, as she ended up being imprisoned for thousands of years. Why not wait until they can defeat her fairly in the future? Something approaches, and they observe. A bird asks who the human is and why he's there, wondering if she's thinking of fleeing again. It says the Ice Queen isn't as lenient as before and tells her not to forget the instructions given by Lord Aquarius Palace back then, and that she's forbidden from seeking revenge against the suzerain of the Rabbit Consort Palace. Leang says the bird is too noisy and asks what right a mere stranger from the celestial faction has to interfere in lunar faction matters. He says that since Aquarius didn't allow himself in the name of Golden, he agrees that the traitor from the moon of the Rabbit Palace should be defeated. Lineage looks surprised. The king asks why she's hesitating and if she'll allow the princess of the Hair Palace to be involved with the disinheritance and destruction of the Aquarius Palace, and about the Ice Queen sentence. Will she do nothing about it and remain a weak trash, or will she sign the contract? And if she does, there's a way to make it manifest. He says that after that, whether it's the Hair Palace, the 10 eclipses, the 3 celestial heavens, or the Ice Queen, they will win and spare none of them. Suddenly, a light is emitted. Elsewhere, the 3 ice girls are walking until they stop and ask what's happening, and if it's the moon mine. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the bird falls to the ground, not understanding how this is possible. Smoke moves, and the protagonist observes the panel with some data, wondering if, when reaching the 6-star realm, he can make the Emperor descend. He thinks that once he reaches 6 stars, he'll be able to freely use the power of the withered Moonlamp Heart King and the Firefly King. The bird asks what he's doing, daring to sign a contract with the Lord Firefly King without permission, and talking crazily about defeating the Ice Queen. With just a 5-star realm, he can't even make the Emperor manifest. Lightning is emitted from the sky, and Sue observes, sighs, and invokes the moon in the lake, creating a barrier to defend against the attack. The bird looks surprised and asks if he's actually swallowed the whole mine, wondering what this boy is until he realizes he's the Lunar King, with white hair and crescent moon eyes. He watches the king and asks if he wants to start a war with the eastern region. Leang thinks that having stored the energy of the mine all at once, it should be possible. He focuses and invokes butterfly wings with flames, thinking that 1/10 of the mine's energy was consumed all at once. But this temporary 6-star state can only last for about 5 minutes, and when the time limit is reached, it will return to 5 stars, just as planned. He tells the withered Moonlamp Heart and the Firefly King to manifest. Flames are emitted, and the redhead approaches with an intense aura. Meanwhile, near the mountains, the 3 ice girls kneel and say that after 1,000 years, it has descended upon the world again. Inside the cave, Flameheart calls him master, thinking she'll immediately inform him of his plan after signing the contract. She touches his shoulder and thinks that she's never seen such a crazy man in the last era. His challenge to the Ice Queen isn't a joke, and this man is definitely not an apostle in any way. The protagonist congratulates her for regaining her freedom and asks if she knows what to do next, wondering if 5 minutes are enough. The redhead replies that although it's not a full moon now, 5 minutes is worth trying. An aura is emitted around them as they touch hands, and an extremely bright light shines from above. The bird says this is a disaster, and they are doomed. They need to notify Lord San as quickly as possible. The emitted light appears elsewhere, and Sue is in the middle of it. A voice says it can still be interrupted for about 4.5 minutes, and asks if there's something he's looking for. Leang answers that to save time, they'll search everything. He extends his hand to feel, and manas move through the air. He closes his eyes and wonders if it's Zumbir, that little guy, and if she's actually an 8-star beast tamer, asking how many beast tamers in the eastern region there are. The redhead says that this little one is the current Ice Queen. The king wonders if they need to defeat her to leave the eastern region, until he widens his eyes and realizes that this person is that 3-meter-tall Icekin, and she disguised herself. The system notifies an alert that the overlord of the eastern region has been detected. Direct attacks on the overlord are prohibited until Scarlet is defeated, unless the opposing group takes actions that endanger the team. The same notification reaches the Ice Queen. She asks if it's the Lunar King who wants to start this war. A voice insults her and says that if they let the king retreat unharmed, they'll be in trouble. The Ice Queen replies that it's a frost of 8 stars, not a sky type of 8 stars, and asks who told her to hide in her body because she's afraid of the cold and misses Lord Snow White of 3 legs. She's been visiting her parents in 3 for over a year, Scarlet tells her to stop talking nonsense and thinks it's too much of a coincidence that both the winged Flash and Snow White of Three Legs are missing at this critical moment. With the Queen's current level, she'll progress at least 3 minutes before manifesting. The protagonist looks around, noticing a dark mana and thinking he found it. He sees a chest in the middle, opens it, and finds a ball inside. He thinks that even though he doesn't know why they haven't yet summoned San, once he makes a move toward the Ice Queen's treasure, the restriction of the Moon God's sacrifice will be lifted, and the war will start in a few seconds. Flameheart says it can still be interrupted for about 4 minutes, as long as there are no obstructions. If they fight, the energy won't be enough. Sue says it doesn't matter, as long as they escape the limits of the eastern region, everything will be fine. He invokes the moon of the lake, and she grabs the ball from the chest, emitting a strong light. The Ice Queen asks what's happening, as he just touched her treasure. Scarlet says she can't let him leave so easily and that dawn is almost here. She'll find him soon. She watches as a voice says, "The night is almost over," and asks if the king is listening. Leang thinks no, and that the scabbard of the saber is one of the 7 strings, a better weapon-type defense called Ice Flower, but this black gem is completely lifeless, and he can't feel any trace of life in it. He invokes the Book of the Moon, and another notification arrives that a component of the Ice Flower of the Superior Moon has arrived. Sword Ring. The hint is that the Ice Flower sword brooch of the Superior Moon is made from 4 components: black sword ring, purple sword core, blue sword soul, and golden sword lock. The protagonist wonders if Chen didn't say the Ice Flower had 4 parts back then, and thinks that since the Ice Queen, who has lived since ancient times, couldn't understand the mysteries of the 7 strings, it's normal for her to carry them. Anyway, this trip to the eastern region saved the Firefly King and brought the sword ring, so it wasn't in vain, and they'll give a deposit to Chen until someone calls him. The redhead says that although they're already fast, it's not a full moon and the night is almost over. They'll be caught at the edge of the eastern region. She doesn't want to doubt him, but his current panel is so delicate and he might not even be able to deal with supreme-level enemies. Sue observes his beasts: the butterfly, the moon lamp, the moon in the lake, the jade-tail rabbit, the brilliant butterfly. He thinks the panel is shared after the contract. It seems she can already see the information of his contract. When the 5-minute limit ends, his forcibly increased 6-star realm will drop back to 5 stars. Flameheart asks why he didn't say he had a pet with a waning moon constitution. Leang says it's a shame it can't be used if it's not a full moon, and even on a full moon night, he won't be able to fight the Emperor. The redhead says that the waning moon constitution, how can it be a waning moon constitution if the beast can't fight when it's not a full moon night, especially since that day back then was also a full moon night? She watches him and says that this guy is still a collateral lineage of the great consort. The protagonist says that the high and mighty gods completely despise the defective waning moon constitution. The moon lamp asks about defective and says that a waning moon constitution is not a defect at all. The waning moon constitution is perfect, the most perfect, the masterpiece of moonlight. Suddenly, noises are emitted and they get startled as the sounds continue. Elsewhere, the Ice Girls hear and say that it's the student Rosa Sakura of sand descending into the world. The sounds continue and Sue watches intently. Scarlet approaches and says that the day has come, and he should be very clear about the consequences of doing this. Leang wonders about this speed and thinks that forgetting to reach the limit of the eastern region, he won't be able to take another step from there. Pink says to return the Queen's belongings and come back with her to face the judgment, and if they do that, they can spare their lives. The protagonist watches, and a voice says that the pink pill shouldn't even dream of that. They look to the side without understanding and observe an aura. Flameheart says that she would rather be eliminated fighting there than return, and the consort's seal is about to be lifted, and she will eliminate it herself and thinks it's better to understand. Scarlet asks if the Firefly King is going to be so stubborn, and if the Ice Queen isn't participating in this moon god sacrifice to avenge the Aquarius Palace, saying that they just need to wait patiently for the end of the moon god sacrifice, and the eastern region will defeat Consort in October, and until then, everything will be over. She grabs her opponent's arm and says she won't let her go to elimination, and if she can't even defeat her, how will she face the Rabbit Consort Palace? The redhead looks unsure of what to say. A hand pushes Pink, and it's Sue, saying that defeating the consort is the moon's business, and outsiders from the eastern region should stay out of it. He doesn't know what happened between them, but they must go back from where they came, or he will eliminate her and the Queen. The moon lamp asks if he's crazy. Scarlet gets very angry and insults him. Leang says that after moon shatters, only one of the 12 miracles of the full moon nights will remain, and the moon type has been in decline for a long time. He supposes that this moon god sacrifice is the last gasp. Pink asks how he dares speak to her like this in broad daylight, until she notices something, looks to the side, and is confused. The system notifies altered information. The rabbit lying on the ground opens its eyes. The king says that a moon is about to rise. Elsewhere, at the same time, on the shores of the northern region, Xing watches and asks what she's doing. The celestial maiden, slightly nervous, remembers and says she was eliminated in the middle of battle while using a skill recently resurrected, still in a state of extreme tension and confusion, and accidentally ended up using a skill again. Xing says that in any case, it's only 5 minutes, and even a supreme rank like her simulating a full moon can only interfere with supremes, and nothing important should happen. Scarlet watches the full moon and asks what's happening. The protagonist thinks that the reason he was able to perceive this is because of this change. The simulated full moon has no effect on high-ranking emperors. In a few seconds, fire will be withdrawn, so all hope of the rabbit is lost. Pink mocks him and asks if it's a medium-level jade-tail rabbit, and if that's why he's bragging, thinking he hasn't figured out this supreme rank trick. She says it's just a bluff that can last 5 minutes, and it's impossible for this to have any impact on the outcome of this battle. Su looks to the side and says that he supposes his old one-star realm couldn't release all its power, but he knows very well that the limit of the waning moon constitution is much greater than this, and asks if she's selling this high-ranking emperor right in front of him, saying that in 10 seconds, it should become stronger than her. He emits a strong aura throughout the place. The redhead watches in surprise and wonders if it's the one that came from the moon-type ore he devoured earlier. The rabbit starts tearing stones and swallowing them. Scarlet watches in surprise. Leang says that the rabbit is his only trump card now, and it can get stronger and evolve, and now it must meet expectations. The rabbit continues swallowing the stones. The king thinks that, unlike the cloud that has been chasing the moon and the submerged moonstar that didn't sign a contract, the strength of the jade-tail rabbit is hindered by its 1-star realm, but it's currently in a temporary 6-star realm, almost near 7 stars, and wonders if it can defeat the emperor on a full moon night. He thinks that although the pink student hesitated to act, probably due to past affections, the Firefly King is about to disappear in a dozen seconds, and at this moment, it's likely to be the Day of Judgment. Flameheart asks why precisely now. This is the Moonlight Guidance, and if it was predicted today back then. She says it's not about luck, strength, realm, or probability, but an inherent inevitability, because the heart believes firmly, so miracles will happen, and asks why he didn't agree to the rabbit consort's offer before. The protagonist responds that there's no reason, and that guy said his alignment was full of trash and defects, so he responded. And his rabbit isn't a defect, and asks if he didn't also say before that the waning moon constitution wasn't a defect, and says that one day he will step on the rabbit consort palace and the October eclipse beneath his feet, making them know what regret is. The redhead watches him and says he's right, that a waning moon constitution isn't a defect, and that Lord Winter, the waning moon constitution of the Aquarius Palace, is not a defect at all. Su watches, surprised, and asks what she said, and if it was that one of the 7 miracles of the world, the floating sky of the Winter Guardian of the Aquarius Palace, is actually a waning moon constitution. He thinks this makes sense because the Rabbit Palace was able to defeat Aquarius, like that day that wasn't a full moon night. The waning moon constitution has no combat power. Flameheart says that the sky of the tongues on a full moon night would never lose, and has always believed in this. But alone she can't defeat the rabbit consort faction and hates her own weakness. And if one day she can bring it to stand before people. Leang says he promises. The redhead watches him, approaches, and hugs him. The protagonist watches without reaction. Scarlet asks if she's decided to do this. She emits a loud sound. Flameheart, still hugging the king, says that Lord Renunciation of the Water of the Sky had already peeled the purpose of the life crystal core before the final battle with the rabbit consort palace. He's surprised, and she continues saying that this crystal core, which condenses all the essence of the waning moon constitution, is in until she disappears. Su thinks the Firefly King disappeared and that he himself returned to the 5-star realm and the Firefly signed a contract with him. And if he's eliminated, she'll also be seriously injured. Maybe that's the reason for the pink student's hesitation. But this moment of hesitation is enough. He calls for the moon of the lake. A great aura starts to emit. Pink looks shocked. Leang looks confident and thinks this is the Moonlight Throne guarded by the Firefly, which once belonged to the Aquarius Palace. The life crystal core removed by the Aquarius Palace has arrived. He watches the crystal and calls for the Jade Rabbit. The rabbit nearby grabs the throne, opens its mouth, and swallows it. Scarlet tells it to stop. The Lunar King wants to know how it could stop there, since it's a miracle built by the waning moon constitution. A very loud sound is emitted. Pink looks surprised and wonders what this jade-tail rabbit has transformed into. The protagonist looks to the side, observes the rabbit, and looks at the book, saying that the giant rabbit with hammer ears, jade hammer embracing the moon, and wonders if it evolved into a supreme rank in such a short time. Several notifications start arriving until they all disappear. Sue wonders if it's out of control. He observes surprised. Scarlet is also very surprised. Leang wonders if it's the lowest rank lunar rabbit. Pink observes a wrong bet and shouldn't have entrusted the Aquarius Palace throne to this human. She points her finger at him, watches, and asks if he couldn't evolve and is now thinking about how to save his own life. The protagonist asks about failing and says no, and that this is the most perfect evolution. The system notifies that the lunar rabbit, Ching, deficient in jade, waning moon constitution, and he thanks the firefly, and as agreed soon after, he'll be before the Tane group on a certain full moon night, and advises his opponent not to attack, for if they face hostility, the invincible legend of his 3 Bixiao for 10,000 years will be completely destroyed. Scarlet wonders if it's low-level hostility and thinks it's really abnormal for a low-level to ignore her pressure, and wonders if it could be another trick by someone. Sue says that he doesn't intend to complicate things too much today and will let it go this time. Finally, he'll take the last important piece of the Ice Queen's puzzle. He calls his rabbit to leave. Pink asks what he said. She emits a sound approaching him and causing impact around. Entering in front of him with her enormous wings and being surprised, wondering where this immense resistance came from and if it is the Moon King, she looks at him and realizes that he hasn't done anything. Then she looks to the side where a strong light is emanating. Scarlet places her hand over her face and realizes that it is the aura around the rabbit. Leang observes the aquarium's notification that the moon can descend at any moment and that the waiting time is 30 natural days. He thinks that even though he doesn't know the reason for the authority, it may still have an effect after the destruction of the moon. But this evolution didn't just inherit the characteristics of Aquarius, it also developed a new authority, undoubtedly a perfect rebirth, and at least this time it has the qualification to safely recover from the eastern region. Pink wonders how this is possible. She looks at the rabbit with mana and is startled. The rabbit raises its hand bidding farewell. A sound is emitted and Scarlet tells him not to be eliminated too quickly. The rabbit responds, saying the same to her. Then an explosion happens, stones fly, waters move. Elsewhere, Xing says that 5 minutes have passed and the full moon should disappear soon. The celestial maiden becomes excited and says that they will be able to go home soon, until she notices something and asks what it is. Then someone is cut in half. Xing is surprised, and attacks continue with explosions, moving smoke. The bird approaches, and Scarlet says that she hasn't felt such intense pain in 10,000 years, and that guy still isn't taking it seriously. On the contrary, the artificial moon is too useless, and if that's the case, they will decide the winner the next time they meet. The bird looks surprised and wonders how this is possible. He notices her injured wing. Elsewhere, waters move rapidly, and an explosion happens in the southern region. People look. The protagonist hides behind a tree and thinks that the full moon of the celestial maiden has ended, and the moon in the lake has reached its limit. Who would have thought that the evolved lunar rabbit could fight against the pink pill, especially since the moon was fake? In that case, next time he will use all his strength and resolve things with San. Someone approaches and says that it's been a long time since they last met. He turns and finds Kang, thinking that this welcome ceremony is quite grand. Meanwhile, inside the Empress's sect, she asks if it's his first time in the southern region, and says that this is a world surrounded by countless giant plants because it's home to one of the 7 wonders, the famous plant-based sacred land. Many giant plants are animals positioned there. Some are supreme and even emperors. The southern region has more than 10 times the number of tourists compared to the central regions. Sue says that it is indeed amazing and thinks there's a catch, as it seems unbelievable that they have a 3-year agreement and are like fire and water, yet now they walk together, which is even more unbelievable. Yue says that speaking of this, it's very rare for the worthy Moon King and Bai from the Western Twins to come to the southern region at the same time. Liang asks if the Western Twins are also there and thinks that, according to information in the Moon Book of the Eastern region, the soul of the Ice Flower Sword of the Upper Moon is in Bai's hands. The Empress says, of course, and that the full moon night is almost here. The lunar-type beast dominators are all preparing to ascend to the skies, and Bai is no exception, and asks if that's not the case. The king thinks that she doesn't know that he was struck there by Scarlet, and that the 3-year agreement is still far off, so she will naturally assume that he is there for something else and wonders what ascent is. He repeats the word ascent again, pretending to know. Kang laughs and says that it's normal for the busy king not to understand the trivial entertainment of the southern region. She walks and says that they are already there and asks why they don't see it. The protagonist runs his hand over his head, then looks surprised as he sees the southern region, the sacred land ring, Heavenly Peach. People climb the stairs, and he asks if this is an ascent and if even the beast tamers want to join in the fun. Yue explains that the flower ring he sees is only the entrance to the sacred land of the Heavenly Peach Ring, which is 10,000 meters high. Until now, no one has reached the top, and the highest record is 9,999 meters. No one has ever stepped on the 10,000 meter mark. It's like time passes, the difficulty increases, and since this hasn't happened before, it probably won't happen in the future. Sue asks why, and Yue explains that each meter of the Peach Ring represents the ranking of all living beings in the world made by Peach, who copied the auras of strong people she encountered. The higher one climb, and records below 5,000 meters are almost always being broken. But above that, especially at the top, it's basically impossible for any change to occur. Because above 8,000 meters, it's not just the pressure, you need real qualification to fight against the opponent to be recognized. The Empress points her finger at him to look. The ranking shows only the top 9 and only the best can have their pets remembered forever and become famous worldwide. Leang realizes that the previous Moon King is only in 6th place, and the self-proclaimed strongest of the current era, the Emperor, is only in 8th place. Kang says he doesn't need to be surprised as he's already quite satisfied with his current ranking, and the top 6 are all 9-star beast tamers hailed as demigods.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.